Namaste to all of you. Konnichiwa. A warm welcome to the Nobel Laureate Science and Technology Seminar Series, 11th India-Japan Science and Technology Seminar, commemorating 70th anniversary of India-Japan diplomatic relations and 75th anniversary of Indian independence, sponsored by Japan Society for the Promotion of Science, Government of Japan, Department of Science and Technology, Government of India, supported by Embassy of India, Tokyo, Japan, organized jointly by Indian JSPS Alumni Association and Sree Tirunal Institute for Medical Sciences and Technology. The Nobel Laureate Science and Technology Seminar Series is about celebrating the 70th anniversary of diplomatic relations between India and Japan. This is organized under Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, an initiative of Government of India to commemorate 75 years of progress in socio-cultural, political and economic fronts. Once again, we welcome one and all. To begin this auspicious event, may I invite Mr. Srinath KK to invoke the Almighty.
सर्वेषां स्वस्तिर्भवतु सर्वेषां शान्तिर्भवतु सर्वेषां पूर्णं भवतु सर्वेषां मङ्गलं भवतु सर्वे भवन्तु सुखिनः सर्वे सन्तु निरामयः सर्वे भद्राणि पश्यन्तु मां कच्चित् दुःखभाग् भते असतो मा सद्गमया तमसो मा ज्योतिर्गमया मृत्योर्मा अमृतं गमया ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः
Thank you, Srinath. Inaugural session will commence now with the welcome address by Organizing Secretary and General Secretary, Indian JSPS Alumni Association, Dr. P.V. Mohanan. Dr. Mohanan is a Fellow of National Academy of Science, India and Royal Society of Biologists, UK. He was a JSPS postdoctoral fellow at the University of Tsukuba in the field of neurotoxicity and visiting professor as well as visiting researcher at Toyo University, Japan. He is presently heading the Division of Toxicology and is also the Associate Dean of PhD Affairs at SCTIMST. We invite you, sir, to deliver the welcome address.
A very good morning to all. His Excellency, Ambassador of India to Japan, His Excellency, Ambassador of Japan to India, Honorable Nobel Laureate, Honorable Principal Scientific Advisor to the Government of India, President, Japan Society for the Promotion of Science, Government of Japan, Secretary, Department of Science and Technology, Government of India, Director General, Japan Science and Technology Agency, Government of Japan, Director, Sree Chitra Institute for Medical Science and Technology, Trivandrum, other dignitaries, honorable speakers from Japan and India, distinguished teachers, scientists, and most respected delegates, and my dear friends. The most awaited Nobel Laureate Science and Technology Seminar and 11th Indian-Japan Science and Technology Seminar in commemorating the 70th anniversary of India-Japan diplomatic relations and 75th anniversary of Indian independence, Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, will take off shortly, and the celebration will continue until tomorrow evening. The objective of the Nobel Laureate Science and Technology Seminar is to discuss the emerging advancement in science and technology and related areas. I hope that this webinar series on an international platform will provide an avenue to discuss various aspects of the cutting-edge technologies in the scientific arena. Friends, we are extremely honored to raise the curtain of the Nobel Laureate Science and Technology Seminar under the aegis of His Excellency, Ambassador of India to Japan, and His Excellency, Ambassador of Japan to India. In spite of their busy schedule, our invitation was accepted to inaugurate the Nobel Laureate Science and Technology Seminar and the India-Japan Science and Technology Seminar, organized by Indian JSPS Alumni Association and Sree Chitra Tirunal Institute for Medical Science and Technology in support by Indian Embassy and Japan and JSPS. On behalf of all the participants and organizing committee, I wholeheartedly welcome His Excellency Mr. Sanjeev Kumar Verma, Ambassador of India to Japan, to this great function. Simultaneously, I also wholeheartedly welcome His Excellency Mr. Suzuki Satoshi, Ambassador of Japan to India, to this Science and Technology Seminar. Again, on behalf of all the participants and organizing committee, it's my honor to welcome the Honorable Nobel Laureate Professor Tasuku Honjo, Director of Center for Cancer Immunotherapy and Immunobiology, Graduate School of Medicine, Kyoto University, Japan, to this Nobel Laureate Science and Technology Seminar Series. I'm thankful to Professor K. Vijay Honorable Principal Scientific Advisor to Government of India, for his constant support in organizing this event. On behalf of the organizing committee and on my own behalf, I welcome you, sir, to this Nobel Laureate Science and Technology Seminar. I express my deep sense of gratitude to Dr. Susmo Satomi, Honorable President JSPS, for his encouragement and generous attitude throughout the organization of this international webinar series. Sir, on behalf of the organizing committee and on my own behalf, I sincerely welcome you to this India-Japan Science and Technology Seminar sponsored by JSPS. We are all grateful to Dr. M. Ravichandran, Honorable Secretary, Department of Science and Technology, Government of India, for his inspiration, guidance, and encouragement for the success of this event. On behalf of the organizing committee and on my own behalf, I welcome you, sir, to this Science and Technology webinar series. It is indeed a great pleasure to welcome Dr. Kishi Tesuro, Honorable Director General, Japan Science and Technology Agency, Government of Japan, to this Nobel Laureate Science and Technology Seminar. On behalf of the organizing committee and on my own behalf, I wholeheartedly welcome you, sir, to this seminar series. My deep sense of gratitude to Professor Ajit Kumar VK, Honorable Director, Sree Chitra Tirunal Institute for Medical Science and Technology, for his constant encouragement and generous attitude throughout the organization of this event. Sir, on behalf of the organizing committee and on my own behalf, I wholeheartedly welcome you, sir, to this India-Japan Science and Technology Seminar. I'm very grateful to the chairman of the organizing committee and the head biomedical technology wing, Dr. Harikrishna Verma, Dr. Sanjeev K. Varshni, Head International Cooperation, Department of Science and Technology, Government of India, Dr. Usha Dixit, Counselor Science and Technology, Embassy of India, Japan, and Professor Shakti Kumar, Chairman, Indian JSPS Alumni Association, for their enthusiasm, support, and guidance for the success of this event. On behalf of the organizing committee and on my own behalf, I welcome you all, sirs, to this Science and Technology meet. It is indeed a great pleasure to welcome all the distinguished speakers from Japan and India who are sharing their rich experience and profound knowledge in science and technology. On behalf of the organizing committee and on my own behalf, I welcome you all professors, scientists, to this webinar series. I take this opportunity to welcome each and every one of you from India, Japan, and other countries to this Nobel Laureate Science and Technology Seminar for enriching the scientific deliberations. Furthermore, we are happy to inform you all that this event is live streaming in 10 schools across the state in association with Kerala Academy of Sciences. A very warm welcome to all the students to the Nobel Laureate Science and Technology Seminar. And I gratefully acknowledge the school officials for making this golden opportunity possible to our young minds. Friends, there may be a couple of lacunae in organizing any meeting, and I take the responsibility for the failures, if any, which may not be deliberate. However, the success of this great event comes from your scientific contributions, and ultimately the success is yours. Before I wind up, let me extend our good wishes once again and season's warm greeting to the 70th anniversary of India-Japan diplomatic relations and 75th anniversary of Indian independence. Azad Ka Amrit Mahotsav. God bless India and Japan. Thank you all. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. Next is Chairman's Address by Professor D. Shakti Kumar, Chairman, Indian JSPS Alumni Association, Deputy Director, Bio-Nano Electronics Research Center, and Professor, Graduate School of Interdisciplinary New Science, Toyo University, Japan. Professor Shakti Kumar founded Indian JSPS Alumni Association in 2006 with an aim to unite JSPS fellowship holders and to foster collaborations in science and technology between India and Japan. Since then, he is serving as the chairman. The Society of Polymer Science Japan honored him with Asia Excellence Award for his work in biopolymers. He is also the recipient of Educational Excellence Award and International Achiever Award in 2020. We invite you, sir, to deliver the chairman's address.
His Excellency, Mr. Sanjay Kumar Verma, Honorable Ambassador of India to Japan, His Excellency, Mr. Suzuki Satoshi, Honorable Ambassador of Japan to India, Dr. Susumu Satomi, President JSPS, Dr. Ravichandran, Secretary DST, Dr. Kishi Teruo, Director General JST, Professor Ajit Kumar, Director Sree Chitra, other distinguished invited speakers, honorable delegates, my dear JSPS fellow members. As the chairman of Indian JSPS Alumni Association, I am really happy to invite you all to join Nobel Laureate Science and Technology Seminar Series and our 11th India-Japan Science and Technology Seminar. We are conducting this seminar to commemorate 70th anniversary of India-Japan diplomatic relations and 75th anniversary of Indian independence, Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. During 60th anniversary of India-Japan diplomatic relations, we had conducted Science and Technology Seminar at Tokyo, and at that time, Dr. Makoto Kobayashi, Nobel Laureate, and Dr. R. Chidambaram, Principal Scientific Advisor to Government of India, delivered keynote address. This time, during 70th anniversary, Honjo Sensei, Nobel Laureate, and Professor Vijay Raghavan, Principal Scientific Advisor to Government of India, delivering keynote talks. We have arranged talks by other great and eminent scientists from Japan and India too. IJAA started in 2006 to contribute positively and to enhance as well as to sustain the collaboration between India and Japan in science and technology field. Currently, we do have more than 420 active members working in various capacities, well spread mostly across all over India and also in other 10 countries including Japan. We have started organizing India-Japan Science and Technology seminars from 2010 onwards to bring scientists from India and Japan in one platform for active discussions. We hosted our first seminar at IIT Delhi in 2010. During our IIT Delhi seminar, we have created 4 chapters as North, East, South, and West in India to conduct IJA's program efficiently. As you all know, that this India-Japan Science Seminar is 11th in the series. We had conducted our seminars in various places under different chapters, starting from Delhi and moved to Trivandrum, Nagpur, Bhubaneswar, Chennai, Varanasi, Mysore, Goa, Calcutta, and again New Delhi to conduct our 10th India-Japan seminar. We had selected Hyderabad to conduct our 11th seminar during 2020. However, due to COVID, we couldn't conduct the same. Hope we would be able to conduct our Hyderabad seminar in 2022. As per our policy, by conducting seminars in various places in India, which will permit us to spread the information about Japanese universities and scientific research conduct there, and also by mingling with different audiences every year, we were able to boost the discussion, collaboration among Indian and the Japanese academic members in different fields. In recent years, close collaboration between India and Japan are steadily increasing. Being from the scientific and academic community, we did our own share to contribute to strengthen the collaboration between India and Japan. To spread the awareness about Japanese universities and opportunities in Japan, we have started the program Igniting Minds, in which we are inviting high school kids also to participate in our seminar. Normally, school kids are not allowed to participate in these type of seminars. However, we allow them to participate and organize special sessions exclusively for them to hold discussions with the Japanese and Indian scientists and allow them to present their thoughts and works too. During the seminar, we arranged many Japanese university booths which managed by IJAA members too. To spread out Japanese university information and collaboration efforts, etc., in the grassroots level, IJAA also started Friends of Japan clubs in many universities and research institutions with the leadership of IJAA members. In this way, we are bringing more and more students and local personalities who all are interested in India-Japan relations under one huge network. We do hope that our actions would take the pivotal role in India-Japan relations in future. Recently, we conducted a seminar to make Indian students aware the advantage of learning Japanese language and opportunities in Japan. I'm happy to mention that many universities came forward to start Japanese language courses in their institutions with the help of Japan Foundation. Hope we would be able to see many Indian students who can speak and write Japanese language in near future, which would add more strength to Japan and India relations. Nowadays, many Japanese universities started providing courses in English, which will allow more Indian students to come to Japan to get their degrees without any language problems with very much affordable tuition fees. I request our Indian students to grab these opportunities. Many of IJAA members already lived in Japan would be able to support you. We have provided IJAA members' contact details in our website. Please find the persons nearby you and please feel free to contact them and discuss with them about Japanese universities and research activities and other huge possibilities in Japan. Before I conclude my address, I would like to thank JSPS for all their support. I would like to thank all our invited speakers for finding time to attend and deliver their talks even in busy schedule. IJAA is thankful to Embassy of India, Embassy of Japan, DST, JST, Next for supporting us to host this event. IJAA is thankful to Dr. Mohanan and his colleagues and their team members for organizing the event. I thank our entire executive members and all our members for our association for their great support throughout the year. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. The introductory address is by Dr. Sanjeev K. Vashni, Advisor and Head, International Cooperation, Department of Science and Technology, Government of India. Dr. Sanjeev has been instrumental in facilitating bilateral scientific cooperation between India and partner countries. He is the co-chair of governing body, Indo-German Science and Technology Center, board member, Global Innovation and Technology Alliance, and member, Governing Council, Indo-US Endowment Fund. We invite you, sir, for the introductory address.
Thank you, and namaskar to everyone. Good morning to colleagues participating from India. Good afternoon to colleagues participating from Japan. What an exciting day it is when we are exposing young brains to talented, seasoned, experienced, and those scientists who have achieved something. I'm very happy that Indian alumni of JSPS have started this series. We just heard Dr. Shakti, who reiterated the words of our former president, Dr. Abdul Kalam, on igniting young minds. Now, we in Department of Science and Technology have realized this thing, and we have launched series of programs where we are inciting young minds to come out of their shell, to come out of their school curriculum and think of some science-based, technology-based solutions. So we are running a program called Inspire. We are taking our students to meeting Nobel laureates in Lindau. We are exposing our children to Asian science camps, Hope meeting, and there are several such interaction platforms where we are bringing best possible exposure to our young students. And that we hope would help them in further nurturing the questions they have got in their minds, and they would work out for a possible solutions. We really hope that. And coming back to this JSPS alumni, I hope not only making increasing awareness about the Japanese system of education, Japanese higher educations, or achievements in newer science and technology, I would urge them if they could also work on bringing the Indian and Japanese research societies, the active researchers together. And Department of Science and Technology already has some good program with JSPS, JST, and we would like to further shape it up to meet your expectations. And we would be creating those bridges for you as long as you identify some very exciting issues to work together, and which could also be leading to some technology-based solutions. So my good wishes for these couple of days of interactions, and I look forward very excitedly for this event. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. It gives us immense pleasure to invite Professor Ajit Kumar VK, Director, Sree Chitra Institute for Medical Sciences and Technology, Trivandrum. Professor Ajit is a specialist in interventional cardiology and electrophysiology. He has pioneered electrophysiology fellowship course in India and has developed the interventional cardiology program in SCTIMST. He is the president of National Society for Coronary Imaging and Physiology, Vice President, National Society for Heart Failure and Transplant, member, National Device Vigilance Committee, Government of India, and governing body member, Sri Venkateshwara Medical Institute, Tirupati. We invite you, sir, to deliver the presidential address.
Good morning, everybody, and good afternoon, Japan. His Excellency Dr. Sanjay Kumar Verma, Ambassador of India to Japan. His Excellency Mr. Suzuki Satoshi, Ambassador of Japan to India. Honorable Professor Tasoko Honjo, Nobel Laureate. Honorable Professor K. Vijayaraghavan, Principal Scientific Advisor to Government of India. Honorable Dr. Susumu Satomi, President, the Japan Society for the Promotion of Science. Honorable Dr. M. Ravichandran, Secretary, Government of Department of Science and Technology. Honorable Dr. Kishi Teruo, Director General, Japan Science and Technology. Respected Professor Shakti Kumar, Chair, Indian JSPS Alumni Association. Respected Dr. Sanjay Varshni, Head, International Cooperation, DST. Dr. Usha Dikshit, Counselor, Embassy of India, Tokyo. Dr. Harikrishna Verma, Head, BMT Wing. Dr. P.V. Mohanan, Organizing Secretary, S&T Seminar. Other dignitaries, members of the faculty, and my dear friends. I feel honored to be invited for delivering this presidential address for the Nobel Laureate S&T Seminar Series and the 11th India-Japan Science and Technology Seminar. It commemorates the 70th anniversary of the India-Japan diplomatic relations and the 75th anniversary of the Indian independence. On behalf of Sree Tirunal Institute for Science and Technology, I deem it as a matter of great privilege to welcome all the dignitaries to this function, especially the Nobel Laureate Professor Tasako Honjo, Director of Cancer Therapy and Immunobiology at the Kyoto University. Technology is growing day by day, and the role of research in developing technology is undeniable. The success of scientific research depends upon how we translate these novel technologies to the society, seen especially on the background of COVID-19 epidemic. And in this scenario, The collaboration between various institutes, agencies, and the governments are indispensable for the benefit of the people at large. Today, India and Japan share a global vision of peace, stability, and shared prosperity based on sustainable development. Shared democratic values, commitment to human rights, pluralism, open society, and the rule of law underpin the global partnership between the two countries. The global partnership between India and Japan reflects a broad convergence of their long-term political, economic, strategic, and scientific interests. India-Japan Science and Technology S&T cooperation was formalized through an intergovernmental agreement signed in 1985. Bilateral S&T cooperation was further promoted in 1993 with the establishment of the India-Japan Science Council IJSC, which has organized about 19 meetings, supported 250 joint projects, 1,600 exchange visits of scientists, and 9 Asian academic seminars and 10 Ramen Mizushimo lectures. In 2006, DST initiated a value-based partnership with the Japan Society for the Promotion of Science, JSPS, and the Japan Science and Technology Agency, JST. Since then, several institutional agreements, memorandum of understandings in the areas of life sciences, material sciences, high energy physics, biotechnology, healthcare, and including peaceful uses of outer space have been signed between the science agencies of both countries. The Japan Society for the Promotion of Science plays a pivotal role in administering a broad spectrum of Japan's scientific and academic needs. And over these 70 years, JSPS has initiated, implemented, and administered various domestic and international programs. Now, in this context, I will mention briefly about Sree Chitra Tirunal Institute for Medical Science and Technology. Now, being an institute of national importance under the DST and Government of India, SCT is always in the forefront of developing technologies of societal relevance. The Chitra heart valve, the blood bags, the hydrocephalus shunts, and the RT-PCR COVID kits are some of the few iconic products from the institute. The infrastructure of clinical and epidemiological research, device development, and testing, all being done under one roof, is unique not only to India, perhaps to the world. And I'm proud to say that the Sree Chitra plays a crucial role in the progress of the medical device industry in India. It is happy to note that the Indian JSPS Association was established through the collective efforts of former JSPS fellows. Let me wholeheartedly appreciate the effort of JSPS and the Indian JSPS Alumni Association to promote scientific temper in the young minds. Furthermore, SCTIMST proudly holds the registered office of the Indian JSPS Association, and I understand that more than 400 members are registered in the Alumni Association. I take this opportunity as a privilege to welcome the Nobel Laureate, Professor Tasako Honjo. He was awarded the Nobel Prize in Physiology or Medicine in 2018. He was born on the 27th January 1942 in Kyoto, and at the time of award, he was affiliated to the Kyoto University, Japan. He is best known for his work on the identification of programmed cell death protein PD-1. He is also known for his molecular identification of cytokines IL-4 and IL-5, as well as the discovery of activation-induced cytidine deaminase, that is AID, that is essential for class switch recombination and somatic hypermutation. The Nobel Prize Committee had at that time noted that the prize motivation, as inverted commas, for the discovery of cancer therapy by inhibition of negative immune regulation. We are eager to listen to you, sir. Once again, I wish all success to this S&T seminar series and the 11th India-Japan Science and Technology Seminar. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. A job well begun is half done, and the formal inauguration goes a long way towards setting the tone. From the Indian side, the inaugural address will be delivered by His Excellency, the Most Honorable Sanjay Kumar Verma, Ambassador of India to Japan. His Excellency Sanjay Kumar Verma is an officer of the 1988 batch of Indian Foreign Service. Ambassador Verma was the Indian ambassador to the Republic of Sudan. Following his tenure in Sudan, Ambassador Verma served as Joint Secretary and as Additional Secretary in Ministry of External Affairs, New Delhi. His interests are information technology, artificial intelligence, and cyber diplomacy. We invite Your Excellency to deliver the inaugural address.
His Excellency Mr. Suzuki Satoshi, Ambassador of Japan to India, Professor Asuku Honjo, Nobel Laureate for the year 2018, and Distinguished Professor Institute for Advanced Study at Kyoto University, Professor K. Vijay Raghavan, Principal Scientific Advisor to the Government of India, Dr. Kishi Tesuro, Director General JST, Dr. Susma Satomi, President of Japan Society for the Promotion of Science, His Excellency Dr. M. Ravi Chandran, Secretary, Department of Science and Technology of the Government of India, friends, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. Today's event is starting engagement with Nobel laureates in the further enhancement and deepening of India-Japan bilateral partnership is being co-organized by the Embassy of India in Japan in collaboration with the Department of Science and Technology of India and Japan Society for Promotion of Science. The entire event has been coordinated by Professor Sree Kumar, who is the chairman of India JSPS Alumni Association, in conjunction with Sree Chitra, Tirunal Institute of Medical Sciences and Technology, located in Trivandrum, India. I want to place on record our gratitude to all of you for making this event possible. As all of you know that India and Japan established diplomatic relations in the year 1952, presenting an occasion to celebrate the 70th year of partnership, which is spatial, strategic, and global in the present context. I feel that this seminar also celebrates this long-standing objective and result-oriented partnership between our two countries. We are fully engaged in various aspects of diplomacy, including in the domain of science and technology. I believe that science and technology has a major role to play in the world of today and the one which is coming in the future. When we talk of technology, we cannot but take cognizance of innovation, which has driven the development of our societies for centuries. I have no doubt in my mind that even in the coming future, innovation will continue playing its significant role in creating an environment of ease of living and high degree of achievements.
Excuse me, Your Excellency, the video is off.
Is it okay now?
No, sir.
Still not there. Is my audio okay?
Yes.
Let me continue without the video in that case. I don't want others to wait for me to fix this technological problem. Please excuse me for my video being absent. Japan and India are two different cultures and, of course, two different systems. The two countries have made sincere efforts to converge on many of the aspects of our societal and normative lives. In the present context, there are various issues which need to be resolved, not only in our societies, but in societies all over the world. It is immensely important for our innovators and researchers to identify these problems and work towards their solution, both in theoretical and, more importantly, in real-world terms. This can only be possible if the countries like India and Japan join hands together to innovate solutions to the problems which we are facing independently, but which we have got some common threads involved in. Once such solutions have been found, we will need to run it through the society to see if the solutions so innovated are able to resolve the problems or they create more problems than already exist. That brings us closer to the possibility of something I would call as co-creation. The co-creation of solutions could be those which have been tested in our societies and therefore in a way piloted and matured. Once the two countries, with the help of their scientists and innovators, are able to create solutions which can be applied to the societies without much negative impact, without much disruptions, they will need to then push them through the industrial layer, whereby the physical and non-physical products could be introduced in mass scale and supplied not only to our two societies, but also to societies in the world. Therefore, I would urge all of us to promote the three pillars of co-innovation, co-creation, and co-production. All of us know very well that we can only co-innovate if our innovators and scientists are talking to each other more regularly and an intention to finding solutions to the problem which our societies face today. It should be inclusive of anticipating problems for the societies in the future as well. Before I end my remarks, I would once again like to urge you, the entire scientific community on both sides, to look at creating common good, not only for our two societies or our two countries, but also for the world at large. I wish the seminar all the success. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for listening to me. I'm so sorry that technology did not allow me to connect with you on video. Nevertheless, I'm sure this seminar will be a technological success. Namaste. Thank you. Arigato gozaimasu.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for the inspiring words. From the Japanese side, the inaugural address will be delivered by His Excellency, Most Honorable Satoshi Suzuki, Ambassador of Japan to India. His Excellency Satoshi Suzuki was appointed as Ambassador of Japan to India in 2019. Prior to this appointment, he served as Deputy Minister for Foreign Policy from 2017. He has held various positions including Director General Intelligence and Analysis Service, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and Executive Assistant to the Chief Cabinet Secretary, Prime Minister's Office. He is an expert in national security, intelligence, global issues such as cyber security, outer space, and counterterrorism. We invite Your Excellency to deliver the inaugural address.
Thank you very much. His Excellency Mr. Sanjay Kumar Verma, Ambassador of India to Japan, Professor K. Vijay Ravagan, Principal Scientific Advisor to the Government of India, Dr. Susumu Satomi, President, Japan Society for the Promotion of Science, Professor Tasuku Honjo, Nobel Laureate 2018, Director, Center for Cancer Immunotherapy and Immunobiology, Graduate School of Medicine, Kyoto University, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, namaskar and a very good morning. First of all, let me express my heartfelt congratulations upon the inauguration of the 11th India-Japan Science and Technology Seminar. I'm grateful to those concerned for their efforts to hold this seminar this year after a one-year break due to COVID-19. As you may agree, the relationship between Japan and India has experienced rapid and significant expansion in recent years. Science and technology is one of the important fields to which both governments attach highest value for further bilateral cooperation. One good example is outer space. Japan and India are planning a joint mission to the moon. Just imagine the excitement that people would feel when we join our hands and succeed in sending an unmanned rover to the South Pole of the moon. Furthermore, we are also looking forward to the excitement in such important fields as biotechnology, artificial intelligence, nanotechnology, and quantum technology, where researchers of both Japan and India are collaborating to make contribution to better lives and society through science. No collaboration is possible without our scientists having the opportunity to know and interact with each other. This is exactly what JSPS, Japan Society for the Promotion of Science, does. JSPS has been playing a pivotal role in fostering Japan-India cooperation through its wide spectrum of scientific and academic programs. JSPS is supporting young Indian researchers by inviting them to Japan and offering grant assistance for their scientific researches. Actually, the JSPS postdoctoral fellowship for foreign researchers program has been successfully run in cooperation with the Indian National Science Academy and the Department of Science and Technology. Exchanges of young scientific talents have additional benefits to the further development of our cooperation. When scientists of Japan and India come to know each other and engage with each other, they can together create new knowledge and technology. In this regard, I'd like to commend the work of Indian JSPS Alumni Association to maintain and further cultivate this excellent researchers network. The association is also providing indispensable support for the selection of candidates for Japanese government scholarship, ensuring the best and the brightest of India can study in Japan. Distinguished participants, the coming year marks the 70th anniversary of the establishment of the diplomatic relations between Japan and India. In 2022, we can make further progress in all areas of cooperation, and science and technology is where we can really make significant difference for combining the strength of Japan and India. Before concluding my remarks, allow me to make one request to all of you present here today. The bond of friendship and exchange network that have been created through programs such as the ones I touched upon must be maintained, nurtured, and expanded. This can only be done with help of each and every one of you. So while once again thanking the Indian JSPS Alumni Association for its invaluable contributions, I call upon everyone to act as individuals to build upon the relationship that you already have and to create new ones too. Next year will be an opportune year for all of us to take concrete action to this end. Thank you very much, and dhanyawad.
Also served as president of the Japan Association of National Universities, member Japan Surgical Society's Board of Directors, and representative National Clinical Databases Board of Directors. We invite Satomi Sensei to address the gathering.
Good morning. I am Satomi Satomi from the Japan Society for the Promotion of Science. I am pleased that this event can be held at this important milestone, which marks the 70th anniversary of India-Japan diplomatic relation and the 75th anniversary of Indian independence. I am delighted to have this opportunity to offer a few remarks on behalf of JSPS at the opening of this 11th India-Japan Science Technology Seminar. organized by the Indian JSPS Alumni Association. JSPS has established, maintained, and strengthened the networks among researchers who have received support under JSPS program. As a follow-up program for overseas researchers who return home after participating in JSPS program in Japan, support is provided for establishing alumni community in country and region around the world. There are currently 20 JSPS Alumni Association with an overall membership of more than 8,000 former JSPS fellows. Your Indians JSPS Alumni Association was established in 2006. It was JSPS 6 officially established alumni association. Yours was the first alumni association to be established in Asia. Your association has about 400 members, among whom are many top-notch researchers who globally represent India's science community. We at JSPS are very proud of both your programs and your members. Needless to say, IJAA is one of JSPS's most proactive alumni associations. It's your members' independent spirit and boundless energy that drive and advance IJAA's agenda and activity. The first of today's seminar was held in 2010. Since then, these superb events have been held every year. I participate in the 10th India-Japan Science and Technology Seminar. It brought me to India for the first time. Unfortunately, last year's seminar has not been cancelled due to the influence of the new coronavirus. I am very happy that at least 2 days seminar can be held this year as an online platform for Indian and Japanese research to exchange views. I would like to take this opportunity to extend our appreciation to IJAA President Dr. Sakuchi Kumar, the alumni member, the staff Department of Science and Technology, India, and all others who worked so hard in preparing this event. Our sincere thanks also goes to the Indian and Japanese lecturers who accepted the invitation to participate in the seminar and set aside valuable time to prepare their presentation. In today's and tomorrow's session, we will hear lectures from many researchers laboring on the front line of science in India and Japan, starting with the keynote address from Professor Tasuku Honjo, 2018's Nobel Laureate in Physiology and Medicine. So the coronavirus pandemic continued to create several global environments. I don't believe that it will cause scientific exchange between our country to stagnate. Rather, as we will witness in today's seminar, I look forward to an ever more flourishing partnership between India and Japan. Thank you very much for your attention.
Sensei for the inspiring words. Next is a special address by Honorable Dr. M. Ravichandran, Secretary, Department of Science and Technology, Government of India. Dr. M. Ravichandran is also the Secretary of Ministry of Earth Sciences, Government of India, and the Vice President of Scientific Committee on Antarctic Research, International Science Council, and Council Member of International Arctic Science Committee. He was the former Director of National Center for Polar and Ocean Research, Goa. We invite you, sir, for the special address.
Thank you. Professor K. Vijayaraman, Principal Scientific Advisor to Government of India. Professor Asuku Honjo, Nobel Laureate 2018. Dr. Kishi Taro, Director General, Japan Science and Technology Agency. Dr. Susumu Satomi, President, the Japan Society of Promotion of Science. Mr. Sanjay Kumar Verma, Ambassador of India to Japan. Mr. Suzuki Satoshi, Ambassador of Japan to India. Professor Ajit Kumar, Director, Sree Chitra, Tirunal Institute of Medical Sciences and Technology. Dr. Varsne, Head International Cooperation, DST. Professor Sakti Kumar, Chairman, Indian JSPS Alumni Association. Dr. Mohanan, Organizing Secretary, my colleagues and friends from India and Japan, especially JSPS alumni, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to those who participate from India and good afternoon to those who participate from Japan. It is my great pleasure to be a part of this inaugural event, jointly organized by Indian JSPS alumni in partnership with Embassy of India in Tokyo, DST, and Sree Chitra Tirunal Institute of Medical Sciences and Technology, Tirunal. I take this opportunity to congratulate all of us in India and Japan on completing 70 years of India-Japan diplomatic relations. I am happy that today's activity is being organized as part of the series of celebration of 75th anniversary of India's independence, Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. India values its science and technology cooperation with Japan, which is one of the leading innovative nations of the world. Two countries are seamlessly networked through active cooperation between R&D laboratories and academic institutions. Our science and technology relationship is anchored on the bilateral agreement signed between the two countries in 1985, and our present cooperation is directed towards creating a value-based relationship which can contribute to the 21st century knowledge economy. Recent initiatives, including establishment of 3 India-Japan joint laboratories in the area of ICT, artificial intelligence, Internet of Things, and big data. MOU for the second phase of Indian beamline at KEK Tsukuba is also in place. We are also encouraging youngsters, especially the research scholars, to carry out their research work with more international exposure. They are actively participating in the Asian science camps, Hope meetings, where they are interacting with the Nobel laureates and other Asian science luminaries. Around 570 Indian school students and researchers have visited Japan under the Sakura Science Program. Regular activities like joint projects, joint seminars, Raman Misushima lectures, institutional exchanges in R&D, and in emerging technologies such as AI/ML are going on. I am sure a year-long active science and technology talk series will rekindle the active collaboration in science and technology field and bring back the vigor of India-Japan collaboration. The Government of India assures support for more vibrant and science and technology collaboration with Japan and seek the considered views of the Japanese side. I look forward for a healthy discussion in next couple of days between India, JSPS, alumnus, and the Japanese researchers to shape up new directions of bilateral cooperation. Namaskar. Thank you. Sayonara.
Thank you, sir. It is a great privilege and honor to welcome Dr. Kishi Teruo, Director General, Japan Science and Technology Agency, Government of Japan. Dr. Kishi Teruo was Director, Research Center for Advanced Science and Technology, University of Tokyo, and was appointed as the Director General, National Institute for Advanced Interdisciplinary Research, Ministry of International Trade and Industry. He was a special advisor to the Cabinet Office for Science, Technology and Innovation and to the Minister for Foreign Affairs. In 2019, he became the Fellow of Research Center for Advanced Science and Technology, University of Tokyo, and the President Emeritus, the National Institute for Material Science. We invite you, sir, to deliver the special address.
Distinguished guests, speakers, organizers, supporters, participants, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for having me here today. My name is Kishi Teruo of Japan Science and Technology Agency, which is JSPS short. I am in charge of the Sakura Science Exchange Program. I have heard that today's event is organized to commemorate the 70th anniversary of India-Japan diplomatic relations, as well as the 75th anniversary of the independence of India. I am extremely happy and pleased that India and Japan have established and maintained such a peaceful and mutual beneficial relationship for the past 70 years and more. As you may know, India and Japan have a long history of relationship and interaction. In recent years, importance of India-Japan relationship has increased significantly, not only in economy and diplomacy, but in science and technology. In the field of science and technology, both governments agreed to establish the initiative of science and technology for cooperation in the field of biotechnology, as well as information and communication technology. In 2005, when our former Prime Minister, Koizumi, visited India. After several intergovernmental meetings, JST and the Department of Science and Technology India concluded the Memorandum of Understanding in December 2006. In 2014, our Prime Minister Abe visited India and JST opened its liaison office in New Delhi in 2015. Based on the MOU of 2006, we jointly conducted calls for proposal in the field of ICT and biomedical research, and 21 joint research projects were carried out under the Strategic International Collaborative Research Program, or SICOR, SICOR. In parallel with SICOR, JST also has carried out 5 joint research projects up to today under the framework of Science and Technology Research Partnership for Sustainable Development, or SATREP. As you can see from our series of collaboration, JST has been heavily involved in promotion of science and technology with India for many years. I also would like to add that JST developed an invitation and exchange program for younger people called to the Sakura Science Exchange Program in 2014. This program is an invitation program to invite aspiring and talented young people to Japan for a short period of time in order for them to get to know Japan's state-of-the-art science and technology and meet the people in the similar field in Japan. This program has brought more than 33,000 people from 41 countries and regions up to today, and out of which about 3,000 are from India. And I would like to emphasize that the government of India also recognizes the importance and has been strongly supporting our program since 2015. We expect that the invitees, through their experience in Japan, they can expand their global network of exchange and cultivate their future career. JSP itself also invited about 50 young researchers from the top university of India, such as IIT, IISERS, NITS, and the like in 2019 and 2020 in total. Each time we organize an India-Japan University Exchange meeting to promote and accelerate their cooperation and collaboration with Japan. Now, considering the importance of relationship between Japan and India, I strongly hope that more and more Japanese high school, university, research institute will make the best use of our program and invite more people from India by our program. To end my speech, I do hope that all of you here today will fully enjoy and benefit from this event. And through our effort, the relationship between Japan and India will become stronger. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, sir, for the inspiring words. May I request Professor Shakti Kumar, Chairman, Indian JSPS Alumni Association, to introduce Professor Tasuku Honjo, Nobel Laureate 2018, for the keynote address. Over to you, Professor Shakti, for the introduction.
Professor Tasuku Honjo is a well-renowned physician, scientist, and immunologist. In 2018, he was awarded the prestigious Nobel Prize in Physiology or Medicine category along with James P. Allison, and is best known for identifying programmed cell death protein 1. He is also known for his molecular identification of cytokines IL-4, IL-5, as well as the discovery of activation-induced cytidine deaminase that is essential for class switch recombination and somatic hypermutation. He and Allison together had won the 2014 Tang Prize in Biopharmaceutical Science for the same achievement. He completed his MD degree in 1966 from the Faculty of Medicine, Kyoto University, from where in 1975 he also received his PhD degree in medical chemistry. He was selected as a Foreign Associate of the National Academy of Sciences of the United States 2001, as the member of the German Academy of National Scientists in 2003, and also as a member of Japan Academy in 2005. Honjo Sensei was a visiting fellow at the Department of Embryology, Carnegie Institution of Washington from 1971 to 1973. He then moved to the US National Institute of Health, where he studied the genetic basis of the immune response at the National Institute of Child Health and Human Development as a fellow between 1973 and 1977. Honjo Sensei was also worked as assistant professor at the Faculty of Medicine, University of Tokyo between 1974 and 1979. a professor in the Department of Genetics, Osaka University School of Medicine between 1979 and 1984, and a professor in the Department of Medical Chemistry, Kyoto University Faculty of Medicine from 1984 to 2005. Since 2005, Honjo Sensei has been the professor in Department of Immunology and Genomic Medicine, Kyoto University of Faculty Medicine. Currently, he is working as Director of Center for Cancer Immunotherapy and Immunobiology, Graduate School of Medicine, Kyoto University. He is a member of the Science and Japanese Society for Immunology and served as its president between 1999 and 2000. Honjo Sensei is also an honorary member of American Association of Immunologists. Honjo Sensei has received several awards and honors in his life, and he inspired all of us. On behalf of organizing committee, I welcome Honorable Nobel Laureate Professor Tajuku Honjo to deliver the keynote address. Honjo Sensei, please.
And I like to greatly appreciate for the kind invitation to this India and Japan JSPS alumni meeting. I want to share my slide, but I don't know how to do it. My share button is not clear, so I cannot share. I need help of the secretariat to make my share button active. Otherwise, I cannot start.
Sajisan, can you help?
Yeah, now it came.
Yeah, okay, thank you, Sensei. Thank you, Sensei.
So I think you see now my
Yes, we can
slides.
see. We can see, Sensei.
Okay, today I'd like to speak about the future perspective of cancer immunotherapy. This is based on the function of PD-1 that is essential for regulation of T cells and B cells, and probably several others. So when T cell, especially CD8 T cell, which is also called cytotoxic T cell, CTL, CD antigen, they get activated. Upon activation, very quickly, T cell also express PD-1. So activation, namely acceleration of activity, also induced expression of brake molecule. And once this brake is pushed by its ligand called PDL1, often expressed antigen-presenting cell and sometimes on cancer cells, this makes the activation signal a bit weaker. So depending on the total sum of activation signal and the brake that erase this activation signal, the outcome are different. If it's appropriate, they become very active effector cells and eventually become memory cells and continue fight against the pathogens and also cancer cells. Sometimes brake is too strong and erase all the activities, it become anergic, or sometimes people call exhausted, and they become silent. When the PD-1 is weak, too weak, therefore the activation signal becomes too strong. That often causes T cell death. So the balance of the axle and brake is very important. So what happens in vivo
is the T cells see the antigen on dendritic cell, which normally happens in lymph nodes. The draining lymph node of the tumors, the site when the T cells see the antigen, and this activation signal allows T cells moving to the site of the tumor from the draining lymph node, and there they begin to attack. And this attack releases tumor antigen that again keeps the loop going. So, as I said, when we inject antibody blocking PD-1, PD-L1 interaction, it makes T cell activated, and that can move to tumor site and kill the tumors. So this break and axial balance is the key how to control cancer immunotherapy. And this therapy only recently approved, 2014, first time in melanoma. And subsequently, more than 24 of different types of cancers have been approved for their treatment. We have relatively short history, less than 10 years. But this new therapy introduced something unexpected. The first one, this is actually expected, less adverse effects, because normal cells are unaffected. And this makes the patient relatively healthier than when they're treated by chemotherapy, which often causes very severe side effects, and also radiotherapy. Second, this is very interesting. When you choose chemotherapy, you have to choose specific drugs for each different tumors. But in this case, one drug, monoclonal antibody against the PD-1 or its ligand PD-L1 can treat many different types of tumors, as I just showed. So far, maybe 25, 26, but the number is growing, and currently more than 1,000 clinical trials going on. So this number will increase. Thirdly, more surprising, but very welcome finding, unexpected finding, it has durable effects. So once patients respond, it often continue to respond until completely eliminate tumors or at least stop the tumor growth. And this effect is observed even if you stop the treatment. And this is very, very interesting and in a way mysterious, but it's for patients, this is very good treatment. The reason why this treatment is so effective, wide range of tumors, we know the answer. This is because all type of tumors, here the list name of different tumors, starting melanoma, colorectal cancer, kidney tumor, ovarian tumor. And here the y-axis indicates log scale of mutations in the coding region. Therefore, this mutation causes different protein than the normal cell. Although cancer cells start from normal cell, they become eventually non-self and express what people call neoantigen. So normal cell now begin to express something different from normal. And this is the reason why immune cell can recognize and keep attacking. The level of mutation in the coding region as a mass of tumor, normal cell is 0, so 1,000 to 10,000 fold high number of mutations accumulate. So this is the reason why tumor can be recognized as non-self and become target of immune response. So large-scale cancer genome studies carried out all over the world, mostly in the United States, but almost every area of the earth, revealed this thing, namely cancer just continue to mutate, accumulate large number of mutations, therefore it becomes target of immune system. And actually, cancer as a mass is a mixture of many different clones carrying each different mutations. So it's very difficult to pinpoint chemo to kill the whole tumor mass. For example, cancer cell from the beginning is a mixture of different genome. And if you use a drug for the blue cells, and eventually you see regrowth of another colonies which carry different mutations. And now you target yellow tumor cells, again, another clones with different mutations may grow. But unfortunately, immune system can recognize all of them as not self, therefore they attack. So this is the reason why cancer immunotherapy can be applied many different tumor cells if they have enough mutations. It sounds great, yes, it's far better than previous treatment, but it's not complete. We need several more advancements. We have to know whether this tumor or the cancer patient is a reasonable therapy target. However, it's very difficult. Only markers, very solid markers we know, is if the tumor accumulated high number of mutations, that's good sign. However, each individual immunogenic power is very variable. We have already seen COVID-19 infection causes huge variety of symptoms in each individual. So therefore, it's very difficult to predict even we have the DNA sequence of individual. In addition, we have to improve the efficacy of the treatment. Some try to improve accessibility of killer T cells or tumor sites, and in fact, some tumors like pancreatic cancer, very difficult to access. So there must be some way to improve this accessibility. We also want to potentiate killer cells function. And this can be an enormous interest and target of a large number of companies, scientists, and currently huge number of efforts concentrated as a combinatorial therapy of PD-1 blockade. So partner number one CTLA4, this is another negative regulator for chemotherapy or radiotherapy, chemoradio. So combining PD-1 blockade and several promising cancer treatment is a very fashionable clinical trials, and total number already 2019 close to 3,000. So this is the current focus of efforts by a large number of companies and scientists. And I hope this will reveal something great in the near future. Now today, I'd like to talk with you more basic stuff. So this is the aging. We have to remember, cancer patient in general, aged people. However, we scientists often treat tumors in young mouse, which is not a good idea. As you can see here, young people have very strong immune function, especially in case of T cells. We need a special organ called the thymus located on the neck. But this gradually reduce and become almost useless to the aged people like myself. Just like a mirror image, cancer frequency goes up. So this alone tells our immune capacity is very important to control cancer incidence. As I said, we lose thymus, the organ which generates T cells, but we keep the T cells number in elderly about the same level. So without a new supply of T cells, while we can sustain reasonable number of T cells in circulating blood. So there are two hypotheses. Although we have a number, but repertoire has some problem, smaller repertoire. Repertoire means the T cells which can recognize specific antigen. If we lose diversity, we may not see some antigens, like cancer antigens, so therefore cancer incidence goes up. The other idea, although we don't have new supply of new soldiers, we can make all the soldiers slowly proliferate by introduction of self-antigens, which is called homeostatic proliferation. So, but this growth is very slow, but enough to maintain number of T cells. So the idea I just explained, when time is gone and new supply of T cell is absent, the self-antigen has very weak interaction, very weak, that normally, under normal condition, they cannot induce activation signal. But this may be enough to slowly proliferate and maintain the T cell number in elderly. So we tested what is the truth. We first showed young animals. You see the y-axis is the tumor volume and x-axis is the days after tumor inoculated. We have hope we can find some. Don't see any. Okay, so if we treat with anti-PD-L1, which is the immunotherapy, we can stop growth of the tumor in young animals. However, when we test same thing in aged animals, the same treatment doesn't work. So this is the case in human as well. A human functional T cell may be defective. And we tested PD-1 knockout animals to exclude the possibility our antibody, the drug is not good enough to block PD-1. But even gene knockout, aged, cannot stop growth of tumors, while young perfectly stop the growth. So again, aged animal has problem in immune function. Actually, we found by aging, initial step of activation is blocked. And subsequent stage, once they pass this, they are okay. So we try to find something very strong to push this step. Strong antigenic stimulation may rejuvenate aged animals to treat cancer. And that's what we have done. Xenoantigen in immunology means different species antigen. In this case, we used human lymphoma, Dowdy cell, and combined with anti-PD-L1 antibody. So this blue is aged animals, and combined with Dowdy strong antigen, xenoantigen, together with anti-PD-1, they can block the tumor growth and showing the clear survival. Now, what we found is this is the antibody. The previous one is knockout and monoclonal antibody combination. In young, we have this monoclonal antibody alone sufficient, but Dowdy makes a bit better. But a striking change is aged. You can clearly see combination of antibody and Dowdy. In even aged animal, we can see reduction of tumor growth. And now we made it a little bit milder, allo, the same species but different genetic background. So we used white mouse cells into black mice and tried the same experiment. Young, aged animals, I repeatedly show just antibody to block PD-1 doesn't work, but combination with alloantigen, strong antigen, this works. So we thought, why this initial step is blocked? The mechanism to activate T-cell receptor antigen recognition through phosphorylation. This is the ZAP70, the first molecule which get the phosphorylation and send signal or cell proliferation activation. And young animals, this phosphorylation signal quickly activated. But in aged animals, this level is low, meaning this signal, activation signal itself, is reduced in aged animals. And there are several mechanisms, but one of the mechanisms to regulate this T cell receptor antigen recognition and subsequent phosphorylation of sub-70 is another negative regulator. This is constantly produced. And watching the T cell receptor do not go to excess, called CD45. And CD45 have several subtypes, and the CD45RB is a very important negative regulator in T cells. And we tested expression of this negative regulator. This is the constitutively expressed. And we found in aged animal, this break is higher. And this is shown the total CD8, but also many different levels. So in general, aged animal express more break, and that is blocking the excessive signal. And we tested whether this ZAP70 induction is in fact reactivated by CD40 inhibition using a drug to inhibit this break. And sure enough, we get reactivation, even aged animals. So this negative regulation spontaneously incorporated in T cell receptor system is somehow become higher. And this xenoantigen stimulation that affects, improve antibody therapy also, as you can see here, this is CD40 negative regulator is reduced by strong antigen. So this could be the reason why strong antigen overcome this barrier. That barrier is reduced, shown here. So what I have shown is the barrier induced by aging may be explained, at least in part, by higher expression of negative regulator CD45RB. And this barrier can be destroyed or jumped over by very strong antigenic stimulation. So, why this happens? Homeostatic proliferation, depending on self-antigen, is dangerous. If it's strong, it can cause autoimmunity. So in aged animals, also probably patients, this threshold is set high to avoid autoimmunity. We are thinking to use this kind of the allogeneic stimulation combined with anti-PD-1 blockade. And we have found already several people tried allogeneic tumors for vaccination of cancer treatment. And this so far didn't work, but combination with allogenic tumor as a strong stimulant together with anti-PD-1, we may be able to show more significant efficiency. To finish, I'd like to add one more short story. We've been working on the molecules that engrave antibody memory. This is very important for infectious diseases. Once B cells become activated, they express AID, activation-induced cytidine deaminase, and this enzyme can generate diverse antibody by somatic hypermutation and diverse immunoglobulin classes by class-switch recombination. And this protein is expressed in B cells, and T cells express PD-1, and this interaction is important to create appropriate IJAA and secrete in the gut environment, and that is critical for controlling gut microbiota. And gut microbiota in turn interact with host immune system to make appropriate immune capacity. So if we completely destroy microbiota environment, we have enormous problem of a whole body immune system, and somebody hyperimmune activation can cause anxiety or fear syndrome, and of course metabolite change. So whole body is affected by interaction with two systems, namely immune system and gut microbiota. Actually, loss of PD-1, this is the work by the Dr. Fagalasan. She showed PD-1 deficiency causes ineffective IgA production that skews gut microbiota, and these are microbiota species in gut and create skewing. The balance of this IgA production is critical to control. And recently, Marianne in our laboratory showed how this can affect. This is the original finding of the Dr. Fagalasan, showing AID deficiency that destroys IgA production skew gut microbiota to the very strange segmented filamentous bacteria occupying 70%, and then host gut immune organ super activated by skewing of the microbiota. Spleen is also enlarged. And this finding revisited recently by Mariam Nakrami, and she found AID deficiency which superactivate immune system through gut microbiota dysbiosis actually good for suppression of the tumor compared to wild type. And this anti-tumor activity of AID deficiency reduced if we make it germ-free. Namely, this anti-tumor activity coming from dysbiosis in microbiota. And again, if we knock out interferon alpha, this AID effect is gone. So there must be something coming from gut to whole immune system. And she made the mice which has a changing of green to red. When she put UV light, the spleen cell become red. So red at this position, but the rest of the organ stay green. But 24 hours, the red cells migrate to whole body, indicating we have a good communication between gut lymph node organ with rest of the whole body immune system, and therefore microbiota can affect. So this is a small cartoon indicating microbiota dysbiosis induced by PD-1 blockade can cause hyperimmune activation through interferon alpha signaling. So overall, PD-1 blockade certainly a good treatment for cancer, but also it may cause some problems in the microbiota, but microbiota dysbiosis sometimes sends good message for treatment of the cancer. And this whole big system interaction, nervous system, gut microbiota, whole metabolome is the direction we have to take a look and may find something interesting to improve cancer immunotherapy. Finally, I'd like to ask my colleagues a picture we have taken soon after I got a call from Stockholm 2018. The work which I introduced was done by Yuka Nakashima, and the many people. Mariam must be somewhere. Oh, she may. Oh, here is Mariam. I showed, and Dr. Fagarasun, and Fumi Matsuda, and many others collaborate. Thank you very much for your attention.
Mohanan, General Secretary of Indian JSPS Alumni Association, to introduce Professor K. Vijay Raghavan, Principal Scientific Advisor to Government of India, for the keynote address. Over to you, Dr. Mohanan.
Professor K. Vijay Raghavan is the Principal Scientific Advisor to the Government of India and former Director of the National Center of Biological Science. Professor Vijay Raghavan graduated from IIT Kanpur, obtained his doctoral degree in molecular biology from Tata Institute of Fundamental Research. He is a distinguished professor in the field of developmental genetics. Professor Vijay Raghavan served as Secretary, Department of Biotechnology from January 2013 till February 2018. In addition, he also held additional charge of Secretary, Department of Science and Technology, Government of India, Secretary, Council of Scientific and Industrial Research, Secretary, Ministry of Earth Science, and Secretary, Department of Health Research in the past decades of his service. Professor Vijay Raghavan has been elected as a Fellow of Royal Society and as a Foreign Associate of the U.S. National Academy of Sciences. Simultaneously, he is an elected member of various major academies in India and abroad, such as Indian National Science Academy, Asia Pacific International Molecular Biology Network, Academy of Science for the Developing World, American Philosophical Society, and many more. He also been conferred with the Padma Sree in 2013, H.K. Firodia Award in 2012, Infosys Prize in 2009, and many such accolades in his career. He was awarded the Bhatnagar Prize for Science and Technology in 1998 and the J.C. Bose Fellowship in 2006. He is an honorary faculty member of the Jawaharlal Nehru Center for Advanced Scientific Research. On behalf of the organizing committee, I welcome Honorable Principal Scientific Advisor to the Government of India, Professor Vijay Raghavan, to deliver the keynote address. Over to Vijay Raghavan, sir.
Distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, it's a great honor to be here today. I really enjoyed the extraordinary talk by Honjo Sensei It's a large body of work, and it's very, very exciting to see how it's being further taken forward to address the problems of how the immune system changes as we age, and how therapies can be developed. It's an example of how closely interconnected fundamental research is with application in the life sciences, but this is true of many other areas now today, and that's what I will try to very briefly address. Before I start, let me say how important Japan-India relationships are for us going forward. Today, the world faces many, many important challenges, and in those contexts, it is critical that Japan and India continue to work together. We have heard from other distinguished colleagues about this cooperation. We now need to see that that cooperation moves from a 20th century mindset into a 21st century mindset. In other words, we need to go on the foundations, on the great strengths of student exchange, individual collaborations, to taking on bigger missions which address the demands of the entire planet and the region. In that situation, Japan and India, positioned as they are at two sort of relative ends of Asia, as it were, have a responsibility and an opportunity to work together to develop institutional structures of collaboration for all of Asia. Let me briefly summarize the principal challenges which we face today as we go forward. And they come from two very different directions. The first is the handling of data, the development of the tools of artificial intelligence and machine learning, which are going to change our lives enormously. So this is something which humans have created, which is fascinating, has many positive applications, but also many possible tensions. How does one deal with all of this? The second part, which I'll be very brief, is to address how we came about to wield such extraordinary power in shaping these kinds of tools, and what do we do with them as we go ahead. Now, the first part, let us look at the issues of artificial intelligence and machine learning. Across the world, large corporations and governments collect data, distill it, and use information and knowledge for making decisions. This has been going on for thousands of years. Today, we do it much faster, and we do it much better, perhaps, and we do it comprehensively. Knowledge has always been the key that opens the door to power. Today, fewer and fewer share the key, yet the lives of more and more than ever before, will be impacted by those who have the key. Even more interestingly, the master key to knowledge may not be there with humans alone, but with humans and machines together. So if we look at this situation and ask, how far into the future can we see, and what will the future hold for those who have data and those who don't have those who have the power to analyze data and those who don't? These are important questions we need to ask. So the first point is, what is artificial intelligence? Alan Turing asked in his paper, Computing Machinery and Intelligence, in 1950, can machines think? And subsequently established the Turing test, which is the fundamental goal and vision of artificial intelligence. Now, the Turing test is basically something which asks whether those of us in this audience, which of us in this audience are actually computers and can pass off completely as human without us being able to distinguish them from humans. And so that's the Turing test. And it's got lots of interesting implications which we can discuss. But answering Turing in the affirmative, artificial intelligence aims to stimulate human intelligence or replicate it in machines. But this is too strong this is too general a definition of artificial intelligence. And we can ask what makes machines intelligent. And Stuart Russell and Peter Norvig said that AI is the study of agents that receive percepts from the environment and perform actions. So basically, AI means thinking humanly, thinking rationally, acting humanly, and acting rationally, according to Stuart Russell and Peter Norman. Now, narrow AI, or something which is referred to as weak AI, is a kind of artificial intelligence which operates in a limited context and is a simulation of human intelligence. Narrow AI performs a single task extremely well, and machines have become better and better at this in multiple different ways. So narrow AI is around us, and it's really the most successful realization of artificial intelligence. With its focus on performing specific tasks, narrow AI has, we've seen extraordinary breakthroughs over the last decades. So there's a report released by the US administration, for example, in 2016, which looks at narrow AI, and those point to all the examples which we now use hugely. These are Google searches, image recognition software, Sree, Alexa, and other personal assistants, self-driving car, and computers which can skillfully play various games such as chess and Go. Much of narrow AI is powered by breakthroughs in machine learning, and understanding the difference between artificial intelligence, machine learning, and deep learning can be confusing. And some, such as the venture capitalist Frank Chen, provides a good overview of distinguishing between them, noting that artificial intelligence is a set of algorithms and intelligence to try and to mimic human intelligence. Machine learning is one of them, and deep learning is one of those machine learning techniques. Simply put, according to Chen, machine learning feeds a computer data and uses statistical techniques to help it learn to get progressively better at the task without having been specifically programmed for that task, eliminating the need for millions of lines of written code. Machine learning thus consists of both supervised learning using labeled data and unsupervised learning. Deep learning is a type of machine learning that runs inputs through a biologically inspired neural network architecture, and the neural network contains a large number of hidden layers through which the data is processed, allowing machines to go deep in its learning, making connections and weighting inputs for the best results. Now, from a biological perspective, it's very, very interesting to see how extraordinarily programmed various animals are in these kinds of things. If you look at a video of a cheetah chasing a gazelle, you will find each moving with such speed and responses in a manner where it's clear that these neural systems have learned both by intrinsic programming as well as experience and training outside to respond to situations very, very rapidly and not by a slow processing and thinking about what's happening. These kinds of mechanisms involve completely different tools from what we have in our computers. And therefore, while there are many analogies, we still have a huge amount to learn about these kinds of networks acting with speed in a generalized manner. Now, data is the fodder for AI, but this is not completely an apt metaphor. Given oil or fodder, we know what to do with it, but raw data is next to useless in most hands. What makes data valuable? Now, data is generally a jumble of raw facts, and people need to sift through it and use them. So we need to annotate this data and take this, to understand that data is not information. Data needs to be converted to information. Similarly, information is not knowledge. Knowledge requires the analysis of information in multiple ways and putting them into various bins and understanding. And that's the next step. Data to information, information to knowledge. Knowledge itself is not understanding. We need to take this knowledge, look at it from other sources of knowledge, compare it, and get an understanding, which humans are extremely good at doing and have gotten better and better, both by their capabilities, their inventions, intellectual, theoretical, and practical, and by also making various kinds of machines which assist this translation of knowledge to understanding. And finally, knowledge itself is not sufficient, and understanding itself, sorry, is not sufficient for reasoned action. For reasoned action, humans, have the extraordinary ability to look at knowledge in multiple ways and have an understanding which allows them to make leaps, have Bayesian priors, as it were, test them and go ahead. So from a human perspective, big data has got enormous levels of complexities which use human and machine interfaces. And I would just say here that we have a big challenge because we need to make sure that this extraordinary power of being able to use data and get decision making from that gets better and better. And unless this understanding of this whole system is there amongst a large number of people, there will be an increasing asymmetry between knowledge and power on one side and those who are using that knowledge without having power on the other. Google and other search engines will be very good at telling you what you need to do, where you need to buy something, which school you need to go to, and they will often be correct. But this has a danger of being dehumanizing unless we have the power of understanding much broader. And this is an area of collaboration between Japan and India, which is very important to spread the understanding amongst people at large of the tools of artificial intelligence, machine learning, computer science, and mathematics. And this is something feasible today, and this is a challenge we should take. Let me go to the second part of my talk and try to very briefly summarize how we came to have this extraordinary power and how we need to use it to have in a responsible manner. We came about on this planet perhaps by an accident which took place about 65 million years ago, when a meteorite crashed on the planet and eliminated most big life at that time, such as dinosaurs, and allowing the mammalian radiation, which was very minor, to start growing at that time. This resulted in the domination eventually of mammals on this planet. And all of this has been documented at multiple levels and studied and understood at multiple levels. The first of these levels was work by Charles Darwin and Alfred Russel Wallace, who looked at all of life on this planet and came to the conclusion that life has common origins on this planet, and all of life is therefore interconnected by a thread which allows you to understand evolution and diversification. That thread turned out to be, by the study of geneticists first and structural biologists and others, turned out to be the thread of DNA, and the shared chemistry all life has is connected by this thread of DNA. That's why our understanding and studies from mouse or monkeys or ferrets of the immune system of the kind which Dr. Honjo talked about is useful in our understanding of what humans do. So we have been able to decipher nature's engineering and how nature brought about diversification of life. Now, this understanding came about because we evolved to be able to have language, speech, and the ability to make machines. And this came about, again, by multiple evolutionary accidents. Our ability to oppose thumb and forefinger so that we can pick up objects and make tools. Our ability to have sounds of different frequencies, which can be analyzed in our brain. And the brain itself growing disproportionately to a body size compared to other non-human primates. These evolutionary accidents have transformed us from beings who only survive on this planet, but who have the ability to change on this planet. And that change came about over multiple industrial revolutions, for example, preceded over 10,000 years by the domestication of plants and animals. During this period, humans have moved from being mere survivors on this planet to those, as the philosopher Dan Dennett says, to being those who wield the paintbrush on the canvas of this planet. And we have transformed the planet not only by understanding nature's engineering in every aspect, but by becoming engineers of nature. In the context, therefore, today of the forces of climate change, global warming, environmental impact, loss of biodiversity, science and technology has got a very important role to play as global stewards. And their cooperation between countries such as India and Japan need to scale up to take on big missions and big challenges based on the strong foundations of what we already have. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for the enlightening speech. May I invite Dr. Hari Krishna Verma, Head BMT Wing, Sree Chitra Tirunal Institute for Medical Sciences and Technology, Trivandrum, for the concluding remarks. Dr. Verma is specialized in bioceramic materials for hard tissue prosthetic applications, tissue engineering, biomimetic chemistry, pulsed laser deposition of bioactive coatings. He has to his credit several patents and publications and commercialized several technologies. His current interests include porous ceramic substrates for treatment of refractory osteomyelitis, osteonecrosis, and fillers for drug delivery. We welcome you, sir.
Good afternoon to all. Konnichiwa. I deem it a great honor and privilege to propose the concluding remarks on this memorable occasion. First and foremost, I would like to express our sincere thanks and appreciation to Professor Hunjasan and Professor K. Vijayaraghavan for such an inspiration and thought-provoking speeches they made and sharing their valuable insights. As we know, cancer cells kills millions of people every year and is one of the humanity's greatest health challenges. Professor Tasuku Honjo and James Anderson have established a new principle of cancer therapy by stimulating the inherent ability of our human immune system to attack tumor cells. Tasuku Honjo awarded Nobel Prize in Physiology and Medicine in 2018 for the discovery of cancer therapy by inhibition of negative immune regulation. Therapies based on the discovery proved to be strikingly effective to fight against cancer. Today, we have seen how he explained very simply how the T cell numbers are reducing in the elderly, and how we attack such basic research and how we logically thinking the challenges inside and improve the cancer immune therapy, especially in the aged people. Today, I am also really honored to thank yet another eminent personality, Professor K. Vijayaraghavan, for his innovating and inspiring words. I do believe the words that Professor Vijayaraghavan has paved way for the understand different aspects of science and technology in the current scenario, especially with respect to the application of artificial intelligence and the data handling. So in one side, as he has correctly explained, we are really started using this importance as well as the application of this new area of research, especially in the case of image recognition, and we are seeing cars without driver, etc. But at the same time, he has correctly pointed out how we are just not the survivors of the news, but we can also, as a facilitator for the survival of the whole universe, using this understanding and analyzing the large data for the grave problems like climate changes, global warming, etc., etc. Today also, we have seen from the listen from the eminent people about the importance of collaborative research, especially with India and Japan, and the co-innovation and co-creation of and finally, ultimately, these challenges to make into the reality by making products which we can test in our society as well as in the fight against the real problems we face, especially for India, with respect to need of large number of these technological challenges especially in the current COVID scenario. So I take this opportunity to thank everybody for this inspiring talk, and especially I am really happy to see that a large number of school students are also seen and listened to the great talk. I don't know how much they have, where their teachers may be helping them to understand some of these very, very interesting as well as challenging problems. And they'll be their first primary approach to approaching the challenges of science and technology. And they will also become real important people in the coming days. And this is the opportunity. And I thank the whole organizers for making such a very wonderful opportunity for these people and to think science for the betterment of society and human being. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. We have come to the end of the inaugural function. Dr. Usha Dikshit, Counselor, Science and Technology, Embassy of India, Tokyo, will propose the vote of thanks. Dr. Dikshit has experience of over 17 years at Department of Science and Technology in development and management of new scientific programs for promoting young scientists and gender equality. She coordinated programs on technology incubation, innovation, entrepreneurship, and public-private partnership for R&D. We invite you, ma'am, to propose the vote of thanks.
Thank you. Konbanwa and good evening to all. This brings us to the end of a very interesting session, and I consider it a great privilege to propose a vote of thanks to all the dignitaries who have made it convenient to attend the first India-Japan Nobel Laureate S&T seminar series, which is being organized in association with Department of Science and Technology, India, and Japan Society for the Promotion of Science, Japan, and coordinated by Indian JSPS Alumni Association and Sree Chitra Tirunal Institute for Medical Sciences and Technologies from India. We have just listened to the powerful and thought-provoking lectures by our eminent guests, Nobel Laureate Professor Tasuku Honjo and Professor K. Vijayaraghavan, Principal Scientific Advisor to the Government of India. An internationally renowned physician, scientist, and immunologist, Professor Honjo has spoken extensively about future perspective of cancer immunotherapy and his achievement on identifying programmed cell death protein 1 as an inducible gene on activated T lymphocytes. And this discovery significantly contributed to the establishment of cancer immunotherapy principle by PD-1 blockade that led to studies towards identification of the clinical efficacy of PD-1 blockade against a wide spectrum of solid and hematological malignancies, opening the door to a strategy for the treatment of cancers and transforming the practice of medical oncology. Sensei, we greatly value your contribution and express our profound thanks to you for sharing your finding with us on a topic of such contemporary relevance and inspiring us today. Also, I express my sincere gratitude to Professor K. Vijayaraghavan, Principal Scientific Advisor to the Government of India, for his kind presence and very inspiring keynote address on the future aspects of next generation technologies such as AI, machine learning, deep learning, and associated challenges, including the challenges in the area of biodiversity. It has been our fortune to find distinguished presence of an extremely busy person in most of our endeavors to improve state of affairs in India's science and technology. I'm sure all present here will have a lot to take away from his speech. We are all inspired by your great words, sir. As we are aware that our knowledge of cancer has greatly improved in the last 2 decades. And next generation targeted therapies such as personalized vaccines, cell therapies, gene editing using DNA cages holding medications, excuse me, AI-based logarithms to match genetic mutations and microbiome treatments have already gained momentum in the past couple of years due to strong academic and research infrastructures and are now offering long-term solutions to cure cancer and various other complicated diseases. And to ensure greater access to the potential, it is critical that the clinical trial system is strengthened. Also, to achieve zero cancer deaths and a healthy, long-lived society, it is important to develop innovative cancer treatments that are cost-effective and more affordable. Also, compiling genetic database for autoimmune and autoinflammatory diseases will allow experts to more deeply understand various immune disorders, including the infectious diseases like COVID-19. Today's interaction offers various opportunities to scientists and researchers from industry, government, and universities from both countries to work together in the latest leading edge systems, research and development, technology transfer, as well as in the education and training. On behalf of Embassy of India and Department of Science and Technology, I extend a very hearty vote of thanks to our honorable delegates and speakers who have blessed us with their presence and not only took out valuable time of their busy schedule for this event, but have enlightened us with their graceful opinions today. Further, a big thanks to all the respected representatives from the government of Japan and India who have blessed us with their presence. Also, I would like to express deep appreciation for the overwhelming response to attend this event. My heartfelt thanks to our students, faculties, scientists from both India and Japan for their active participation. We greatly value your presence today. Well, an event like this cannot happen overnight. We have been fortunate enough to be backed by a team of very motivated and dedicated staff who know their job well, who contributed to organizing this event. Our special thanks to Professor Shakti, Chairman of Indian JSPS Alumni Association, who has been the most indispensable person in the organization of this event, and Director Professor Ajit Kumar and his team at Sree Chitra Tirunal Institute for Medical Sciences and Technology for extensive cooperation to arrange this important two-day event in this short span of time. I really believe that with such a strong interactions, we will be able to support the common effort to source, co-create, and co-design intelligent solutions for our society. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, I want to thank you all for being with us today. It has been a great pleasure. Stay safe and take care. Thank you very much. Arigato gozaimasu.
Thank you, ma'am. The inaugural session has come to an end. Thank you. Arigato gozaimasu. The plenary lectures will commence after a short break. We shall reconvene at 12:45 p.m. sharp for the plenary lectures. Thank you.
Welcome back to Nobel Laureate Science and Technology Seminar Series, 11th India-Japan Science and Technology Seminar, commemorating 70th anniversary of India-Japan diplomatic relations and 75th anniversary of Indian independence, Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, sponsored by Japan Society for the Promotion of Science, JSPS Japan, Department of Science and Technology, Government of India, supported by Embassy of India, Tokyo, Japan, organized jointly by Indian JSPS Alumni Association and Sree Chitra Tirunal Institute for Medical Sciences and Technology. We hope you all got some good refreshment meanwhile. Let's begin the first session of plenary lectures. This session is jointly chaired by Dr. Praveen D. Kunte, Senior Scientist, National Institute of Oceanography, Goa, Vice Chairman, Indian JSPS Alumni Association, and Dr. Diganta Sharma, Professor, Department of Chemistry, Dibrugarh University, Convener and Chairman of IJAA East Chapter. We welcome you both to the session. We will introduce the speakers and the chair can coordinate the proceedings. Attendees may please quote your queries in the chat box during the course of the lecture. The first lecture of the series is by Professor Manoj Kumar Thar. Professor Manoj Kumar Thar is currently the Vice Chancellor, University of Jammu. He is the founder director of School of Biotechnology, University of Jammu. Professor Thar was awarded with many prestigious national and international awards and fellowships. He is the recipient of Professor Hira Lal Chakrabarti Award of Indian Science Congress Association. His recent work on rare genetic diseases in populations of Jammu and Kashmir has been highly acclaimed. We request the chair to invite the speaker. Let me please invite Professor Manoj Kumar Thar to give his lecture.
Okay. Good afternoon. Am I audible, please?
Yes, sir. You're audible, sir.
Okay. So Professor K. Vijay Raghavan, Honorable Principal Scientific Advisor, Government of India. Professor Tasuku Honjo, Nobel Laureate 2018, and Distinguished Chairman, Co-Chairman, and all the distinguished speakers and participants of this seminar from both India as well as Japan. And Dr. Professor D. Shakti Kumar, Chairman, Indian JSPS Alumni Association, Dr. Hari Krishna Verma, Dr. P.V. Mohanan, General Secretary, Indian JSPS Alumni Associate, and all the distinguished colleagues and students and scholars who are here on this platform. It's a matter of great honor for me to have been invited to share our work in the Nobel Laureate S&T seminar series. I'm grateful to the organizers for giving me this opportunity. This event holds great significance as it is being held to commemorate 75th anniversary of Indian independence under Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav and 70th anniversary of India-Japan diplomatic relations. Let me share my slides.
One second, sir. Try now, sir.
Can I share my slides now?
Yes.
Yeah, but it's not allowing me to.
Is that share button active, sir? That share button is active, sir, now?
Yeah, no, it's not there. Actually, it is there, but it's not showing it's saying grant access in system preferences.
Okay. Sir, I just close that window. I will just try again. 1 second.
Okay.
Please try now, sir.
No, it's the same issue.
Okay, sir. Please try, sir.
No, it's the same problem actually.
Yeah, 1 second, sir. Please try now, sir.
No. I think I will disconnect and then reconnect again.
Okay, sir.
We apologize for the delay. Kindly wait till we rectify the technical glitch.
Please try, sir. Yes. Okay, sir.
Is it visible?
Yeah, you can put in slideshow.
Yes, sir, the slide is visible.
Okay. So I'll repeat once again. It's a matter of great honor for me to be here this afternoon, and I will right away start. I come from the University of Jammu, which has been established in the year 1969. It is a NAAC accredited A+ university, and we have been categorized as Category 1 by the Department of Education, Government of India. Ours is a multi-faculty affiliating university, and we have 7 off-site campuses. Just to give you a glimpse of our green campus, this is the beautiful green campus of University of Jammu. And this is the School of Biotechnology where I work and have conducted most of the research which I am going to present today. Now, the title of my talk today is Underpinning Molecular Etiology of Rare Genetic Diseases in Unexplored Regions of Jammu and Kashmir, India. As I already said, I come from University of Jammu and I work in Genome Research Laboratory and Institute of Human Genetics, University of Jammu. Now, what are rare diseases? Rare diseases are progressive, chronically debilitating, and or life-threatening heterogeneous clinical conditions that affect a limited fraction of individuals from the general population in comparison to the other prevalent diseases. What is perhaps something which needs to be underlined here is that these kind of diseases are present or they affect a limited fraction of individuals. Now, rare diseases are considered as unviable market for therapeutics due to lack of appropriate incentives and support, and there is less attention towards their full investigation and appropriate management by professionals. Perhaps that is the reason, and one of the main things which I wish to highlight today is that are these really rare ones, or should these be left out because they are rare, so we need not to draw attention to that. But I think at the end of the lecture you will realize that with more than 7,000 rare diseases which are collectively affecting more than 300 million people worldwide, so should these be called as rare diseases, or shouldn't we turn our floodlights to these diseases? Now, why study rare diseases? As I said, to say that rare is not so rare. Rare diseases provide unique opportunity for unraveling fundamental and novel biological phenomena. A single and rare genetic mutation is sufficient and necessary to begin disentangling the complex biological processes. As you would see that as early as 1647, Harvey had said, we can do discovery of usual laws of nature by careful investigation of cases of rarer forms of disease. And this statement was affirmed by Archibald Garrod, the father of medical genetics, in 1928. And I quote, "The study of nature's experiments is of special value, and many lessons which are rare melodies can teach could hardly be learned in other ways." So this great realization which came hundreds of years back and was reaffirmed in the last century. Rare genetic diseases are caused by function-altering variation or variations in a single gene, and hence are referred to as single gene disorders or monogenic disorders. There is no single universal definition for prevalence of known rare diseases. The base prevalence rate of RDs set by WHO is 1 in 2,000 people. And the next slide will tell you that this definition will vary from country to country. Different nations have own definitions for prevalence of RDs based on the prevalence of a disease in their own population, status of healthcare system, and availability of resources. In European Union, genetic disorder is considered rare only if it affects 5 or less number per 10,000 cases. In USA, 7 or less per 10,000 individuals are considered rare. These numbers translate to nearly 30 million Europeans and 25 million North Americans affected by any of the known rare diseases. The incidence rate is estimated to be less than or almost 2.5 cases in 10,000 and 1 in 10,000 individuals for Japan and Australia respectively. Organization for Rare Diseases in India, ORDI, has suggested a threshold for defining a disease as rare if it afflicts 1 in 5,000 individuals in India. Now, let us look at the severity of the problem. About 7,000 distinct rare diseases have been identified and new ones are being added. Majority of these rare diseases, more than 80% of them, have a genetic origin. For others, the causes are still not known. Wide variability in severity and expression of distinct RDs has been observed in populations. Many of these rare diseases are congenital on onset and continue to exist with poor prognosis. That means lifelong disability and or early death over the lifetime of the afflicted individual. In some, symptoms of the disease may appear later in life, thus presenting difficulties in their diagnosis. As per an estimate, more than 50% of reported rare diseases occur in children. 30% of RD patients die during infancy, that is before the age of 5, and 12% of them die between 5 and 15 years of age. This is just to tell you that how huge this problem is. And if you look to the health burden, despite low prevalence, their cumulative health burden on the public health is huge. Although altogether, these, if you cumulatively see them, altogether they affect estimated 350 million individuals across the globe, which translates to about 10% of global population. About 80% of them are cumulatively affected by merely less than 100 known RDs. That means some of the rare diseases are more common than others. And as per an estimate, every year, 160,000 children are born with birth defects in India, which account for the largest number of affected children globally. Figures for their global prevalence are alarming. As you can see, they affect more individuals than those suffering with common diseases. Yet, these are called as rare diseases. Now, if you look to the background, as I said, these rare diseases are rapidly growing. So there's a rapidly growing burden of rare genetic diseases in India. And the issue is that there is lack of availability of appropriate genetic diagnostics data. Now, what is the need? The need is that we need to have, it's important for us to understand the genetic basis of rare diseases, and we need to map the loci or the locus causing the disease. Knowledge of correct genetic cause facilitates confirmed diagnosis of rare diseases. Many of them are suffering, many individuals are suffering, yet we have not identified what kind of problem they have. So knowledge of correct genetic cause facilitates confirmed diagnosis of rare diseases. It improves the disease management, including targeted treatments, because unless and until you know where is the problem, you can't have a treatment for that. And there can be several options which can become available once these confirmed cases are there, which will include prenatal diagnosis, predictive genetic diagnosis, and timely genetic counseling for families. In the recent years, advent of next generation sequencing has helped to overcome traditional gene discovery related issues. And by the usage of next generation sequencing, it has entirely changed the scenario of research on rare genetic diseases. In India, lack of correct epidemiological data has actually hampered research on rare diseases, and we don't have a proper classification or coding of rare diseases. Thus, in our case, most of the rare diseases are undiagnosed, and even if some of them are diagnosed, molecular etiology is not known. Now, if you see the challenges which are faced, the first, they are not in terms of sequence, yet I will tell you that establishing a precise diagnosis is something which is very, very important. Then access to healthcare services, access to disease specific interventions, then lack of specialized clinical personnel, lack of ample resources for research and development, and lack of specific infrastructure. These are the challenges which we are facing so far as the research is concerned, research on the rare disease is concerned. But in the central theme, the central, I would say, the focus are the challenges which are faced by patients and their families, because they suffer a lot in terms of all these problems, because they don't have access to the healthcare services. We don't have the specialized clinical personnel who would actually diagnose these kind of problems genetically and so on. We do have them, but they are quite insufficient, I would say, and they may be located only in the cities or areas which are inaccessible for these poor people who suffer because of these problems. Now, if we see if we try to understand the clinical challenges, as I said, lack of clinicians or experts having a sound knowledge and experience in clinical genetics. We need those, and being rare in rare diseases, clinician patient encounters are less, and this leads to knowledge gap because the patient doesn't reach actually the proper person. Now, another clinical challenge is that no diagnosis or misdiagnosis results in no or lack of reliable patient registries. This is another very big issue, that we don't have the reliable patient registries, hence lack of accurate epidemiological data on RDs. Now, epidemiology of only 29% of more than 7,000 rare diseases has been reported. So you can see the kind of knowledge gap we have. Knowledge gap also due to insufficient clinical information on the underpinning cause, pathophysiology, and natural course of most of the rare diseases. And the big issue, I would say, is the clinical heterogeneity. It results in many subtypes leading to different clinical manifestations, and course plus lack of relevant clinical information makes diagnosis of rare diseases difficult. And as I said earlier, there are several problems which the patient has to face, and his families or her families. They face huge socio-economic burden due to social isolation, difficulty in accessing appropriate healthcare services, delay in diagnosis, and uncertainty about their future and financial hardships. There is substantial reduction in quality of life and life expectancy. Patients and families have to experience social stigma in the form of social isolation and overall discrimination. And the patients and their families struggle to find specialized clinicians having sound knowledge and experience in clinical genetics, especially in hinterlands. So they suffer throughout their life. Now, what are the methodologies available for studying molecular etiology? Detection, traditionally, that is how it has been done, but still many people follow these. Detection of pathognomonic phenotypic changes. We always try to correlate the disease and phenotype. That is the traditional way as it is done. Then biochemical analysis of known disease biomarkers. There are several methods which are available through newborn disease screening methods. Hematological evaluation, metabolic testing, and radiographic examinations. These are some of the methodologies which help in understanding the etiology. Now, let us see what all we have at the moment available so far as underpinning of genetic reasons are concerned. Now, genetic screening, as it would be called, it's based on linkage and association based genetic epidemiological studies, which have been done since quite some time now. And second is twin or family based linkage studies. We always try to do such kind of association based studies to identify the genetic reasons. Then in the recent years, population-based genome-wide association studies, GWAS, or as the recent techniques, and there are few more techniques which have come up in the recent years, especially the next generation DNA sequencing or NGS technologies. Now, next generation sequencing, in general, most of the RDs are undiagnosed. And as I said, even if diagnosed, molecular etiology is not known. Due to next-gen sequencing, there has been paradigm shift in clinical genetics because it has led to now it has become relatively easier that we are able to discover the underpinning genetic causes, and the cost is much less. There is precise delineation for many uncharacterized RDs. Now, enhanced understanding of etiology of rare Mendelian disorders through discovery of new disease-associated genes and novel genetic variations has become possible, and it has led to development of disease-specific diagnostic procedures and therapeutics. As I said, the whole genome sequencing and the exome sequencing has also become available, and it has the whole exome sequencing has actually been an amazing technological advancement. It has aided in discovery of hundreds of distinct novel disease-associated genes. It has enhanced our understanding of the structure and function of human genome and understanding molecular pathways underpinning human development and disease biology. Now let us come to the population architecture of India. As you know, India is world's second most populous country, and we have 1/6 of the human population, global human population. And during the prehistoric and historic in times, India has been a major corridor for different migratory waves of anatomically modern humans. And you will see that what it has led to is an admixture of genetic diversity here. We have these migratory events have significantly contributed to high heterogenic population stratification in population groups in terms of their religious, socio-cultural, linguistic, and racial backgrounds. And in the evolutionary context, if we see the population diversity in India, it is the result of admixture of multiple migratory populations and invaders. Now, this is a data taken from Indian Genome Variation Initiative. Now, if you see in linguistic terms, we have Indo-European, Dravidian, Tibeto-Burman, and Austro-Asiatic groups. And in terms of the other, say, morphological terms, we can say that current Indian population, we have 4 ethno-racial groups: Caucasoids, Proto-Australoids, Mongoloids, and Negritos, and stratified into more than 4,000 anthropologically distinct population groups having their individual linguistic profiles. And if we see the reconstruction right from 5,000 years till the present, you will see that in a genome-wide survey, 25 diverse groups were analyzed, and Indian population was divided into ancestral North Indians and ancestral South Indians. And Indian population today, that's about 1.3 billion people. It comprises 4,693 communities with several thousands of endogamous groups, 325 languages and 25 scripts. You can see it here in the figure how beautifully it has been demonstrated. The present population would be an admixture of many other groups. So India is the unique hotspot of genetic disorders. As I have already said, Indian population is an agglomeration of several thousands of separate endogamous groups, more than 50,000 of them. They reside in topographically alienated pockets, many of which have existence for at least 100 generations. And these groups represent distinct conservative breeding pools. And in some of the cases, consanguinity is also practiced as a custom, and it ranges between 20 to 30%. Of the 350 million global estimates of rare disease patients, India alone is a home to 70 million, that is equating to 1 in 20 patients with any of the known progressive, life-threatening, and chronically debilitating rare health anomalies. Now, if you see therefore, the cumulative burden of rare diseases is quite significant in India in comparison to world average. These are some of the data has been taken from the Sivasubbu and Scaria's paper in Human Genomics, and wherein you can see the rare diseases, hemophilia A, B, sickle cell anemia, beta thalassemia, Parkinson's disease, epilepsy, and so on. And on the other side, you can see the global prevalence and in terms of Indian, all across India, these problems are there. The prevalence has also been shown. So this tells you that this is a huge problem. Now the bottlenecks, as I have already said, that we don't have the reliable qualitative data, and there are less number of medical personnel which will handle this kind of a problem. There are some organizations in India, I have only named few, but the most prominent genomics for understanding rare diseases, India Alliance Network, Guardian, which is doing wonderful work in this area. Now coming to Jammu and Kashmir, and it includes it's actually the erstwhile Jammu and Kashmir state, because now it has been bifurcated into 2 union territories, but for the sake of presentation here, I have included Ladakh also in J&K. So in terms of, this is the area of Jammu and Kashmir, it is located in rough mountainous terrains of Himalayas. It is inhabited by heterogeneous and highly endogamous population groups having different ethnic backgrounds that reside as varying clusters, small to large, in several regions of J&K. On the right, you can see as per Census of India, the various religious groups which are existing in Jammu and Kashmir. Now, if you see the ethnic groups, we have several ethnic groups in Jammu and Kashmir and Ladakh: Arghans, Bakarwals, Baltis, Gujars, Harijans, Kashmiris, Khatris, Ladakhis, Dogras, and so on. And in terms of religious groups, we have Hindus, Muslims, Buddhists, Sikhs, Jains, Christians, and others. And in terms of language groups, there are Indo-European, Tibeto-Burman in Ladakh, Indo-Aryan, they have dialects of Dardik in Kashmir. So you can see the diversity in fact, in everything in terms of ethnic groups, religious groups, and language groups. Again, as I said, J&K is unique. Various prehistoric and historic migrations to Indian subcontinent have passed through J&K, and Jammu and Kashmir has diverse conglomeration of various inbred population groups. Several endogamous groups exist. Unfortunately, less genetic-based research has potentially contributed to ignorance of a large number of hereditary diseases. And now what is required is the advanced high-throughput genomics-based approaches. These are some of the cases of genetic disorders which have been reported from J&K. It's a report of 2010. Many more must have been added by now: Down syndromes, delayed milestones, Turner syndrome, Klinefelter syndromes, Patau syndrome, and so on. And here I would like to say that in our laboratory, we have been following together with the collaborators from Sri Mata Vaishno Devi University, Dr. Savarkar Sharma's group. We have been trying to understand these rare genetic diseases, and what we have followed is a bottom-up approach. That is, we start with the pedigree or the family history, then collection of clinical information and evaluation, recruitment of subjects and collection of samples or relevant tissues, followed by extraction of DNA and RNA, then quality check of extracted samples, direct PCR Sanger sequencing or whole genome sequencing or whole exome sequencing, then analysis of raw sequencing data, correlation of obtained results with the inheritance pattern of suspected disorder in the recruited family. Finally, that we come to the establishment of diagnosis, and then the disease biology we try to understand. I would like to mention here that in this whole group, we have the clinicians also participating. So we are taking both the phenotypic and genotypic data in order to reach the diagnosis and also the understanding the disease biology. Now I'll give you 3 examples of where we have been doing or we have been working. One is the village of silence. This is the Kai village of Balesa in Doda area has been reported to have high incidence of hearing loss. Out of 2,500 individuals, over 95 members are deaf and mute. At least there is one member in each family who can neither hear or is mute. Now, there are reports of increase in the number of affected individuals in the region during the past decades. And as I said, it's a village which is located in a very remote area and is characterized by very tough terrain in the Himalayan mountains. There, it lacks facilities of healthcare, education, electricity, and transportation. It is connected to mainland through a footbridge. Now, some of the individuals have been found to be iodine and salt deficient, and due to prolonged endogamous practices among this community, the clinical condition, as we thought earlier and now we have proved it also, must have genetic origin and thus attained a relatively high incidence in the village. Second is the Arai village in Poonch. A mysterious skeletal disease is highly prevalent in Arai, a cluster of 3 villages. And the symptoms of the disease usually appear between 4 and 8 years of age. The affected individuals develop enlarged joints that look knobby in appearance. There is pain in joints, gait disturbance, abnormal posture, and short stature. More than 100 individuals over 2 extended families in village have been rendered crippled for their life with this disease. It also lacks basic facilities. Our recent extensive genetic studies characterize the disorder as progressive pseudo-rheumatoid dysplasia, an autosomal recessive genetic disease with variants in gene WISP3 as the cause. Now, this picture gives you an idea about the terrain and the areas where we are actually conducting our studies. They are very tough areas where one has to walk for several hours and in certain cases for days together to reach the families. And here is the team led by Dr. Savarkar, which has been visiting these areas. Now, Adai village in Poonch, as I said, it has using WAS, we identified a rare skeletal disorder, progressive pseudo-rheumatoid dysplasia, and it has PPD has prevalence of 1 in million individuals in UK, but has attained a higher prevalence in Adai village up to 1,000 times due to consanguineous marital practices. This report was first published in Scientific Reports, wherein it was considered to be a mysterious crippling disease, which we established to be the pseudo-rheumatoid dysplasia. Now, these are some of the pictures wherein fused cervical vertebrae, narrowing of intervertebral disc spaces, and spinal abnormalities, including pain and other problems, were shown. And this is the pedigree analysis wherein we have been able to trace the mutations which have been caused in this gene. Now, third example is of deaf and mute in Pralkot. Again, it's a remote village. 80% of population is reported to be deaf and mute. The village is near the line of control and lacks facilities of healthcare and transportation. and majority of people are poor and are laborers. There's a lot of superstition actually involved there because of lack of education and other things. But then the villagers marry their close relatives owing to their endogamous background. There could be a likely genetic cause, and now it has been established, but the public we are yet to communicate the findings to the press. There are several case reports on rare diseases which we have identified, but they are just the reports and not much has been done. And our group is now trying to see that some of these issues, some of these diseases could be taken up, like Ellis Van Creveld syndrome, Fabry's disease, Farr's disease, and many other problems which are there. But again, since they are just the case reports and we need to investigate them further, so we are trying to take up these. For example, these are the problems which we have started working on: Haller-Gordon-Sparks family, neurofibromatosis family, PKD family, and Joubert syndrome family, and so on. This is again unpublished data where the work is going on, and shortly we are going to communicate these to the press. Now, this is another report which we made in PANK2 gene causing pantothenate kinase associated neurodegeneration in family from Jammu and Kashmir, again in scientific reports, and we identified an autosomal recessive variant located in exon 3 of PANK2 gene family in a clinically suspected familial case of neurodegenerative disorder. Again, we showed with the comparative molecular dynamic studies of wild type and variant protein models that reported variation has rendered rigidity to other highly dynamic protein structure, which has led to this particular problem. So these are the other slides showing the studies which we have been conducting systematically in order to understand the problems, the PAN-CAN problem, especially by doing the MRIs and other technologies which have been used, pedigree analysis. We are trying to combine the traditional as well as the modern techniques in order to reach to the issue, in order to identify the issues in the genes or genetic causes of these problems. Now you can here see we have been able to compare the exon sequences, doing exon sequencing and trying to understand the differences or the problems, mutations. This is another atypical case of Leigh syndrome, which Dr. Savarkar's group has been able to identify, and using various MRIs and other genetic techniques, we have been able to identify the cause for this particular disease. Same here also, this whole mitochondrial genome sequencing has been done in order to understand that the problems, or in order to identify the mutations in the genes. Then this is the recent one. Again, this story is now complete. This is the neurofibromatosis type 1, also known as von Recklinghausen disease, is an autosomal dominant genetic disorders with following clinical features: 6 or more cafe au lait spots measuring greater than 5 millimeter in diameter in pre-pubertal individuals and greater than 15 millimeter in diameter in post-pubertal individuals. These are some of the clinical features of NF1, and this is the study where it has been with the next generation sequencing, we have been able to identify the variant in exon 18 of NF1 gene. And this is the pedigree analysis of NF1 family, and we have placed the Sanger sequencing data as well, so as to make it we understand where the problem is. Now, this is another study which is being conducted, that is of idiopathic scoliosis. And these are the X-ray of, and then the screening in various schools of this region, because it affects at a very early stage. And now the data has been collected, and on about 7,000 students, more than 7,000 students, and 46 cases of idiopathic scoliosis have been identified. Now, what is required, basically coming to almost the end, what is required is that, as we have understood, more than 0.7 million individuals from J&K are likely suffering from rare diseases. And we need to focus on centralized patient registry, accurate clinical information, epidemiological data on distinct rare diseases, then awareness among the general population, creation of basic facilities such as tertiary care hospitals, medical personnel, diagnostic facilities, and R&D centers, information on the genetic makeup of J&K population strata and their disease heritage needs to be collected and documented. Genetic assessment of the affected individuals is essential for the development of appropriate therapeutic interventions. And last but not the least, take up genetic counseling and management of the reported genetic diseases. Now, the take-home message would be that understanding population structure is very important so as to figure out the type of diseases expected to be prevalent in the respective group. Using next generation sequencing methodologies, overlapping it with highest possible phenotypic classification, and then revisiting the disorder in details with relevant experts may help in pacing up the identification of rare diseases and gene discoveries in our country, especially in the hinterlands of Jammu and Kashmir and Ladakh, which lack trained manpower and has limited resources. Now, in the end, I would go with a very optimistic slide in showing that how from the understanding of the structure of the genomes to the improving the effectiveness of healthcare, it is possible. It charts a course for genomic medicine from base pairs to bedside. I'm sure that we are presently in this area and this is what is going to be the future. So as you will appreciate that nothing can be done in isolation. It's a teamwork. I would put on record sincere gratitude to the entire team here from University of Jammu, Professor Sanjana Kaul, Dr. Parvinder Kumar from Institute of Human Genetics, our clinicians, Dr. Sushil Razdan, Dr. K.K. Pandita, and I would give a lot of kudos to the team of Dr. Savarkar Sharma and Dr. Ekta Rai from Sri Mata Vaishno Devi University, Katra, and his team of scholars, Dr. Ankit Mahajan, Varun Sharma, Indu Sharma, Iti Sethi, Arshia Angural, and then collaborators and mentors with whom Dr. Sharma is collaborating, Dr. Carol Weiss from US and Dr. Shiro Ikigawa from Japan. And we are extremely thankful to our funding agencies because without that support, without the financial support, it's not possible. I am extremely thankful to Department of Biotechnology, Government of India for the financial support, to our department, ours being the DBT funded department, and in many ways they have been funding our research projects, to SERB, Government of India, DST, Government of India, the Geographic Consortium, NGS USA, National Geographical Society USA, and also the participants and volunteers in our studies. Thank you so much for your patient hearing. Thanks a lot once again, the organizers, for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Thar, for your very insightful talk on rare diseases and their genetic predisposition, especially in the Indian context. Thank you once again. Let us move on to the next lecture for the series. The speaker of the next session is Professor Akisama Fujiwara. Fujiwara Sensei is the chair of Personnel Committee and professor at the Graduate School for International Development and Cooperation of Hiroshima University. He has served as the chair of the International Scientific Committee of Eastern Asia Society for Transportation Studies and an acting member of the Transport Research Board, Association for European Transport, and International Association for Travel Behavior Research. He is also a reviewer for many reputed journals. We request the chairs to invite the speaker.
Hello, can you hear
I
me?
request. Yes, sir.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Please continue, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Let me start. I'm going to share my slide. Sorry. Can you see my screen?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes.
We can see
Thank you very much.
Sensei.
Okay, thank you. Distinguished guests and ladies and gentlemen, it's my great honor and grateful to join such a precious and memorial seminar. My name is Akimasa Fujiwara, the Vice President of Hiroshima University in Japan, and also the Professor of the Graduate School of Advanced Science and Engineering. Although I'm now taking charge of the ILDP, International Linkage Degree Program between India and Japan. On behalf of Hiroshima University, I'm going to briefly introduce our current research and education activity today. Hiroshima University is located in the peace city of Hiroshima, which is the first city in the world to be the target of the atomic bomb. The main campus in Higashi Hiroshima City has a second largest campus scale in Japan. The university is a national university originally established in 1874. It now has 15,584 students, including the 1,600 international students and 1,872 faculty members. We have the 12 undergraduate schools and 4 graduate schools. In 2019, we integrated 12 graduate schools into 4 graduate schools to promote the interdisciplinary and transdisciplinary research and education. Under 381 inter-university exchange agreement, we actively exchange the students and researchers with university abroad. One of the most active and collaborative country is India. Based on its founding principle, which is a single unified university, free and pursuing peace, and its 5 guiding principles, Hiroshima University fulfilled its role as a national university. In particular, the founding principle is quite unique in regards of the history of Hiroshima City. This is the latest statistics of Hiroshima University. The QS world ranking in 2022 is 343rd. That is far from the satisfied with this outcome. However, we are very much proud that Hiroshima University holds the top spot among Japanese university in the Times Higher Education's Impact ranking 2021. It also ranks first in Japan for 5 SDG categories. This is because of the output of our long-term vision, which called as the Splendor Plan, created in 2017. It shows our future direction, an open campus with a world-leading environment for research and education, and a worldwide knowledge center for science for sustainable development, and stimulating campus full of the pride and hope, striving for the peaceful, stable, brilliant future society. In fact, our proposed top global university project entitled the Global Campus Expansion and Innovation Initiative was selected by MEX as one of the Japan's top 13 universities in 2014. And our university has been selected to be one of the 22 research institutes to receive the support from MEXT in 2013. Based on this RU program, several creative and innovative research are selected as an incubation center. As of December 2021, 10 incubation centers are working in this university. And the previous 14 incubation centers have successfully been upgraded to the centers of excellence. And besides, one center of excellence has been promoted as Global Level Network Research Centers. This is the list of centers of excellence in Hiroshima University from fiscal year 2014 to 2021. Now let me introduce 5 selected centers of excellence. First center is Research Center of Genome Editing. The project leader, Professor Takashi Yamamoto, and his research group developed a new gene knock-in technology named as pitch systems. The activities of this center are supported by JST, MEXT, and OPERA project program on open innovation platform with enterprise, research institute, and academia. The next is CORE-U, Core of Research for the Energetic Universe towards solving the ultra-high energy phenomena. Professor Yasushi Fukazawa currently leads the center as the principal investigator. The group members has done a stupendous job of the first astronomical observation of light from the gravitational wave events. Next center is Crescent Chirality Research Center. The center led by the Professor Katsuya Inoue aims to gain the uniform understanding and control of all chiral materials and phenomena in nature. About 90% of molecular-based materials, near half of inorganic crystal of the chiral magnet over-reported are grown by the member of these centers. Next is the Center of Photo Drug Delivery Systems, led by Professor Manabu Abe. The center investigates the design, synthesis, and physiological application of TP-responsive molecules for our future science. Next is nurturing the mental wealth center of Kansei Innovation. Kansei is Japanese. The center led by the Professor Yasumasa Okamoto developed the brain emotion interface BEI technology, which is the technology for visualizing, real-time sensing, and creating the user models of Kansei information. Since brain science research measures the perception from negative to positive, the Mazda Automobile Corporation conducts many joint researches with the centers. The last center of excellence is the Research Center for Animal Science. The center aims to develop the advanced animal science and technology to product the livestock with good quality and health. The research activities are supported by Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. The project leader of this center is Professor Masayuki Shimada. Due to the time limitation, I cannot explain all the rest centers of excellence today. Please kindly visit our website in this URL if you like. In addition to those pure and fundamental researches, Hiroshima University conducts various kinds of application and advanced research as well. For example, Hiroshima University declared the carbon neutrality and the Smart Campus 5.0 in January this year, in which the Hiroshima University will achieve the carbon neutrality in using the energy on campus, including the daily commuting of students and staff members by 2030. And Hiroshima University will realize a smart campus through the implementing the Society 5.0 based on 5G network till 2030. This is the specific roadmap toward the goal. Let me allow to introduce my own project, which is autonomous shuttle in campus. Because of transport sector is identified as an important sector to achieve the goal, we are carrying out the experimental basis of autonomous EV shuttle operation in the university campus, collaborating with the public and private sectors. This is an autonomous shuttle. You can find the vehicle, self-driving vehicle. Due to the regulation of Japan, we have to put the drivers on seat, but he does not operate the steering, acceleration, and deceleration. This is a level of autonomous level. Now, I'm going to talk the Hiroshima University and India Academic Network. The university has launched the academic collaboration with Indian universities from 1960s, long time ago. Then after accumulating the effort, it has expanded to 21 MOUs, such as the International Linkage Degree Program, ILDP program, supported by MEX, and also Hiroshima Bio Design, supported by Hiroshima Prefecture, and the Hiroshima Monozukuri Manufacturing Education and Research Center supported by Cabinet Office, Japan. The total number of academic exchanges have increased each year, reaching almost 200 students and 65 researchers from India to Hiroshima University, and also 128 students and 52 faculties from Hiroshima University to India over the past 5 years. In the last September, we successfully held the Hiroshima University and CSIR joint workshop with around 300 participants online. Many lively discussions and debates regarding the future joint research between two institutes were conducted in the list 6 parallel technical sessions. Finally, I'd like to express my heartfelt thanks to many distinguished researchers and excellent students in India for their always collaboration and contributions. I hope to see our relation with more institutes expand in the near future. Thank you very much for your kind attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Sensei, for your informative talk on Hiroshima University and its centers as World Top University in Peace and Sustainable Science. We thank you for your presence today. We will move on to the next lecture for the day. The next speaker of the session is Professor V. Ram Gopal Rao. Professor V. Ram Gopal Rao is the director of the Indian Institute of Technology in Delhi and the first elected chairman for the Indian section of the American Nano Society. He is the recipient of multiple honors, including the Swarna Jayanti Fellowship and Shanti Swarup Bhatnagar Prize. He is a fellow of IEEE, fellow of Indian National Academy of Engineering, Indian Academy of Sciences, National Academy of Sciences, and the Indian National Science Academy. We invite Professor Rao to give the lecture.
Thank you very much. I'm very happy to be here with all of you. And I will talk about some work that I have personally been involved in as a project investigator, explosive detection technologies. But before I go to that, since I'm also representing IIT Delhi, I would like to tell you briefly about IIT Delhi. And IIT Delhi is an institute which is established in 1961. And so we have just celebrated our 60 years. We are one of the institutions of eminence. This is a Government of India scheme through which let me use the, so this is a Government of India scheme through which we have been recognized as an institution of eminence in the first phase, along with two other institutions in India. So we were the first lot of 3 institutions selected as an institution of eminence. IIT Delhi is in South Delhi. We are about 320-acre campus, and it's a self-contained campus. All students, all faculty, everybody stays on the campus. And so we are one of the leading universities in the country. For example, the QS World University, we are ranked at 185, but the QS, we are primarily an engineering and technology institution. For engineering and technology, IIT Delhi has always been ranked around 47, 54 kind of a thing. So as you can see, we are in the world ranked around 54 for engineering and technology subject. We also have multiple centers of excellence. Of course, we have 33 centers, schools and departments. But in addition to that, we also have multiple centers of excellence, which are focusing on a variety of topics which are of interest to the country as well as the world. In terms of total enrolled students, we have as on today 11,654 students, and of which the major chunk are the postgraduate students. In fact, over 60% of our students are postgraduate students. Even if you look at the number of PhD students, so we have right now over 3,000 PhD students on the campus pursuing their PhD at IIT Delhi. And in terms of number of publications too, we are one of the leading players. In fact, QS had ranked us at 39 in the world for our research impact just a couple of years ago. We also do a lot of patenting. IIT Delhi in a typical year files about 150 kind of patents, but unfortunately the COVID has affected us a little bit. But despite COVID, our faculty in 2020, 2021 have filed over 100 patents, and these patents are also getting us some amount of royalty. We are very well known. IIT Delhi particularly is very well known for its startup culture, and we have a very active incubator, the Foundation for Innovation and Technology Transfer. This is the body that takes care of all our incubation activities. So we are that way one of the leading players in the country when it comes to the incubation activities. And IIT Delhi also has quite a bit of collaborations with the Japanese universities. I personally have interacted with the Tokyo Institute of Technology for a long period of time. I have written many papers with the Tokyo Institute of Technology. IIT Delhi has, for example, a very structured and a very active program with Toyo University. And there is a Toyo University Bio-Nano joint program between IIT Delhi and Toyo University. Under this initiative, many faculty members, many PhD students travel between the two places, and between IIT Delhi and Toyo University, we have also written multiple papers and all of that. So having given you that 5 minutes of introduction to what IIT Delhi is and what we have been doing with Tokyo, I should also mention that IIT Delhi is very keen to expand its activities with Japanese universities. For whatever reason it is, we haven't been, it hasn't happened as much as we have with the American universities. There are a large number of collaborations you see between India and America at IIT Delhi, but involving IIT Delhi, but I don't see the same level of traction when it comes to Japanese universities and IIT Delhi. I hope we will invest into this relationship and develop more collaborations between our two universities. In fact, at this point in time, IIT Delhi is also very keen to see if we can even offer a joint PhD program with any of the good Japanese universities. So IIT Delhi has that offer. So if there are universities in Japan interested to collaborate for a joint PhD program, we will be very happy to discuss it. We have a very active joint PhD program with University of Queensland in Australia, where we have close to 100 PhD students now. We also have a very active joint PhD program with NCTU in Taiwan. So these two programs are going very well, and we hope something on similar lines can be done with universities in Japan. Now I come to my own personal work. I would like to talk about the explosive sensing platforms that I have been working on for the past 10 years. This has been one of my areas of research where the goal is to develop the explosive detection technologies, because India, for variety of reasons, as everybody is aware of, suffers from a lot of terrorist kind of activity. And one of the things that the government of India also wants institutions to do is to develop simple, low-cost technologies with which we can protect our people and our institutions. So that is where I have been focusing on. Before I go into, again, my own work, India is primarily focusing on the 5 key technology platforms, and I call them the 5 Ts. And India, as everybody knows, is a global player in the IT sector. In IT, for example, we export as much of IT services as Saudi Arabia exports as its crude oil. So that way, Saudi Arabia 2019 exported 133 billion US dollar crude oil. Indian IT exports match Saudi Arabia's crude oil exports. Even in biotechnology, India is a world player. Even during COVID, one has seen the potential of India in addressing the COVID problems in the world or for the world. In fact, 50% of the global vaccines are manufactured out of India, and every second or fourth generic drug in either US or UK, they are manufactured out of India. So even in the biotechnology, India is a global player. India is also doing very well in the nanotechnology domain. This is my area of research. India currently is ranked 3rd in the world for knowledge generation when it comes to nanotechnology. We come only behind China and US. So India is at the 3rd position when it comes to nano. India has also launched major initiatives on AI ML technologies. We call them the cognitive technologies. Government of India in its budget last year has allocated $1 billion US for AI ML kind of research. At IIT Delhi, we have started a major school now for AI, and there are lots of activities across our institutions on the AI ML related technologies. Finally, the quantum technology. In the quantum technology, again, India has announced a $1 billion initiative for quantum technologies, and India has traditionally enjoyed a very strong basic researchers background, and from basic research to quantum is the gap that we wish to fulfill. There are some top class researchers in the country right now, but we are trying to scale up the quantum technologies to this $1 billion initiative announced by Government of India in its budget speech. Having said that, I work in the nanotechnology area, and I have been trying to use this technology for explosive detection. I mean, since there are many students also attending this this session, so I would like to give a brief about what is nanotechnology. Nanotechnology is all about using nanomaterials which are at the nanoscale dimensions, which are like 10 nanometers, 20 nanometers is what we typically tend to call them as nano. And for example, one of the things that happens when you scale down the material sizes, the diameter of these materials to 10 nanometers, 5 nanometers, is that its surface to volume ratio goes up. It goes as 1 over R. So you have more surface and less volume. That is something that happens when you go to the nanoscale. But it's not just the increased surface area that is important, but also the changes in material properties, which also makes nanotechnology an exciting science. When you go to nano dimensions, 5 to 10 nanometers in terms of particle sizes, these materials tend to exhibit very different material properties. Either it could be in terms of thermal, mechanical, optical, electric, or magnetic kind of properties. Now the idea is to make use of these changes in the material properties and also use the high surface areas and see if we can develop new applications which otherwise are not possible with the conventional materials in their bulk form. And the applications therefore are plenty, and one is talking of course, nanomaterial applications for a variety of sectors like textiles to machine tools to bulletproof vests kind of a thing. Nano electronics, of course, the tunnel transistors, molecular machines and sensors kind of a thing. Nano biotechnology, the targeted drug delivery is one major activity involving nanotechnology where there are many Indian institutions which are doing very well, and a lot of good research is happening right now, which is leading to hospital trials and all of that. And so now one of my areas of nanotechnology involving nanotechnology is in the sensors domain, the Internet of Things as we call it. These are all complete systems, including the sensors, the wireless capabilities, the power source, and everything integrated. The Internet of Things that way is a huge market now. All surveys show that it can be $1 trillion kind of a market in the near future. And there are a lot of interesting activities that one can undertake under the Internet of Things sort of a domain. When you look at identifying the sensors that are required, when we compare humans with the mobile phones, we humans have not only just 5 sensors, but also the 6 sensor, which is proprioception as one calls it, which is sense of the location, like the GPS in a mobile phone. So out of the 6 sensors that we humans use or endowed with, the 4 sensors are already captured in a mobile phone. The 2 sensors which a mobile phone today does not have is one a smell sensor, the other is a taste sensor. And one thing that I have been personally involved in developing for explosive detection is an electronic nose platform, like a sniffer dog would detect presence of explosives by simple smell. Can we develop electronic nose platforms which can also sniff explosives and warn the people, or the security agencies if there is a presence of explosive in the ambient? So idea is to develop an electronic nose kind of a platform. And one of the ways I have been doing it is by developing a cantilever platform. So we make these tiny polymeric piezo-resistive cantilevers, and we coat on the surface of it the receptor molecules. If you want to do any biodetection, you can coat antibodies, but for explosives, you can have receptors here which can selectively bind to the vapors of explosive. So once you have a receptor here, when a target molecule binds to the receptor molecule, there is a deflection that happens because of the surface stress developed. And that surface stress causes a deflection of the cantilever, which you can monitor electrically using the optical kind of means. But we also do that by using the piezoresistors. There is a piezoresistive element which is integrated into the cantilever. So when the surface stress develops, the stress causes a strain. The strain basically is what is detected as a change in resistance. So any deflection here because of the reaction between the target molecule, the receptor, and the target molecule, that reaction is what is measured as an electrical resistance change. So that is the principle of detection that we use with the cantilevers. At IIT, in my group at IIT Bombay and now at IIT Delhi, we have been working on a variety of transduction methods with the polymer cantilevers. So we have done work where we have been able to integrate nano materials into the polymers. We have been able to integrate nano wires between the polymeric layers, and we have also, for example, able to integrate graphene. We are able to use graphene as a strain sensing layer with the polymeric cantilevers, and we have also been able to develop polymeric piezoresistive cantilevers using a variety of newer materials which are very low cost for applications in agriculture or in other areas as well. And so a lot of work we have done involving these transduction methods. One of the interesting things we also did was integrating an entire organic transistor on the surface of a cantilever, and that way when the cantilever bends because of a surface chemical reaction, the bending is what we can detect as a change in the transistor properties. So we are able to amplify the signals by integrating a transistor on the surface of a cantilever. We call it a cantiFET platform, and we have done a lot of interesting work around these cantiFET kind of platforms. And using many of these techniques, we have shown the world record in terms of sensitivity, the deflection sensitivity. For a nanometer of deflection of the cantilever because of a surface chemical reaction, the change in the resistance delta R can be anywhere in the range of 128 ppm. This is a 128 ppm change in the delta R value for a nanometer of deflection, which is indeed the highest value ever reported in the literature, and that particular value we have been able to achieve by using a variety of newer transduction technologies and all that. And we also, once the cantilever bends, when the delta R value changes in the piezoresistor, the delta R change, we have also built very sensitive electronics to capture the delta R. So that way we also can know how much is the change in delta R value when there is a surface chemical reaction that causes this deflection. We have also been able to integrate all of this into a package chip. So that way we have a very sensitive cantilever platform for doing all of this kind of a sensing. Now I talk about the electronic nose platform for explosive detection. The explosives are basically the primarily three explosives which we started working on, the TDNT, RDX and PETN, which are very powerful and potent kind of explosive materials, and this is how they look like. The biggest challenge of detecting them is their extreme low vapor pressures. So there is hardly any vapor that comes out of these materials when you are trying to detect them using an electronic nose kind of a platform. That is where the platform sensitivity becomes a very critical and a deciding feature. And so we start with these cantilevers, which are all piezoresistive. We coat on the surface of these cantilevers a variety of molecules. And for example, one of the things which we did was use of calixarenes as the sensing molecule, and then we coat it on the cantilever surface. So when explosive molecules bind selectively to the surface coated, the cantilevers coated with these molecules that are the receptor molecules here, the reaction is what we sense as an electrical kind of a signal. And so we also use multiple cantilevers. Instead of using one cantilever and one receptor, we use multiple cantilevers with multiple receptors, and that way you can do a complete electronic nose kind of an application. But since when you have multiple cantilevers coated with different target molecules, when an explosive comes and binds to the different cantilevers, each cantilever will respond differently. Because they have different coatings now, they respond differently. The differences in the response is what we pre-record, and that is the pattern. So once we record all these patterns to different explosive molecules, in the field you do a pattern matching, and then you know that if the response corresponds to what the system is trained for, then you know that that particular molecule can be detected using the cantilever. So there is a learning mode. In the learning mode, we develop this electronic nose. We expose the platform to multiple analytes from all kinds of smells, and then we record the patterns that are arising out of this exposure, and then we do a pattern matching in the field whenever the testing needs to be done. And so we follow a very complex pattern recognition algorithms, digital pattern recognition as well as analog pattern recognition and a lot of algorithms we have been able to develop. Some of this work we have recently published in IEEE Sensor Journal, hybrid pattern recognition for rapid explosive sensing with comprehensive analysis. So a lot of a lot of pattern recognition technologies go into the accurate detection of explosives. This is how the platform currently looks like. We call it the XSNIF platform. So that it takes in the air, looks for the presence of explosive molecules, and when it detects any explosive, and it keeps checking the patterns arising out of the sensor array to the patterns which are already stored in the memory, and whenever the pattern matching happens, then we know that this particular explosive corresponds to this particular thing which has been already stored. So the training the system becomes very important for all of these applications. So this is how we expect this technology to be used, and this has currently about 85% kind of an accuracy. Another thing which we have also done is use of a NEMS platform, and in fact, as part of our work, we have been working with the pre-concentrators because explosives have a very low vapor pressure. You cannot really detect anything very accurately because of their extreme low vapor pressures. So what we currently do is we pre-concentrate the vapors. We have these micro heaters. On top of these micro heaters, we grow this dense forest of nanowires. So on top of these micro heaters, you have this dense forest of nanowires. So all the explosive molecules over a period of time get accumulated onto the pre-concentrator, and then because it's on a micro heater, by rapidly heating it, we can release the explosive molecules. So instead of each molecule arriving at a time, all these molecules initially pre-absorb, and then we release all of them at one go. So that way, with the help of a pre-concentrator, we can increase the sensitivity of these materials, and using these kind of principles, we have been able to detect develop a NEMS-based pre-concentrator, a NEMS-based explosive detector. In this particular case, the principle of detection is very simple. So you have a sort of a micro heater, and so this is a sort of a switch here between, there are two plates here, and on the top surface, you have all the explosives getting absorbed, and then you apply a potential between the two plates, and because of the explosives getting absorbed, the stress is developed because of the chemical reaction on the surface. A stress is developed between the two plates, and when the plates come closer, a sudden rush of current happens. That sudden rush of current is what causes a deflagration, a kind of a mini explosion. So what we basically do is we collect these samples on a surface, 20 nanograms of these molecules, and we actually cause a nano explosion. When the nano explosion occurs, then a release stress is nano explosion occurs, then an energy is released. The energy is what we detect as a signal for the explosives, and so this method we do it, and so this works very well. And in fact, on this switch, when an explosion occurs, when that nano explosion occurs, the switch actually breaks down because explosives are very high energy molecules. Even a few milligrams of explosives can damage the entire switch. So using this principle, we have this work is published in one of the journals in JSPS, and using this principle, we have been able to develop a prototype for explosive detection, a complete product now, and this product has been launched. We call it Nano Sniffer. You can go to the Google and you can search Nano Sniffer, and this Nano Sniffer, using the nano explosion kind of a principle, can detect explosives in about 10 seconds time, and this is the world's first microsensor based explosive trace detector. And so this particular one is patented both in India, both granted patents both in India and the US, and this system and method of detecting explosive compounds based on rapid deflagration and a differential microcalorimetry. So this is a technology now that we have been able to successfully commercialize, and this technology is now available. It's available everywhere. This technology is currently being exported as well, and this has been launched by Government of India. The Union Education Minister launched it, saying Nano Sniffer is the world's first explosive trace detector using a microsensor technology. In 10 seconds, it can actually do the complete detection. And so using this principle, we are also now building these IoT nodes, and the goal is to develop such nodes and integrate them in all the places where an explosive attack can occur, the buses or trains or even the major installations. And one of the challenges here is to power the sensors, because these are all electrical systems. So that is where we also developed technologies for piezoelectric energy harvesting. So from the vibrations present in buses and trains, we actually can generate electricity, and that energy we can use to power the sensors. For this, we have worked on lead-free materials for explosive detection. A lot of work has gone into this, and we have developed very high efficiency lead-free materials for these are lead-free halide perovskites for nano generators, which are what we are trying to use in the IoT nodes for explosive detection. So this work was recently published in ACS Energy Letters. So in summary, some of this work has resulted in major products and which are now commercially available. We have incubated a company, NanoSniff. NanoSniff is now currently marketing all of these products. These are all commercially available now, what I told you just now. And so these are available as on even on the government e-marketplace, the GEM portal as well. We have similar kind of things done. So this, as a summary, a highly sensitive piezo-resistive cantilever platform has been demonstrated, used for the complete system. A commercial system for explosive detection has been successfully commercialized by the NanoSniff technologies, and further efforts using a similar top-down approach have resulted in other products for precision agriculture. We have another company, Nano Soil Sense, which is now currently manufacturing technologies for precision agriculture in the country. Two deep technology startups, nanosniff.com and soilsense.com, have come out of our research, which are commercially selling these products now. So I think so this has been a journey of lab to land, and these technologies are now commercially available, and many of these technologies are even being exported currently. Thank you very much. I will stop here. Hello. I hope you are able to hear me.
Yeah, thank you, sir. It was a wonderful talk. It's Shakti here, sir. Thank you. Thank you very much for your wonderful talk.
Thank you.
Here I am Subramanian. Do you have connection with the Center for Nanotechnology at the Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore?
Yeah. Bangalore and all leading IITs have nano electronic centers now, which are all funded by MITI, Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, jointly with the Department of Science and Technology. So there are major nano electronic centers in at least 7 academic institutions in the country today.
Thank you.
Thank you all. The final lecture of this session is by Professor Kazuo Fujikawa. Fujikawa Sensei is Professor Emeritus at University of Tokyo and visiting scientist at Riken Interdisciplinary Theoretical and Mathematical Sciences Program. He became Professor of Theoretical Physics at Hiroshima University and Yukawa Institute of Kyoto University, University of Tokyo, and the Institute of Quantum Science at Nihon University. In 1986, Fujikawa Sensei received the prestigious Nishina Prize. I invite Sensei to give the lecture.
Yeah. Oh, do you hear me?
Yes, Sensei. Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah. I'd like to talk about the rather fundamental aspects of physics, so no applications, but some basic aspects of quantum mechanics, and nowadays, quantum technology or quantum information are getting very popular. But the quantum mechanics was first used in the, for example, particle physics. And there people learned many properties, and later on applied to the more practical aspect of the, let me see. So today I want to talk about the symmetry principle of symmetry breaking in particle physics. And symmetry is the most fundamental aspect in fundamental physics. And also symmetry breaking is very important. So I'm going to explain these two aspects. So you may ask, what is a symmetry or symmetry principle? So very naively, for example, left-right symmetry or rotation symmetry or so on. These are the most intuitive way of understanding. And mathematically, it is defined as invariance and transformation and classification and so on. But to understand my talk, you may remember symmetry is something like rotation symmetry. So that is more than enough. So I first come to the space-time symmetry. And that means our space is a three-dimensional space and time. And the basic symmetry of our space-time is a so-called Lorentz symmetry, which is Einstein's special theory of relativity is the one. And as is well known, in this special theory of relativity or Lorentz symmetry, there are many interesting aspects that appear. For example, massive particle becomes heavier when it runs. And the formula is like this. This is the energy of the running particle, and this is the so-called rest mass, or rest particle, mass of the rest particle. Then by this factor, energy becomes bigger. And V is the velocity of the particle, C is the light velocity. Therefore, when V approaches C, this becomes very, very small. Then this ratio becomes very big. Therefore, energy becomes very large. Another well-known example is that, for example, stick, ordinary the length is L0. But if it runs with velocity V, and then C is the light velocity, then becomes shorter. And if V approaches C, this becomes actually zero length like that. And for example, something like this. Three-dimensional object, when runs very fast, looks like this. And in the limit of V equals C, this becomes just the two-dimensional. This is a three-dimensional ball, then this becomes just the two-dimensional one. And this property is in some sense important from the talk, in my talk later on. Namely, when the particle runs with a very fast or speed of light, then essentially two-dimensional. But if it becomes massive, then it cannot run with the speed of light. Then you need another freedom. And that is a so-called Higgs mechanism I'm going to explain is related to this one. But anyway, when object runs very fast, approaches the two-dimensional one. This is a symmetry of the space-time. Then I now come to the elementary particles. And the elementary particle has a spin, that is the angular momentum, intrinsic angular momentum. So it is rotating in some axis. And there's a very well-known property called spin statistics theorem. But this is not very important. But the important point is that there are two kinds of particles. One is a Fermi particle. That is a spin is a half-order integer in terms of h bar unit. And both particles with a spin 0, 1, 2. And this is therefore this Fermi particles are usually the matter consists of fermions. That is the protons and electrons belong to a Fermi particle. And mainly the forces between the particles are mediated bosons, like photon or double boson or gluon. This is a modern version of ECOWA's strong interaction. But anyway, therefore, there are the two class of particles in quantum mechanics, and they are very much different. And how different is this? And this is a so-called wave function and quantum mechanical effect. But besides the detailed properties, fermion means only one particle from one seed. In quantum mechanics, we call it state. Therefore, if you prepare one seed, only one particle enter. That's a fermion. And the bosons are different. If you provide one seed, any number of particles can enter, can sit down on just one seed. And because of this, the most spectacular implications, so-called both Einstein condensation, namely many particles enter one seed. And the person who observed this one received the Nobel Prize. So this is a very fundamental thing. But anyway, I mentioned the bosons and both, but actually both is from India. He was born 1894 and lived until 1974. And he discovered this very peculiar property of the essence of quantum mechanics, even before the discovery of quantum mechanics. This is amazing, you see. Both discovered this before quantum mechanics, and after quantum mechanics, Fermi generalized it. But anyway, so both really made a great discovery. And I visited both centers at Kolkata in December 96. That's 25 years ago, sponsored by JSPS. So I'm an alumni of the JSPS. And in some sense, both is the first world-class theoretical physicist in Asia. About 10 years before Yukawa, for example. Yukawa became very famous, later very famous, but about 10 years before, both made the very fundamental discovery. Even before discovery of quantum mechanics, he discovered the essence of quantum mechanics. And I now come to the so-called standard model of elementary particles. And at this moment, we believe that we understand the basic elementary particles of the matters. And that is called the leptons and quarks, 6 leptons and 6 quarks. And the electron and associated neutrino, muon associated neutrino, tau lepton associated neutrino, and up down CSTB, these are the 6 quarks. And this yellow one is the S. These are some Japanese are related to it. And this one is like German, Nakano, Nishijima predicted this one. P and B was by Kobayashi and Masukawa. And these are just particles. But the binding force is provides a gauge field, which is a spin one particle, therefore bosons. And the photon is a typical one, W boson, Z boson, and the gluon, this is a Yukawa particle in the modern language. And the Higgs particle, I'll come to this particle later on. So without Higgs, every particle is massless. Therefore, if we unify some the particle symmetry and interactions, the simplest case is that everything is massless. So then you can define very beautiful this kind of classification. And the group is SU2 plus U1, but this is not important. Okay, important point is that we can classify the fundamental particles and forces between them. But at the very fundamental level, everything is massless. And the Higgs particle gives all the particles their masses. So I will come to here. Okay. So I mentioned the gauge field. Gauge field is the generalization of the photon. Photon is the light particle. So Maxwell's equation is the most fundamental equation we know, and always very exact. And that describes light or photon. And that one in the modern notation, A mu. Mu is the 0, 1, 2, 3. Therefore, 4 component vector particle, we call it. And spin 1, because this is the 1, 2, 3 means 3 coordinates like behavior. So you can expect it that, just under rotation, this unit of spin in the classical sense. And Yang Mills theory, Yang is a famous Chinese physicist, and that's the generalization of Maxwell's theory. And again, massless. Therefore, everything massless. And they entered in the unification of the elementary particles. But to describe those particles, we need quantum mechanics. But in the case of the elementary particles, we use a so-called quantum field theory. This is a slightly more generalized version of quantum mechanics. And again, Tomonaga, Schwinger, and Feynman, they formulated this one. They received the Nobel Prize. But anyway, the simplest example is, again, the electrodynamics, namely only electron and photon. And then the things are very simple. And in that case, quantum mechanics is in the modern way is very simple definition of the quantum mechanics, namely just integration. And if you define some function called Lagrangian and put it on the solder, and if you integrate over all the electron, anti-electron, and photon field, then you get to quantum mechanics. So this is one. And then Feynman found that this quantum mechanics can be very much visualized like this. Therefore, the quantum field theory is a very sophisticated mathematical machinery. But when electron and electron collide, then they exchange photon in the middle and then scattered away. This explains the repulsive force of electron, same charge. This is Feynman's discovery, and that's very convenient and fundamental way. Then you may now ask, what is a vacuum? I explained the elementary particles, and they are living on the vacuum. But the vacuum is, not there's nothing, but vacuum is a very rich structure. That is what quantum field theory tells. For example, when photon travels, photon split into electron and anti-electron in the middle, and recombined into photon again, and then travel again, and so on. So this can happen in the vacuum. So vacuum is, people may think just nothing, a very quiet one, but that's not the case. In the vacuum, that's a very much dynamical thing. And then the people recognize that the vacuum is actually our vacuum is spontaneously broken symmetry, namely, as explained, the electrons, quarks, and gluons, they are all massless. But how they become massive means vacuum becomes the vacuum symmetry is broken, spontaneous symmetry broken. I'm going to explain this in the next transparency in more detail. Okay? But this spontaneous symmetry breaking always introduces a massless non-Ghost bosons, and this primarily due to the Nambu's idea. and therefore the ordinary massless double boson. But this becomes after spontaneous metal breakdown very massive. And therefore the transverse I said two massless particles are already two-dimensional object. But that absorbs this Navier-Stokes boson as a third component and becomes a massive object. And that is a basic idea of the Higgs mechanism and Navier-Stokes boson like that. And this one is intuitively, this is a numbers picture. Okay? This is at the Osaka City University, where Nambu was there before he went to the United States. And the Higgs mechanism is something like this. You might have seen this kind of figure before, but the spontaneous breakdown is simply like this. This is often said as the Mexican hat or the wine bottle like shape. That means Mexican hat means your head comes here, and this kind of one. And then if you start from here, on top of the bottle, this one, bottom, then from here, all the directions are symmetric. So no special direction. But somehow the Higgs particle start from here, go to this direction, to the lowest valley. And once the Higgs particle goes this way, this point is chosen as a vacuum. So this kind of symmetry breaking, namely, a priori, no special direction, but somehow, if once happens, vacuum is specified. That is called spontaneous symmetry breakdown. And once the Higgs particle goes this way, the oscillation around this direction is called Higgs particle. And then the orthogonal direction, that is say degenerate bottom direction, that is the Navier-Stokes boson. Therefore, this means just no the barrier. Therefore, the massless particle can go very smoothly. But to move this way, you need some energy, and that is a Higgs particle very massive. Okay? But anyway, they start here, go to here. That's a spontaneous breakdown. And in that process, the gauge field in the vacuum is this one that's massless but spontaneous metal breaking, then massive the particle. So this is therefore the this is a Higgs mechanism. And then quarks and leptons also become massive after spontaneous breaking vacuum. Namely, when electron travels in the vacuum, the Higgs particle condensation is there. So pick up that component and the electron becomes massive. Therefore, after spontaneous symmetry breakdown, all the particles become massive. So that is a picture of the spontaneous breakdown. So in the fundamental physics, we use a symmetry to construct a model of particles, like originally, for example, we consider this one. Therefore, but this very nice combination and everything, all the forces are massless particles, but everything is massless. But somehow when the after the spontaneous symmetry breakdown, after the spontaneous symmetry breakdown, everything becomes massive. Therefore, people often say this, in a very intuitive way, like this. in the fundamental physics, we use a symmetry to construct model of element particles. But somehow, real world is realized after the orderly breaking of symmetry. Although symmetry breaking, but in a very nice way, like spontaneous symmetry breaking. So this is often said, nature does not like the perfect symmetry. Therefore, somehow perfect symmetry is not realized, but starting with perfect symmetry, broken symmetry is realized. And that's what our world is made of. And also the symmetry breaking mechanism in quantum mechanics. I explained the spontaneous symmetry breakdown, that is a Mexican hat-like breaking. Okay? But there's another way of breaking, that's called quantum anomaly breaking. And that one is also important. For example, when I classify the leptons and quarks, 6 quarks and 6 leptons. But why so? Why not 6 leptons and 5 quarks, so on? But from this quantum anomaly point of view, we need 6 of leptons and 6 of quarks are required. And also in our universe, we observe only the particles, no antiparticles. This mechanism also related to quantum anomaly. And also you may hear that the superstring theory. This is nowadays very fashionable subject in particle physics, and there are many experts in India and also in Japan. But they work in the space-time dimension, equals the 10 dimension. And this space-time dimension 10 comes from, again, from the analysis of the anomalies. Namely, without these 10 dimensions, the superstring is inconsistent, that kind of thing. Therefore, this is again the quantum breaking, the quantum symmetry breaking mechanism, and quantum mechanical breaking of Noether's theorem. And Noether's theorem, the Noether is a female mathematician, and she discovers that when symmetry is there, then some kind of conserved quantity exists. But this argument does not work in the quantum mechanical thing. That is called quantum anomaly, and that also important. Therefore, what I want to say that our world is built by the symmetry principle, first of all, but the pure symmetry is not realized, and the very orderly breaking of the symmetry defines our vacuum, and also some of the recent development in the particle physics. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Sensei, for your very informative talk on symmetry principles, mode of symmetry, and symmetry breaking in physics. That was the last lecture of this session.
Yeah.
Thank you all speakers for your valuable time and input. If there are any questions, you may please ask. Attendees can please enter your queries on the chat box now.
Chat box? Yeah. How do you go there? I should follow this one? Then I can come here. Yeah. Stop up. Chat box here. I don't see any comments there though.
Since there are no more questions,
yeah, okay.
Sensei,
we'll wind up the session.
Just a moment. Sensei, could you please explain a little bit about the Feynman diagram?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Could you please explain a little more about Feynman diagram?
Okay. Feynman diagram means, the Sree and Feynman follows the very orthodox procedure of the Heisenberg and Pauli and so on. Okay? Say standard quantum mechanical approach. But Feynman somehow, discovered to get the same answer just by drawing the graphs. And the people first did not believe it. But the Feynman somehow produced all the correct results by his way and much quicker. For example, in the conventional way, people spend, say, 1 month. But Feynman got the answer within 1 day and so on. And so they are very much surprised. But anyway, therefore, Feynman discovered intuitive way of understanding quantum mechanics and quantum field theory. And for quantum mechanics sense, Feynman's path integral is very well known. And that is again, just as I explained, even field theory, if you do some integration, then you get the answer. And that is very nice because some of the so-called non-perturbative phenomena cannot be analyzed by Feynman diagram. Therefore, you have to evaluate exactly. But exact is a very difficult issue. But in the case of integration, you can make some approximation and you can perform the integration. And that is one of the most important aspects of the nowadays so-called QCD, quantum chromodynamics. There people use Feynman's path integral and computer and the numerical evaluation of quantum mechanics. That is a Feynman diagram.
Thank you, Sensei. Yes, Feynman's diagram was qualitatively is really good, but quantitatively was lacking. So after this QCD, I think it was complementary. It was really good.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your explanation. Thank you, Sensei. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sensei, for your inspirational talk. Thank you all speakers for your valuable time and inputs. Now we are moving on to the next session of plenary lectures.
Yeah.
We will continue with the next session of plenary lectures. This session is jointly chaired by Dr. Ashish Bhattacharjee, Professor, Department of Physics, Vishwabharati University, West Bengal, General Secretary, IJAA East Chapter, and Dr. Shivaji Babaso Sadale, Assistant Professor, Department of Technology, Shivaji University, Maharashtra, Chairman, IJAA West Chapter. We welcome you both to the session. We will introduce the speakers and the chair can coordinate the proceedings. The first speaker of the session is Dr. Madhu Dikshit. Dr. Madhu Dikshit is a J.C. Bose National Fellow and former Director, Central Drug Research Institute, Lucknow. Dr. Madhu Dikshit, a leading scientist of the country and has made significant contributions to the general area of molecular pharmacology with special emphasis to nitric oxide biology and metabolism. We request the chair to invite the speaker.
Thank you so much for the nice introduction. I request the speaker, Dr. Madhu Dikshit, to proceed with her talk.
I hope I'm audible.
Yes, ma'am, you are audible.
And my talk is visible to everyone.
Yes. Presentation is also visible. Please proceed, ma'am.
So thank you so much for your kind invitation. I feel very honored to be part of this 11th India-Japan Science Technology Seminar. And I also congratulate on the 70th anniversary of India-Japan diplomatic relations. Today I shall be talking about the role of inducible nitric oxide synthase in metabolic perturbations. So before I start my talk, I would like to acknowledge the participation of two of my students, in particular, Bobby, who has done most of the work which I'm going to present today, and Dr. Priya Pathak. Both have received their PhD degree. And I also want to acknowledge the help which I received from scientists as CDRI, as well as Dr. Babatosh from THSTI and Dr. Shankar from IIT Jodhpur. Kumar from CDRI has been very, very helpful in this study. And financial support from JC Bose National Fellowship Grant, CSIR Network Project, and THSTI Core Grant has been used for performing these studies. So my talk has been like I will be talking and introducing the subject, and then in different part of the studies, I will be presenting effect of L-arginine, nitrite supplementation, effect of the drugs which are used for anti-diabetic and anti-dyslipidemic treatments, and then how vancomycin and broad-spectrum antibiotics affect the dyslipidemia and hyperglycemia which we observe in these animals. And this has led to the studies on microbiome and the examination of serum metabolome in these animals. So as we are already aware that type 2 diabetes mellitus is one of the largest global health emergency in this century. And it is one of the, is actually among the 10 leading causes of mortality in combination to cardiovascular, respiratory disease, and cancer. This incidence of diabetes is actually increasing globally, and Asian Indians have the highest prevalence of this disorder. And risk of diabetes is largely influenced by ethnicity, age, obesity, and physical inactivity. There are a role of genetics and family history as well. There are two primary factors like defect in insulin secretion, pancreatic beta cells, and inability of insulin-sensitive tissues to respond to insulin are the two major primary factors responsible for type 2 diabetes. Hyperglycemia and dyslipidemia have been linked with the development. And because of the incidence of hyperglycemia and dyslipidemia, there are various factors which have been investigated. In particular, role of reactive oxygen and nitrogen species has been demonstrated very well. So today's talk is focused on role of inducible nitric oxide synthase, derived nitric oxide, in the metabolic perturbations which we observed in inducible nitric oxide synthase knockout animals. I will briefly tell you that endothelial and double and triple knockouts have been shown to be insulin resistant, while inducible nitric oxide synthase knockout mice are actually primarily used to assess the importance of inflammation and infection conditions. There are various contradictory observations on these animals about their metabolic perturbations. So we took extensive studies in our lab, and I will be sharing the outcome of those studies. So the first study which appeared in the literature was all about that the targeted disruption of inducible nitric oxide synthase actually is protective against obesity-linked insulin resistance in muscles. The second study which appeared that this inducible nitric oxide synthase knockout animals are protected against lipid-induced skeletal muscle insulin resistance because there were less of inflammatory cytokines in these animals. Subsequently, from our lab, we actually were very perturbed that we did not see protection. Rather, we were seeing these animals to be pro-diabetic. And we conducted these studies by using mice, wild type C57BL6 mice, along with inducible NOS knockout animals were used. These animals were kept on low-fat diet. And to our surprise, even after 5 weeks, within a short duration, these animals became glucose intolerant. They were also insulin intolerant, as well as there is enhanced incidence of gluconeogenesis in these animals. So these data was very convincing to demonstrate that these animals are in fact insulin resistance. Subsequent to our study, there was also a confirmation which was received from another group of scientists who also found that INOS knockout animals were not protected against diet-induced metabolic changes. So we further took more studies in these animals and wanted to understand the mechanism which is responsible for insulin resistance in these knockout animals. And as you already know that there are various types of nitric oxide synthase which help in the synthesis of nitric oxide from the amino acid L-arginine. They utilize different cofactors and generate nitric oxide. So we used in this studies two types of animals, like wild type animals as well as INOS knockout animals. As I had initially told you that we used low fat diet administered animals, but in this study we used only chow diet. And we studied all the insulin responsive organs such as liver, skeletal muscles, and adipose tissue. We also investigated intestinal changes and the microbiome of these animals. So here I will like to first tell you that when we observed that followed these animals, we observed that in comparison to the normal animals or the wild type animals, they were always obese. So there was enhanced BMI, and the body mass and lean mass was also changed, and it was in comparison to the wild type animals. When we undertook and observed the change in the different organ weights, we could see that there was increased liver weight as well as the fatty tissue. So they were enhanced, while the small intestine weight length was actually slightly reduced. We observed and monitored their VO2 consumption. We could see that they were less metabolically active, and the metabolic rates were actually significantly less in these knockout animals. We also monitored the glucose tolerance as well as the gluconeogenesis and insulin tolerance in these animals. To our surprise, that when these animals, even when they were kept on chow diet, they exhibited glucose intolerance, insulin intolerance, and also enhanced gluconeogenesis. The insulin circulating levels were higher, which is again indicator of insulin resistance in these animals. Although we did not see that there was any change in the beta cell activity of the pancreas. When we looked into the biochemical parameters of these animals, as you can see, the total cholesterol levels, triglycerides, and LDL levels, even the fatty acid contents were higher in these knockout animals. Leptin and adiponectin, which are also an indicator of metabolic perturbations, were also altered and affected very significantly in knockout animals. The next study which we conducted was we wanted to see that how much deposition of fat is happening in the liver. As you can see that the total cholesterol level and the triglyceride content were higher. This is also apparently seen by the oilo-red staining in these animals in the liver tissue. As we know that these are knockout animals, so their nitrite content in the tissues were less, both in the liver as well as in the adipose tissue. When we looked into the adipocyte size, as is evident, because I told you that these animals were obese, so they had higher adipocyte size, which was very significant. And we could see it like this. By this graph, you can see that it was very convincing data. Now we wanted to look into that how the gene expressions, like we conducted very systematic gene expression studies, and we wanted to understand that how the metabolic activity of these animals are altered. So as we selected few genes which are responsible for the like transcription factors which are associated with the fatty acid synthesis or the triglyceride synthesis, and then how the bile acid, which is also actually a very important indicator of metabolic perturbations, and those enzymes were also selected. And as you can see that both in the liver and in the fatty tissue, as well as in the intestine, these enzymes were perturbed, and they also indicated that there was enhanced synthesis of triglycerides, and bile acid synthesis was also perturbed in these knockout animals in comparison to the wild type animals. Another thing which we wanted to understand, that although the synthetic genes were affected, is there any change in the lipid uptake and the efflux, that is the release of these lipids? So for that, we again took expression of genes which are actually responsible, the proteins which are responsible in the uptake of fat and accumulation of these fat in the, and as you can see that the transporters like such as ABCG5, ABCG8, and ABCA1 were lower in the intestine and in the liver tissue. Although like the uptake, like which is conducted by CD36, was enhanced both in liver and in the adipose tissues. So overall, there is an indication that these knockout animals show increased expressions of genes which are involved in lipid uptake in the liver and the fatty acid tissues, adipose tissues, and gene expression involved in the intestinal lipid uptake and efflux were reduced. We wanted to see that when there are changes in the several genes which are responsible or which are modulating the lipid biosynthesis, uptake, and release, we wanted to see that how this metabolome is getting affected. And to our surprise, what we observed that nucleic acid, NP-PC ratio, and indole 3-ethanol were actually enhanced in these animals. And this PCA plot is very convincingly showing that there is a separate bunch of metabolites which are very different from significantly different among INOS knockout animals and wild type animals. As you can see that the PCA plot is separating in these two types of animals. So from this data which I have discussed with you so far, it is showing that these knockout animals are actually showing glucose intolerance, there is decrease in pyruvate tolerance, and enhanced insulin resistance. It is also seen with reduced levels of nitric oxide. There was, like these animals are obese, their metabolic activities are less, and there is more fat mass. Enhanced gluconeogenesis. So in liver and in adipose tissue, as well as, although I have not shared the data of skeletal muscles, but similar observations were also there. And in the blood, we have high glucose, high lipid content, and reduced nitric oxide levels. So these animals were obese, dyslipidemic, insulin resistant, and also exhibited hyperglycemia. So because these animals were having less nitric oxide, so what we did, we wanted to supplement the nitrite by giving nitrite, high nitrite diet, as well as by giving L-arginine, which is actually helpful in the synthesis of nitric oxide. As you can see that when we supplemented them with nitrite, their NO levels were reversed and they completely recovered. Similarly, in L-arginine diet also, there was some recovery, but this was not so significant. So as there was recovery in the nitrite content, we could also see that there were some changes in the glucose levels, and the glucose intolerance also showed improvement, as you can see by the bar diagram, which are representing area under curve. Now, the circulating lipids also responded very well. There was decrease in the fatty acid contents. There was a decrease in the total cholesterol and also in the triglyceride content. And similarly, the metabolic hemostasis, which we investigated by insulin resistance like insulin tolerance and by pyruvate tolerance, we could see that there was significant recovery, which is coming to showing this, that and these animals were responding to nitrite supplementation. And there was decrease in gluconeogenesis as well as insulin resistance, and hepatic lipids were also rescued. In fact, when there was a recovery, we also wanted to be very convinced that how and what is happening to the insulin signaling in these animals' tissues. So we actually monitored the insulin signaling in liver as well as in the adipose tissue and also in the skeletal muscles. But for the constraint of time, actually, I am not showing you the data of skeletal muscles, but I think you will believe me that there was significant recovery in the AKT because insulin actually exerts its effect through AKT phosphorylation at serine 473. So we observed that in presence of insulin and in nitrite supplementation, animals with nitrite supplementation, there was a good rescue, which we could see both in the liver as well as in the adipose tissue. So, but comparatively, if we see the good recovery was happening in the liver tissue, and relatively less recovery was seen in the adipose tissue. Although the nitrite content in adipose tissue as well as in the liver tissue were recovering. So it shows that there is some other factor apart from nitrite, because even if we supplement nitrite, there was not full recovery in all the tissues. So we could, so here, like I would like to just tell you again that when we supplement these animals with nitrite in water and with L-arginine, we are showing more like this summary actually contains data from nitrite, because best recovery which we could see was with the nitrite supplementation. So when we supplement animals with nitrite, there was recovery, partial recovery in the body weight. There was no recovery in the metabolic rates, but there was good recovery in the fat mass. So these animals were no more so fatty, but there was no change in the metabolic rate. Although, like, there were changes, some changes in the lipid parameters, but insulin signaling recovered in liver, but not so well in the adipose tissue. So we wanted to see that how these animals are now responding to the general anti-diabetic drugs. So we used metformin and pioglitazone and Organised, which is a anti-dyslipidemic drug. And we used those human equivalent doses, and we treated these animals for 5 weeks. As you can see that when we treated these animals with anti-diabetic drug like metformin and pioglitazone, there is recovery in the insulin resistance in general, but is not totally normalized. The Orlistat, again, there was some change, but not to that extent that they come back to the range of wild type animals. In the insulin level, there was good recovery. And also in the glucose levels, we could see that there are not changes like in case of metformin, the change in the glucose level was totally recovered, while in case of pioglitazone and in Orlistat treated animals, there was somewhat good recovery, but not the levels were not totally normalized. So anti-diabetic drugs also changed the triglyceride, total cholesterol content, LDL levels, and the fatty acid content. As you can see that with the anti-dyslipidemic drug, Orlistat, we could see very good change in the LDL, triglyceride, and NEFA levels. And the cholesterol levels were also normalized. In case of metformin and pioglitazone also, we could see that very good recovery, and in fact that most of the parameters were normalized. Although, like if you remember the previous slide data, we were not seeing a very good change in the glucose intolerance. So these data are very surprising that in some parameters we do see change, but the total recovery is not happening whether we use nitrite supplementation or we use treatments such as metformin, pioglitazone, or orlistat. So in these animals, we wanted to see that what is happening to the intestine, because the next possible cause we thought of microbiome. So we conducted experiments toward that. We wanted to see that how the intestine of these two animals are similar. Are these similar or different? As you can see that there was not much change in the permeability and even in the length of cecum or small intestine. But somewhat, some decrease was seen in the small intestine length and in the colon length. Cecum was almost similar. And when we check the permeability by using FITT dextrans, there was again no significant difference. Some of the enzymes which are actually responsible or participating in the permeability for some changes, but not of very high significance order. So when we looked at the histology, we could see that the villi length in these animals was more than the control animals, like wild type animals. So we could see that there was change in the villi length as well as cryptic length. So this indicated that there are some changes, but the permeability was not at all affected. So first study, what we did, we wanted to see that what are the changes in their gut microbiome. So we could see that INOS knockout animals displayed enrichment of gram-positive gut bacteria such as Alobaculum and Bifidobacterium. And if you see this data, there is reduced alpha diversity, and the alpha diversity index as observed by Shannon was also reduced. So we used multiple way of looking at this, and this data was very consistent, and there was enhanced gut gram-positive gut bacteria. So the obvious experiment which came to our mind was that when we treated these animals, like we took two groups, and in one group we treated animals with gram-positive bacteria, so we depleted using vancomycin. Another experiment we conducted where we used a broad spectrum antibiotics, so we depleted all gram-positive and gram-negative bacteria. And this alpha diversity, which is an index of the that what is the in general gut microbiome index. So you will see that the diversity by using, and it is as also well reported in the literature, it was reduced to a great extent by both vancomycin treatment and by the broad spectrum antibiotics. And we could also like this is very, very clear from this data that there is change in the microbiome, which we could see in all these treated animals. I will not go into very detail of this data because it will take too much of our time, but you could see that when we treated the animals with vancomycin, because if you remember in the previous slide, I told you that Alobaculum and Bifidobacterium were higher. But when we treated these animals with vancomycin, there was decrease in Alobaculum and Bifidobacterium, which is actually evident in this data here. So we not only used, we did not monitor only change in the gut microbiome in terms of these Alobaculum and Bifidobacterium, but there were multiple bacterium which were getting altered. But it is very striking that the change in the Alobaculum and Bifidobacterium, which we could see in INOS knockout animals, and it was significant, it was actually reduced by vancomycin treatment. Now, when these vancomycin treated animals, as well as the broad antibiotic treated animals, we were very surprised to see that there was very good recovery, as we were not seeing by any of the treatment which I had shared with you before, that there was the glucose intolerance, insulin intolerance, as well as the pyruvate intolerance was very well recovered in these animals. This is very evident by this area under curve and as shown in the bar diagrams. So in these animals, when you could see that they were the absence of any treatment, these animals are glucose intolerant, but when we treated them with this antibiotics, there was recovery. We also saw that when we treat with the antibiotic mixture, actually even in the wild type animals, there was further reduction in the glucose intolerance. While in case of insulin intolerance, we could see very good recovery. The same is true for the pyruvate intolerance. Insulin levels were also beautifully recovered after the treatment of these animals with these different antibiotics. The glucose level, like hyperglycemia, also restored, like the animals become normoglycemic. They also became like normal triglycemia, the hypertriglycemia, which was seen in the INOS knockout animals. After these treatment, it was recovered. LDL levels were recovered, and also the changes in the fatty acid content. So the treatment with vancomycin or with antibiotic mixture was showing a very good recovery in INOS knockout animals in terms of these cross changes, which we could see, which we did not see so much with other treatments. Now, we evaluated their metabolome, and to our surprise, like there were some metabolites which were showing a very good reduction after treatment with these antibiotics. So the allantoin, ophthalmate, and sebacic acid, which are actually connected with some of the bacterial metabolites such as hippurate and indole-3 ethanol. These are actually metabolites from the bacteria. Ophthalmate and allantoin are the host-derived metabolites, and they were showing good changes. Now, these antibiotics also change the PE-PC ratio. If you remember our data, like when I was showing in the wild type animals, there was a good change, like there was a significant change in the PE-PC ratio, which is actually indicative of the dyslipidemia. And this PE-PC ratio is actually seen even in the human beings when they suffer from dyslipidemia. These carnitines, which are actually responsible for or which modulate the mitochondrial functions, were also affected, and they were responding to this treatment. So laurate, aminoadipate, which are actually again host-derived metabolites, and the lipidome, which is also getting altered in these animals, was actually recovering almost to the normal level after treatment with antibiotics. So there is a very good correlation between gut microbiome and the metabolic biomarkers, which are actually indicative of metabolic perturbations in these knockout animals. So this shows that there is some link between the gram-positive bacteria, Lobacillum, bifidobacterium, and we could also see by this data that another type of bacteria, which is Rhinococcus, they actually correlate very well with the glucose intolerance, insulin resistance, and dyslipidemia in these knockout animals. So we could demonstrate that in INOS knockout animals, the incidence of dyslipidemia, hyperglycemia, and insulin resistance is actually correlating very well with the gut microbiome and the bacterial-derived metabolic activity or the metabolome. So this we have found that when we treat these animals with vancomycin, which actually depletes the gram-positive bacteria, There were changes in the Allobaculum and Bifidobacterium. There were associated changes in the metabolic activity also, or the submetabolome, which are associated with change or with the dyslipidemia. They got corrected when we treated these animals with vancomycin. In addition, there are some metabolome which are very specific to the bacteria was also reduced. And this led to very good recovery in the adipose tissue as well as in the liver. So in the previous treatment, we were seeing changes, very good recovery in the liver-associated parameters. We were not seeing changes, so much change in the adipose tissue. But by using these antibiotics, we could see a similar change in adipose tissue as well. So this strongly indicates that these animals were actually insulin resistant because of the change in the gut microbiome, because of the absence of NO. This bacteria actually proliferate more these animals and lead to metabolic perturbations. So by conducting these studies in our lab, we could establish a correlation between gut microbiome and in the insulin resistance, higher body weight, and also glucose intolerance. I will also like to use this opportunity to touch upon the other work which we did in Central Drug Research Institute. And I led a program which was like about a novel orally active collagen antagonist, which has been developed at CDRI. And I will like to share the highlights that it actually has a reduced bleeding risk in comparison to the existing drugs. It offers adequate inhibition of platelet function. It exhibits fast onset of action, and it can be used orally. It is orally active, and it actually specifically inhibits the lesion-specific collagen-mediated activation of platelets, and it is very safe. Recently, it has received a DCGI approval for phase 1 clinical trial studies, and CDRI is going to conduct those studies very soon. There is an agreement with the company to undertake these studies, and this is in brief that when we use different types of animal models, we could see a very good efficacy. In vitro platelet aggregation and adhesion studies using human platelets also showed that it acts specifically against collagen-induced platelet adhesion and platelet aggregation. We also investigated their mechanism of action by using signaling, and it shows that the collagen-mediated signaling is actually reduced by these compounds. This compound, and other related studies against other parameters are very, very encouraging. Pharmacokinetic studies by using this compound has shown that it is not metabolized by the general CYPs. So there is possibility of not interacting with other drugs which are commonly used to treat cardiovascular patients. It has a very good safety profile. It does not affect the hERG channel, and systemic toxicity, male fertility, and genotoxicity studies have shown that it is very well tolerated, and it has a very high safety index. And this is the reason I think it has received recently for the DCGI approval for the phase 1 clinical studies. So with this, I want to end my talk, and I wish to thank Professor Mohanan for inviting me and giving me this opportunity to share my work with you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am, for sticking to the time and having a very interesting and intriguing talk on the very interesting topic of diabetes. The session is open for questions if they are there. Alternatively, you can type your question in the chat box.
I'm not able to Can you stop? I want to stop. I'm not able
If
to
you
know.
can just stop sharing, then it will be.
Yes, I think I have stopped sharing now. Yeah, thank you so much.
Okay. So, ma'am, I have one simple, I mean, curiosity-based question, like,
yeah, please.
For the diabetes, metabolic perturbations are the only reason, or along with that, there are some other reasons for the origin of.
Basically, diabetes is a metabolic disease, and it is, and if you see, there is not only hyperglycemia, but dyslipidemia is also linked with the incidence of type 2 diabetes. And insulin signaling is the effect which is actually responsible for the resistance. So insulin is not able to act, and the change is in the glucose and in the lipid parameters.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Are there any further questions on this topic?
If no more questions, we'll move on to the next speaker.
Yeah, let's thank
you so much.
Dr. Madhu Dixit for giving us a wonderful talk and intriguing information on. So we can move on to the next topic. And
The next speaker, the
yeah,
next
please go ahead,
speaker
ma'am.
for the session is Dr. Amita Agarwal. Dr. Amita Agarwal is the professor and head of Clinical Immunology and Rheumatology, Sanjay Gandhi Postgraduate Institute of Medical Sciences, Lucknow, India. She is a clinician scientist with major interest in juvenile arthritis and systemic lupus erythematosus. She has set up a multi-institutional lupus network in India. In recognition of her work, she has been an elected fellow of the Indian Academy of Science, National Academy of Science, as well as National Academy of Medical Sciences. She has also served as the president of Indian Rheumatology Association and editor of Indian Journal of Rheumatology. We request the chair to invite the speaker.
Welcome, Professor Amita Agrawal, and already you have been introduced. So we request you to proceed with your talk.
Good afternoon, everybody, and thanks, Dr. Mohanan, for giving me this opportunity to present my work. And at the outset, I would say that our institution, that is Sanjay Gandhi Postgraduate Institute at Lucknow, was supported in the first 15 years by Japanese people, and first by a JICA grant, which we got from 1983 to 88. And you can see those old pictures when people from Nagoya University used to visit us. And then they gave us a technical support. And we had exchange program with Nagoya University from 1990 to 1997. And where a lot of physicians from both sides visited each center and learned a lot from each other. So Indo-Japanese collaboration has been at the root of our institution. So what I'm going to present today is my work on juvenile arthritis. And juvenile arthritis is the most common chronic rheumatic disease which is seen in childhood. And it causes significant disability. And we know that in India, we have a very young population. Almost 35% of our population is made up by children. And this disease has onset before the age of 16 years. And if you look at the prevalence across the world, it's about 8 to 150 children per 100,000 children. When we did a school survey about a decade ago, we found that our prevalence was about 100 per 100,000. So we have a fair number of children who suffer from juvenile arthritis. In addition, I noticed very early during my career that the juvenile arthritis which we were seeing in India is very different than what I had seen abroad. And this initially we had got a data only based on 100 patients. But then when we validated our data on 1,400 children, we found that in our country, the enthesitis-related arthritis, which is a category of juvenile arthritis, comprises around 40%. And similarly, later it was shown in a community-based study in another part of India, that is Pune. But if you look across the world, in UK, this subset of juvenile arthritis comprises only 5%, while there 60% is made up by another subset, which is called oligoarticular juvenile arthritis. So then recently we got across people from all across the world, and looking at the prevalence of different subsets in 8 different areas of the world, again, you will see that in Southeast Asia, enthesitis-related arthritis is the major clinical subtype of juvenile arthritis. The observation which we had based on about 100 children has been validated even now. So I've been always interested in this subset of juvenile arthritis. So what is this? It's basically a form of juvenile arthritis which occurs in boys beyond the age of 6 years. It usually presents with joint pain and swelling in the lower limb joints, usually ankles, knees, and hips. In addition, they have a very peculiar kind of pain, which occurs at the insertion of the tendons and the capsules of the joint. They may have a family history of spondyloarthropathy, and they also can have inflammation in the eye leading on to uveitis. This disease shows a significant association with presence of HLA class 1 molecule B27. So why is this difference? That has been my major question, that why do we see so much of enthesitis-related arthritis in our country? So as we know, in any chronic inflammatory disease, it's an interaction between the genetic susceptibility, the environmental factors, and the immune dysregulation, which occurs either as a result of these two interactions or because of some inherent pathology. So first we looked at the genetic factors. And as had been reported earlier, HLA-B27 is one of the major genetic component which has been identified. So when we looked at our cohort of nearly around 450 children, we found that enthesitis-related arthritis, the prevalence of B27 was 87%. And in the other subsets, it's about 10 to 15%. And if you compare with other countries, Scandinavia and UK, our prevalence of HLA-B27, even in other subsets, is little higher. So we have a slightly higher background HLA-B27 positivity. But if you look at the population prevalence of B27 in our country, it is about 5 to 7%, which is not that different from across the world. Then there are B27 is a molecule which has at least 100 different subtypes. So we thought that either there is a difference in HLA-B27 subtypes which occur in our country. So we did the B27 typing by sequencing. And we found that in these children with ERA, B2705 was a major subtype of B27 seen as compared to even adults, where it was seen only in 57%. And B2705 is the ancestral subtype of B27, and that has the maximum association with these arthritis. So this could be one reason that why we have much more of ERA in our country, but that's not probably obviously not everything. Then the other gene which is been shown association with B27 related diseases is these aminopeptidases, which basically trim the peptides which fit into the B27 group for presentation to the T cell. So there was a report from UK which had previously shown that in patients with enthesitis-related arthritis, there is an association with ERAP1 polymorphism. But this was based on a small number of subset patients. So when we tried to look at this in our population, we did not find any association. Even though we had done about 250 subjects, we didn't find any association with this ERAP1 polymorphism. So now we are looking at multiple polymorphism in ERAP1 to see that maybe this polymorphism is not linked, but other polymorphism may be linked in our population. Then looking at the environmental factors, because we didn't find much of genetic factors which were linked to this disease, at least the ones which are much more linked with B27 related diseases in adults. We have not looked at the whole exome sequencing or anything at present. Looking at the environmental factors, as Dr. Madhu also showed you data on gut microbiome. So this, we have done it in patients. We have taken children with enthesitis-related arthritis and taken age-matched controls. And if you see, the blue ones are controls. Controls are segregating together, but the patients have a very wide segregation in this principal component analysis. And if you look at the genus and the families which were different, what we found that the patients with ERA have a dysbiosis in the gut. They have higher abundance of Bacteroides and a reduction in Prevotella. This was the major finding of our study. And the other thing which we found that Klebsiella was overrepresented in patients with ERA. this bacteria has been linked with adult ankylosing spondylitis, which is a disease which has a partly similar phenotype as compared to enthesitis-related arthritis. And if you look the studies on gut microbiome across the world, all of them have actually found increasing bacteroides in majority of them. And it's also interesting that HLA-B27 transgenic rat does not develop arthritis if the rat is kept in a germ-free condition. But there is a requirement for bacteroides for development of disease. So this suggested that bacteroides may have something to do in this disease. And then we tried to collate our data from 3 different countries, Finland, US, and India. And we tried to see, are there any commonalities? And can we do, does this gut microbiome analysis from 3 different countries make some sense? But the best segregation actually occurred with the country of origin. So it shows that our enterotypes are pretty different, even though in every population we are seeing dysbiosis, but there is really not much of commonality. Then we also try to give probiotics and see that with probiotics, we can alter the gut flora and change that dysbiosis. And what we see is that despite giving probiotics, there is very little change in the gut flora. There's very minimal change, and overall, there was no change in the diversity. There was no change in any specific organism representation. And this also did not result in any improvement in clinical benefit, nor it altered any immunological functions. So one option is that maybe we didn't use the right bacteria for using as a probiotic, because in clinical situation, we have to use one which is licensed for use in children. So this is an interesting study from Matthew Stoll's group with whom we were collaborating. What they have done is they have done fecal metabolomics in children with ERA and shown that the metabolites of tryptophan metabolism are reduced in the stool homogenate. And we know that these kynurenine and these metabolites are important for development of T regulatory cells. And if they are reduced, there may be reduction in the T regulatory cell, and there may be more of inflammation. So we are in the process of looking at fecal metabolomics in our population, but at present, this is the only data which is available on metabolomics in juvenile arthritis. So since we didn't find too much differences in gut flora, we also thought that should we look at the response to bacteria which are known to be linked with arthritis in the gut. So we looked at Salmonella, Yersinia, Shigella, and Campylobacter, based on our previous observation that these children were having flare of disease when they used to get a diarrheal episode. And we found that among 28 children, 14 of them showed heightened lymphoproliferative responses to one of these bacteria when they had a flare of disease, in contrast to rheumatoid arthritis patient where it was seen only in 1 in 10. And this response was predominantly dominated by a Th1 type of T cells. And these T cells also express CD103 molecule, which is suggesting that these T cells have been educated in the gut. Because we know that the gut flora is sensed by our monocytes, macrophage lineage cells through the TLRs. So we wanted to see what happens to the monocytes in this situation. So we separated out monocytes from patients' blood as well as from their synovial fluid cells and did a transcriptomic analysis. And if you see here that of patients' monocytes, that is a ERA patients' monocytes, were fairly different from the healthy control monocytes. And we could see nearly about 2,000 genes which were up or down regulated. Similarly, when we compared the synovial fluid monocytes to the blood monocytes, again, there were around 1,000 genes which were dysregulated. And if you look at the pathways which were involved, in both of them, the TLR signaling pathway was upregulated. So then we tried to validate this finding by looking at the mRNA expression of TLR in the peripheral blood mononuclear cells. And what we found that the surface TLRs are upregulated, while the TLRs which are located inside on the endosomes are not increased on the peripheral blood mononuclear cells. We also tried to validate the results at the protein level by looking at by flow cytometry and looking at the TLR expression. And if you see here that only the TLR2 and the TLR4 expression, which is the surface TLRs, their expression was increased, while the endosomal TLR, which is TLR9, that expression was not different. And similarly, in the synovial fluid, again, the TLR2 and the TLR4 were increased, while there was no difference in the TLR9 expression, suggesting that the TLRs, which basically sense the bacteria predominantly, that is the surface TLRs, are overexpressed on the monocytes of children with ERA, and they may be sensing LPS, proteoglycans, which are derived from the gut flora. We also looked at the TLR downstream molecules, which are involved with signaling, and their expression was also increased both in the peripheral blood mononuclear cells and in the synovial fluid, basically suggesting that the TLR pathway is overactivated in these children. So what does this overactivated TLR pathway mean functionally? So what we did was we took their patient's cells and cultured them in presence of the TLR ligands. And after we cultured them in presence of TLR ligands, we looked at the cytokine production by them. We measured IL-6, IL-8, and matrix metalloproteinases. And I'm showing you data only of these two. If you see here, the TNF, which activates through TNF receptor, there was no difference in the amount of MMP3 production or the IL-6 production between patients and controls. But if you look at the TLR ligands, that is TLR4 ligand and TLR2 ligand, that caused more of MMP3 production and more of IL-6 production in patients as compared to the healthy control, suggesting that this upregulated TLR4 pathway is functional, is causing increased production of cytokines in these children. Then we know that the monocytes have different subsets. We have a classical monocytes, we have intermediate monocytes. The intermediate monocytes and the non-classical monocytes are the ones which predominantly produce cytokines, while the classical monocytes are the ones which are mainly responsible for phagocytosis. So we looked at the subset of monocytes in our children with ERA. And if you see here that these children had higher frequency of intermediate monocytes. And this was even higher in synovial fluid mononuclear cells. Then we cultured the patient's PBMCs and unstimulated and stimulated in the LPS and looked at IL-23 production. We had shown that there is increased IL-6, there is increased matrix metalloproteinases, but we also wanted to see, do they produce cytokine which can cause skewing towards TH17? So that is an IL-23. So if you look at this, the patient's PBMCs produced IL-23 on stimulation with LPS. And then to find out that which is the monocyte subset which is producing this IL-23, we did this culture, and then by flow cytometry, we tried to identify which is a subset of monocytes which is producing this. And if you see that majority of monocytes which were IL-23 positive intracellularly were the intermediate monocytes. So it was between 60% to almost 96% of the cells which are producing IL-23 are the intermediate monocytes. And then this IL-23 obviously acts on the other cells and causes production of IL-17. And these children's whole blood, when stimulated with PMA inomycin, we could see that these children had much higher CD4 cells which were producing IL-17. Similarly, because this disease does not have any autoantibodies, so there is a major role of innate immune system. So we also looked at gamma delta T cells that do gamma delta T cell also produce IL-17 in these children. And you can see here that these children's gamma delta T cells also had higher frequency of IL-17 producing gamma delta C cells. And it was very interesting to see that these children have much less of IFN gamma producing gamma delta T cell. And we know that IFN gamma delta T cells are the immunoregulatory gamma delta T cells, and they are reduced in these patients. So that could be also one of the mechanisms by which the inflammation goes on unabated in these children. Then to complete the story, we also wanted to see that do these IL-17 producing cell express IL-23 receptor or not. So these TCR gamma delta T cells, do they have IL-23 receptor on their surface or not? And we could see that almost 73% of these IL-17 positive gamma delta T cells, they expressed IL-23 receptor on their surface. So that means the IL-23, which is being produced predominantly by intermediate monocyte, is acting through IL-23 receptor, which is present on these gamma delta T cells, leading them to produce pro-inflammatory cytokine IL-17. The other issue was that suppose they don't have gut dysbiosis, they don't have any external agent, how is the inflammation maintained in these children? Because they continuously have inflammation and they have persistent inflammation. So we also saw that is the production of endogenous TLR ligands, which are produced inside our body, is that increased in these children or not on exposure to stimulation with LPS? And if you see here, tenascin C, which is a TLR4 endogenous ligand, and MRP814, which is also a ligand for TLR4, their production, even in unstimulated situation, was increased in children with enthesitis-related arthritis. That means in vivo, they are activated and they are producing significant amount of these endogenous TLR ligands. And on LPS stimulation, obviously, they produce much more. And these endogenous TLR ligands act in the same way as what LPS acts. And if you stimulate the cells, monocytes with tenascin C, you can see that they produce TNF. They have much higher frequency. Even if you do it with MRP814, there is increased production of TNF producing monocytes. Similarly, with MMP3, you can see there is increased production of MMP3 and there is increased production of interleukin-6 as compared to healthy control. So it suggests that there is endogenous TLR ligands can also drive the inflammation, which is actually a sterile inflammation in these patients. So thus we believe that in these children with enthesitis-related arthritis, there may be gut dysbiosis, which increases the gut permeability, leading on to increase in LPS, peptidoglycan, and these ligands work on TLR pathway, activate the monocytes, predominantly the intermediate monocytes, leading on to production of cytokines like IL-23, IL-6, TNF alpha, matrix metalloproteinases, and this IL-23 binds to IL-23 receptor, both on the T cell, gamma delta T cell. We have also shown NK cells are also involved in this, and this causes increased production of interleukin-17, and we know that interleukin-17 is a highly pro-inflammatory cytokine. It causes neutrophils to come to the site of inflammation, and it also causes production of other cytokines from different cells, leading on to chronic inflammation. And there is also a self-auto-amplification loop. These monocytes produce endogenous TLR ligands like tenascin C and MRP814, and this can keep on activating the monocyte, leading on to more and more production of these pro-inflammatory cytokines. It is important because this has a translational role. We have nowadays antibodies available which can block interleukin-23. We have antibodies which can block interleukin-17, and we have antibodies which can block interleukin-17 receptor. They have been licensed for use in adults, but at present, they are not licensed for use in children. So we hope that based on the data which we have generated and some other centers have generated, that these therapies will be useful in children with enthesitis-related arthritis in future. And at the end, I would like to acknowledge the work done by my graduate students, the clinical fellows who helped us enroll these patients, and obviously the patients, and the support from all the funding agencies which I have received over the years. Thank you.
Thank you, madam, for the very nice presentation and interesting data has been presented here. The session is open for discussion. If there are some questions, please go ahead.
Please quote your queries in the chat box.
If there are no questions, let's thank ma'am for sharing her valuable time and presenting her research work, and very nice talk, ma'am. Thank you on the behalf of
Thanks a lot.
IJAA. Maybe we can proceed for the third talk.
Before moving on to the final lecture, this is a reminder for all the participants to be ready for the poster presentations. Let us invite the final speaker of the first day of the Nobel Laureate Science and Technology Seminar Series, Professor Yamamoto Yohei, Division of Material Science, University of Tsukuba, Japan. Dr. Yamamoto Yohei is a professor, Division of Material Science. He was a postdoctoral JSPS Research Fellow at Graduate School of Engineering, the University of Tokyo, and Institute of Scientific and Industrial Research, Osaka University. He is the recipient of many prestigious awards and fellowships. His major research areas include formation, structure, and electronic properties of molecular assembly. We request the chair to invite the speaker.
Professor Yamamoto Sensei, you are most invited and welcome, and kindly proceed with your talk as we can see your screen.
Okay, yeah, thank you very much for the introduction. And I also would like to say a great gratitude for Professor Sakti Kumar for inviting me for this great symposium. Now I share the slide, but now screen is off, so.
Try again, sir.
Okay. So let's wait for a moment. Is it okay?
Not yet.
Yet? Okay. Now screen. Okay.
Yes. Maximum.
Now it's okay. Okay, so today's my talk. The title is Organic and Polymeric Microlasers by Molecular Self-Assembly. Okay, now, as you know, the organic light-emitting diode is commercially available for the TV or cellular phone. And this is very highly beneficial for the lightweight and flexible and low power consumption and high brightness and saturation. So now the liquid crystalline display is altered to the organic light-emitting diode. And so the next target for the organic semiconductor or organic electrics is to achieve the organic lasers. And of course, the electrically driven organic lasers are desired for the commercial applications. But other applications, such as for the micro lasers and the flexible lasers, platonic lasers and vortex lasers, and also the lasers for sensing are highly desired for the organic laser applications. And what is laser? A laser is a light amplification by stimulated emission of radiation. So shortly, light has a phase alignment and a monochromatic and a unidirectional radiation. So that is very different from the incoherent light, such as sunlight. But this coherent light is very good for the many various optical applications. So our research is on the combining the polymers with the lasers. And to achieve the laser oscillation, what we should do? First, we have to confine the light. And the simplest way is to put up two mirrors oppositely like this and generate the light emission inside here, and the light is reflected and confined in between these two mirrors. And for a small device, for example, multi-layer mirrors or distributed feedback lasers are also possible to confine the photons like this. And also, the small crystals or small that means micrometer scale crystals or microspheres or microcrystals are also utilized for the micro lasers because the refractive index of these materials are much higher than the outside the air. So light is reflected on the facet of the crystals or give the total internal reflection to show the interference inside these microstructures. And second is to induce a population inversion and the stimulated emission. This is the first proposed by Albert Einstein. And here, one photon comes and excites to the excited state, and then two photons goes out with aligned phase. And when these two photons are confined and it can also stimulate the excited state, then such stimulated emissions and induce lasing. Okay, second, I talk about the polymers. And the concept of polymer is first proposed by Hermann Staudinger in the Freiburg University in Germany. And at first, the polymer is called by the anti-Staudinger group, and Staudinger used the macromolecules at the time, macromolecules. But now, both polymers and macromolecules are often used. And in his concept, he suggests that the polymers are macromolecules linked by the covalent bond, not just the assembly of small molecules. Yeah, and today there are two kinds of the representative polymers. One is synthetic polymers, and the other is biopolymers, or called the natural polymers. For synthetic polymers, for example, polyethylene, polystyrene, nylon, and polyethylene terephthalate PET, these are representative. And biopolymers, DNA, proteins, or sugars, and cellulose, or many. And on 1977, another polymers are invented that is called conducting polymers or conductive polymers. By Professor Hideki Shirakawa in University of Tsukuba, and in collaboration with Alan McDiarmid and Professor Alan Higgins. These findings are discovered in United States. And what is conducting polymers? The conducting polymer is polymers with delocalized pi electrons. The typical structure is shown here. Two double bond and single bonds are alternately formed like this. And here the pi electrons are delocalized. And when we dope, the electrons or holes are conducting in these chains. And the typical one is a polyacetylene and polystyrene and polyphenylate. And up to now, various kinds of conducting polymers are synthesized by the chemist. And the characteristic of the conducting polymers is one is electrical conductions by chemical or photo doping. So it even shows the metallic conductivity like this. And the other important characteristic is photoluminescence or electroluminescence properties. So it shows luminescence with various visible or infrared or UV colors. And utilize these conducting polymers, we can apply it for organic solar cells and organic light emitting diode, and also the condensers or diode or transistors. So now you might notice that why we combine the polymers and lasers. And a certain kind of laser polymers has light emitting properties. So if we prepare some micrometer scale morphologies and confine the light inside the microstructures, it can act as a laser. Okay, so yeah, optical micro resonators are important for the various applications for optical integrated circuits and optical barcodes and optical imaging and bioimaging and biosensors like this. And there are mainly two types of the micro-resonators. One is a whispering gallery mode resonators, the other is a Fabry-Perot type resonators. But these structures are micrometer scale, so it is difficult to fabricate by our hand. And so we can mainly utilize two approaches. One is a top-down approach. This is carried out by the lithography technique to cut down to the micrometers or nanometer scale structures. However, the demerit is this is high cost. This needs a high cost manufacturers and the multi-step fabrication step processes. And the other important point, especially for the chemistry, is a bottom-up approach by the molecular self-assembly. And the molecules are assembled simultaneously in a certain condition, usually in the solution process, to build up to be nanometer to micrometer or macroscopic scales. So this is a very simple process and with a low cost and low energy consumption. What we need is just to wait to keep some condition and wait for several hours or several days to form such a microstructures. And we were making several assembly research on the conducting polymers for more than 8 years. And the first discovery is to find that a certain kind of the polymer conducting polymers tend to form such a micrometer scale structures, microspheres like this. And the important point to obtain such a microstructure is to give the amorphous aggregation. In a typical conducting polymers, it has a high planarity by the pi conjugated plane. So these polymers tend to crystallize in a precipitation process. So crystallization gives some directional crystal growth. So it tends to form some irregular one-dimensional or two-dimensional structures, not such a sphere structure. But when we introduce some bulky moieties in the molecular backbone like this, the polymers main chains are highly twisted. So it inhibits pi-pi stacking, crystallization, and to give the amorphous aggregation to form such a microsphere structure. And make trial and errors for various kinds of the conducting polymers. Typical available conventional polymers, conducting polymers are hard to form the microsphere structure. And also polymers with a very rigid or linear structure is also hard to form such a microspheres. But when we introduce some bulky moieties or induce a twisting in the main chains, these polymers tend to form such a microstructures like these, microspheres. And then next, we measure the optical properties of these spheres. And this left figure shows the luminescence spectrum of the calciferons of the many spheres. It shows a typical, these are broad luminescence spectrum. This is almost similar with the luminescence from the solution of these polymers. On the other hand, when we shine the focused laser beam onto a single sphere and obtain the luminescence from a single sphere, we can obtain such a spike-like and periodic peaks overlapping with a broad luminescence spectrum. And this is a sign of the confinement of the luminescence, and this is called the whispering gallery mode photoluminescence. And what is a whispering gallery mode? The whispering gallery is a gallery of such a circular gallery, typically shown in the St. Paul's Cathedral in London. And here, one whisper on one side, and the other can hear the whispers because the light sound propagate along the surface of this dome. because the sound is wave, so it can propagate like this. And how about the light? Light is also the wave, so it can propagate in such a dome. But wavelength of the light is very, very short with several hundred nanometer scale. So we don't need to prepare such a big dome by the polymers. And just we need to prepare such a micrometer scale spheres. So this is a schematic representation of the whispering gallery mode. When we shine the laser beam to the fluorescent polymers, and the fluorescent occurs inside, and it is confined inside the sphere by the total internal reflection at the polymer and air interface. And it can interfere by the one circle propagation and to show up as such a periodic and sharp peaks. And the resonant conditions are shown here, eta times pi times d. This is optical path length with a one circle propagation. And when it coincides with the integer times the wavelengths, it resonates. And we report this at 2014 with the title of the self-assembled conjugated polymer spheres at fluorescent microresonators. The benefit advantage of these polymer spheres are, first, this sphere acts as both resonator and fluorophore, so we don't need to add fluorescent dyes. And second, these spheres have high photoabsorptivity and a high refractive index due to the conjugated polymers, so it is good for the light confinement. And the fabrication process is very simple. That is also good for the fabrications. And so far, we report several about these polymer resonators and its applications, such as micro lasers, lasing actions, and also the not only the sphere, but we also prepare some microcrystals, and that also act as a lasing cavities. And also we make some application of like this. And so I will show some examples of our recent results. One is energy transfer study, like harvesting and energy transfer from one sphere to the another spheres. And here we utilize a polymer microspheres with different fluorescent colors, green, yellow, orange, and red, from the identical fluorescent dyes. And when we change the concentration of these dyes, it changes the fluorescent color from green to red. And each sphere shows such a clear whispering gallery mode. And when we connect these spheres like a green, yellow, and orange, the energy transfer can occur from one to the other spheres like this. And we also measure the efficiency of the energy transfer from one to the other. And it works like roughly follow the FRET rules. FRET is it is proportional to the spectral overlap times fluorescent quantum yield. But in general, FRET reaches only within 10 nanometer scale from one molecule to the other molecule. But in our case, light is confined inside the sphere and propagate very efficiently to the next sphere. So it reached more than several micrometer scale, and also the unidirectional like this. And to further elongate the distance from one sphere, energy transfer from one to the other spheres, we utilize the polymer microfibers for the optical fibers, and put several spheres like a blue and green and orange spheres. And also we utilize as a green spheres, we utilize photo switching materials as a green resonators. Here, the closed one shows a green luminescence, but we can change the molecular structure by shining the UV or visible light from closed state to open state. And we can change the fluorescent on and fluorescent off state. And here we prepare these molecules from these molecules, the microsphere like this. And we put 3 spheres on the optical fibers, and we can observe that we excite the blue spheres, and the blue light whispering Gary mode occurs and transfer to the next green spheres, and then a green luminescence then further transfer to the red sphere. So we can observe the green and red fluorescence. However, next, when we gate off these green spheres, this energy transfer from blue to red is not occurs. So as a result, red color is also fluorescence hardly occurs like this. But when we turn on the gate, this green sphere again, we can observe the red fluorescence again. So we can operate the gate on and gate off operations with only organic materials, and only all optical operations are possible. And we also prepare the microspheres from these photochromic molecules. And this is also the photochromics with fluorescence, yellow fluorescence in the closed state, and the open non-fluorescent in the open state. And we can prepare the microsphere from only these molecules. And also the yellow fluorescent are turned on and off. And the whispering gallery mode is also it's possible to turn on and turn off. And these molecules are also variable for the self-assembly on the surface of the substrate. For example, here we prepare the surface patterned substrate with hydrophobic and hydrophilic and hydrophobic patterns. And when we drop the cast of the solution of the molecules and make some solvent vapor annealing treatment, we can obtain the array of the microdisc like this. And to modify some conditions, we can obtain such a hemisphere arrays on the substrate. And because each hemispheres are possible to turn off and turn on the whispering gallery mode like this. And so we can draw some paint within a millimeter scale here, like a Mona Lisa, and each dot is works as a whispering gallery mode fingerprint like this. So this can be applied to the authentication with physical unclonable functions. So that means the first is we can recognize as a micrometer scale QR code like this. And the second step is each hemisphere shows such a fingerprint. So we can recognize whether it is a true one or false one like this. And other application is for sensing with the circumstances by changing the size or shape or crystal or amorphous or something. And because this kind of the resonator optical sensing is very highly sensitive. So the first target is on the sensing the humidity. Here we utilize this kind of the aggregation in this emitting polymer called the AIE polymer. And this polymer is can be dissolved in the also in water, and also it swell the humidity highly like this. So we can utilize this kind of the polymer resonators as a humidity sensors. Here we change the relative humidity from low to high, and the fluorescent peak signal, whispering gallery mode signal, shift from lower to the higher wavelengths. And when we plot it, it changes linear like this. So it is the sensitivity is 255 picometer per percent RH. This is very high compared with other resonator sensors. And also we can utilize the natural polymers here, and we select the silk fibroin And the silk is a natural polymer, and it has a very high moisturizing properties, so it can be utilized as our clothes, and it is very comfortable to wear the silk wears. And this has a very high moisturizing properties that is also useful to swell the humidity and utilize as a humidity sensor. And to utilize the humidity sensor, we change the humidity from very low to the almost 100% RH, and it shifts almost linearly. And also it comes back to the original state when we dehydrate like this. And also we can change, we can sense such a hydration and dehydration process reproducibly like this. And our humidity sensor shows a high sensitivity compared with other polymer resonator sensors, humidity sensor like this. And also the range of the humidity value is almost up to 100%. So it's very valuable to check the humidity. And also we can check the detection of the VOC. VOC is a volatile organic compound that is harmful for our health. And usually these VOC sensors, the adsorption on the surface of the resonator is utilized, and that causes a change of the refractive index at the surface. But it is the surface refractive index change is very small, so the sensitivity is not so high. So here we utilize the porous polymer microspheres like this. And because this is highly porous, so the VOCs can easily penetrate into the sphere, and it causes a high refractive index change. So here we utilize this kind of polymer. This is called the polymers with intrinsic microporosity, because it is a highly twisted structure like this. So when we prepare the microspheres, and it has a large volume of the void inside, the nanometer scale voids inside. And this sphere also shows fluorescent properties, so it shows such a whispering gallery mode. And when we flow some VOC, such as pyridine vapors like this system, the peak shift very sensibly like this, and it also shows a very high sensitivity with a pyridine vapor. And we check various kinds of the VOCs for sensing using these polymers, polymer spheres, and the pyridine has the highest sensitivity value of the 0.4 nanometer per ppm scale. And compared with other VOCs such as toluene and chloroform and benzene and xylene. The reason is because pyridine has a highly electron-rich properties, and this polymer has electron-deficient moieties. So these pyridine molecules are highly easily adsorbed on the surface of these polymers, and it results in a high sensitivity for the, especially for the pyridine vapors. Okay, so now I summarize my talk, and we make a self-assembly of the conducting polymers to form laser resonators, and it can be applied for the anti-counterfeiting microarrays and also humidity sensing applications. And I acknowledge many collaborators, and thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Sensei, for a very interesting talk. Now the session is open for discussions. Any questions or comments and discussion, please? Professor Satyam Shah is asking, I wonder why fluorescence lifetime measurement is not done.
Yeah. In some cases, we made a fluorescent lifetime measurement and for lasing cavities. So for lasing phenomenon, the lifetime is highly shortened. So, for example, usually in the nanosecond process of the luminescence is shortened to the picosecond.
Sensei, wonderful talk from your side. Exactly here. So just I wanted to ask, you have observed this one in microspheres.
Yes.
So I might have missed. So these microspheres are holospheres or having semi-crystalline?
Yeah. Not hollow spheres, but the inside is also filled with polymers.
Okay, so in that case, if you change the crystalline nature of the polymers, so the property may change, right, according to the crystallinity of the
Yeah. Of course, highly crystalline materials will probably have a high refractive index, but the drawback of the crystalline material is crystal glow anisotropically. So it's difficult to obtain the microsphere structure. Microsphere is an isotropic structure. So the crystalline materials forms, for example, some plate-like or fiber-like structures, but it's difficult to obtain the microsphere from the crystal.
Okay, so in that case, we have mentioned about the whispering gallery effect. So what we have done, anything regarding the nanoparticles? So how it could be change from the microparticle?
Yeah, we can dope some nanoparticles into the polymer matrix, and the nanoparticle is very small, so it never scatters the light. So it also acts as a fluorescent dye.
Okay, thank you very much, Sensei.
Thank you, Sensei. Are there any further questions and comments or discussion on this?
We'll move on to the next session.
Yeah, let's thank, before that, let's thank Professor Yamamoto Sensei for giving us a wonderful talk on the next generation lighting materials and so. So thank you, Professor, once again, Anthony. Thank you.
On behalf of the organizing committee, we wholeheartedly thank Dr. Sivaji Sadale for chairing the session. And now we come to the end of the plenary lectures for the first day of the Nobel Laureate Science and Technology Seminar Series, and we'll move on to the students' presentation. This session will be chaired by Dr. Satyan Saha, Department of Chemistry, Banaras Hindu University, editor of newsletter Indian JSPS Alumni Association, and Dr. B. Subramanian, Principal Investigator, ISRO Trivandrum, and General Secretary, Indian JSPS Alumni Association, South Chapter. We welcome Dr. Satyan Saha and Dr. B. Subramaniam for chairing the session.
Thank you. Thank you. So I welcome all of you in this very important session. This session is for the student, by the student. So we have around 30 speakers, and every student will get 2 minutes. So along with me, I welcome Professor Balasubramaniam sir. So he also will join with me. So let us start because we have very limited time. So every participant will get 2 minutes. So first, can I start? The first presenter is Paramesh Chandra.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Can I get that thing off?
Yeah, start.
Yeah, I am Paramesh Chandra, currently working in the PhD in Vishwabharati. My topic is frequency and temperature dependent dielectric characteristics of lead-free BR-doped perovskites. And first of all, for the introduction, I should talk about something about the perovskites and why it is used, where it is used. Perovskites are used mainly in solar cells and now in these days. And lead-based perovskites are very popular in this field, and many are considering it as an alternative of silicon-based solar cells. And this lead-based perovskite has been working on. They are working on it from 2019, and there are many works on this field. And recently, it reached 25.8% of efficiency. It's a good alternative for silicon-based perovskites, silicon-based solar cells. And but there are some issues with lead-based perovskite. The first issue is the lead itself, because lead is toxic, and if it is used in solar cells, and if it can contaminate the nature, and it is harmful for humans. And the next one is the perovskites, lead-based perovskites are not so stable in the long run. So if it is giving higher efficiency for a short term, it is not so cost effective. And there I have tried to address this issue with two different approaches. First one is replacing lead with similar isoelectric property, has a similar metal like bismuth. I have used bismuth for that. And the next approach is I have doped some different halogen with chlorine. I have used bromine to address the stability issue, and if I can get something about the efficiency. In this study, I have studied the impedance spectroscopy.
You have crossed the 2 minutes. Can you summarize?
Okay. We have studied the impedance spectroscopy, and we have plotted the conductivity and frequency temperature dependence. I have seen that the beer doping causes the more stability of the sample, and that's the thing we have.
Okay.
I have talked.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Paramesh.
Thank you.
So our next speaker is Sree. Sree, are you there? Yes, start please. Please start your presentation.
Next participant.
Sree not joined.
We'll move on to the next participant.
Yeah. Sujagya Kumar Panda from Utkal University. Are you there? Sujagya Kumar Panda.
Yes, he is there, sir.
Yeah. Please start.
Yes, thank you. I'm going to present a topic on ethnomedicinal uses and antibacterial activities of a weaver ant, we call as Oikophoria smaragdina, and mostly this was known to be for pest control all over the world. However, in some Asian countries like India, Thailand, Philippines, Myanmar, they are also used as ingredients in variety of food recipe. And in my region, in Odisha, northern part, traditionally it is used for treatment of cold, cough, and wound infections. And in most of other parts, like South India, it is used for skin infection. In Central India for jaundice. In Northeast for again cold and cough. Since far no significant analysis of antimicrobial compounds is studied, that's the reason why we studied using a bioassay-guided purifications with Staphylococcus aureus as a model organisms. We collected both larvae and pupae from Moirvanch, and then we frozen the samples in liquid nitrogen, both live samples. And then we started first with a liquid extractions using both apolar hexane and apolar methanol water solvents. And we found both are effective, but hexane was most potential than compared to the apolar one. Then we started to be drying them, and then we subjected to HPLC, and we collected around, after standardization, 41 minutes, and each minutes all fractions were tested. And we found, as you see in the figure one, the mostly in the two regions, the green bars are mostly they are active. And however, there are some other minor peaks are also effective. And then we subject all of these peaks to GCMS, And we found that the major peak of peak 7 is linoleic acids, and other 4, 5 are alpha and gamma linoleic acids. But the first major peak with peak 6, which is when with GCMS, we could not able to analyze because it was a mixture. So further, we again sent them for LCMSMS, where we are able to purify all them, and we found that there are 3 peaks are mixtures. And again, most of them are the compounds. 2 of them have the same molecular mass, but maybe probably they are the isomers of linoleic acids on there. And other parts like oleic acid also is the minor we find. So all of them we collected, and the IC50 we calculate, and we find linoleic acid is the most effective with 1.8 microgram as the MIC value. So the study what I'm telling about, this is the first evidence with that fatty acids from these leaves with linoleic acid as the antimicrobial compounds, although they are well known from other plants and other natural products. The study.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Panda. You have crossed 40 seconds extra. So thank you. Next participant.
Vinod Kumar P. Sajan.
Good evening, everybody.
Presenter, can you switch on the video?
Sure, sir. Sure.
Vinod Kumar. Yeah, please start.
Yes, I'm Vinod Kumar P. Sajan, and I'm pursuing my PhD under the guidance of Dr. P.M. Gurubasaraj. Today, I'm here to give a present on the design, synthesis, biological evaluation of and molecular talking, a new class of potential inhibitor. So let's start with the introduction. So as we know, cancer is one of the most dangerous, and also along with the environment changes in the living habits, cancer has become one of the major reasons for death all over the world, with more than 10 million people and more than 10 million new cases diagnosed every year. So what exactly cancer is? Cancer is a pathological conditions wherein cell undergo under controlled division and abnormal alarming. So that is why it would be difficult to destroy the cancer. Global attention has been attracted to the enormous enormous potential of ligands and metal complexes in reducing cancer due to their special properties such as kinetics and thermodynamics. And also it would be very important to study of these ligands because these shows anti-cancer activity, antiviral, antimicrobial, and antifungal, and so on. Come to methodology. So here I have mentioned one schematic representation. This will show that the synthesis of phenoxyimine ligands. So this is one of the easiest method and synthesized by straightforward skip-based condensation of amines and aldehydes in the ratio of 1:1. So after preparation of compound, we have to confirm whether the compound has been formed or not by using of some spectral methods such as IR, proton NMR, carbon NMR, mass, as well as CS analysis. So here I have mentioned 2 figures. The first figure is IR spectroscopy, and the second one is NMR spectroscopy. So in the IR spectroscopy, there is a peak between 1612 nanometer, which indicate the formation of the C double bond, that is imine group. In NMR, there will be arise of peak between 8 to 9, that is indication of C double bond. So after that, we have done some biological activities such as anti-cancer activity. So let's start with the anti-cancer activity. So we have screened all our novel compounds with the using of some different cell lines such as colon, that is colon, A549, that is lung, MD, MB, breast cancer. So all ligands have exhibited a great cytotoxicity effect in the range between IC50 value 0.5 to 5.65 micromolar. So here I have mentioned 2 figures. The first figure is IC50 values, and the second figure is indication of a percent of cell viability. So after that, we have screened for cytocompatibility by using of normal fibroblast cell, that is L929, and these results shows the percentage of the cell viability between 62 to 100%. After that, hemolysis assay, and it is very mandatory to study the toxicity of the ligands on normal blood erythrocyte, and this shows less than 5% as compared to. Yes, sir.
Sajan, yeah, for almost 40 seconds extra. Okay, please stop it.
Let's. Yes.
You can. Yeah, one more sentence. Only one more sentence.
Finally, we have what we are trying to synthesize is these ligands shows a very good vital spot of anti-cancer, blood hemolysis, and some inhibitors also.
Okay, thank you. Next.
Abhineet Verma.
Good evening, everyone. I am Abhineet Verma, pursuing my PhD with Professor Asen Saha, Department of Chemistry, Institute of Science, BHU. Today, I am going to present my work on the recent development in NIR emissions. NIR emission from lanthanide ion is an important process as evident from a variety of applications ranging from biology, as in MRI, to material as OLEDs, WLEDs, and military applications as in night vision goggles or infrared guided missiles. Although direct excitation of lanthanide ions is not visible because of the photoselection rule. Thus, in order to overcome such drawback, an alternative approach has been taken by us, where an antenna is used to catch a signal and passes the energy directly to the excited state of the lanthanide ion, which on revert back to ground state, emit the emission in the NIR region, which is around 800 to 1600 nanometer. In this poster, here I am presenting with the help of 15 new lanthanide-based complex that are completely characterized by using single crystal XRD studies. We can not only modulate the emission, but also we can enhance the emission from lanthanide ion by slightly change in the ligand or at the antenna. So here we have successfully discussed 15 complexes which can absorb light at 350 nanometer and emit up to 1600 nanometer, which is reflected in this poster. Thank you very much for giving me such an opportunity and such a platform for presenting my work. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Next, within 2 minutes. Next.
Rudra Pratap Singh.
Yes, ma'am.
Rudra Pratap, please try to maintain the time. Start.
Sure, sir. Yeah, good evening, sir. Myself, Dr. Pratap Singh Rajput, and here I'm presenting a topic: formulation, characterization, and evaluation of cellular complex formulation to treat the respiratory infection. As you are knowing about the IJAA, this is very common, and even we already faced in the last year pandemic COVID-19. So with this rationale, I have selected the IJAA infection because it's a transmit from the young to young, children to children, as well as in the adult also. So with this, I have selected a very common spice that is generally we use in the kitchen also, that is cumin aldehyde, and that was combined with the soy lecithin as well as the chitosan. And with this, total 9 and 2 groups formulations were done with the using of chitosan. That was the cumin aldehyde complex formulation, and there was the loaded complex formulation by the antisol precipitation method. The different parameters were performed by the optimization, and I have done the optimization work only to further proceed show all the parameters. So here, like in vitro drug release, which was performed on the USP2 model, which confirms the co-smear peppers model, as well as the drug kinetics of the two optimized formulation, and all other parameters also confirm about the significant inhibition on the stress. Like,
excuse me, can you please increase the volume?
Yeah, sure.
And switch on the video also.
So in vitro drug release was performed SP2 model, which confirms the drug release profile of two optimized formulations. In vitro microbial study was done on E. aureus, S. aureus, and E. coli, which confirms the significant inhibition on the microbes also. And vitro study was also performed by the DPPH study, as well as the HRBC study was also performed by the collecting of the blood of this hand. Further, the pharmacokinetic and pharmacodynamic study was also performed on the rabbit by taking the approval by the IAAC, and we have got the result by the introduction of those non-pathogenic microbes to that rabbit. We have found that the result, it means it could be an alternative treatment to treat RTA infections as in the form of the oral treatment, as well as at present we are going for the this IV treatments also. This time we are going for formulation of.
Okay, okay. Thank you. Thank you. Next.
Debasmita Dubey.
Thank you so much. I'm Dr. Debasmita Dubey.
Switch on the video, please.
My work is on antioxidant and anti-cancer evaluation of leaf extract of Largistomia.
All the speakers should switch on the video.
Yeah, Largistomia speciosa on multiple cancer cell lines. Chemotherapy is mostly usable form of treatment for different type of cancer, but problems associated with the strategy is drug resistance and toxicity of currently available chemotherapeutic drugs. So its demand of future therapeutic approaches in cancer aim to neutralize the toxicity to healthy tissues and to counter drug resistance. Natural therapeutics, especially plant-derived chemicals like Taxol, Vinca alkaloids, have been proved to show tremendous effect against various cancer types. Despite significant efforts, clinical uses of plant-based, semi-synthetic, and synthetic chemotherapeutic drugs has been proven to fall short of hopes for a safe and affordable cancer cure. As a result, there is a continuing desire for innovative, effective, and biocompatible anti-cancer medications that are free of unpleasant side effects. In this scenario, using the vast richness of undiscovered ethnomedically and medicinally applicable plants in a tropical nation like India with rich in natural resources and traditional knowledge about the therapeutic applications of plant is both appropriate and reasonable. The primary goal for this screening of new therapeutic candidates against this terrible illness by utilizing the plant-derived secondary metabolites.
Warm greetings to
We have studied the methanolic leaf extract of Largestomia speciosa, Indian medicinal plant, against various cancer cell lines. Their IC50 value found to be around 45 microgram to 100 microgram per ml, which varies on cancer cells types. Here we have studied colony formation assay, apoptosis assay, ROS activity, mitochondrial transmembrane potential activity, as well as toxicity effects on normal cell line and mice model. We have also identified active phytochemicals by HNMS analysis. The extract shows promising effect on all experiments against cell lines without any toxic effect to normal cells as well as tissues. Hence, Largestomia speciosa leaves extract is non-toxic and have a great potential to target cancer treatment. It appears to be promising when used to combination with the other therapeutics or as a potential preventive therapy by including it one's regular diet. However, before any specific human application, the plant extract should be considered for further in vivo animal studies and human clinical research trials. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity. Thank you, sir.
Next.
Naveen Kumar P.
Naveen Kumar.
Characterization and
Next.
biological evaluation of heterocyclic system containing nitrogen atoms, sir. So many heterocyclic
Switch on the video,
compounds,
please. Switch on the video, please.
heterocyclic compounds are organic compounds containing of at least one atom of carbon and at least one element other than carbon, such as nitrogen, oxygen.
Naveen, sorry to interrupt. Speakers should have the video on.
Sir?
Switch on the video. We want to see the speaker.
Sir.
Yes, go ahead.
So my topic, good evening, sir. My topic is synthesize, characterization and biological evaluation of heterocyclic system containing nitrogen atom. So heterocyclic compounds are organic compounds containing at least one atom of carbon and at least one element other than carbon, such as nitrogen, oxygen, sulfur, with in a ring structure. The examples for that one are thiazole, pyrazole, pyridine, etc. So in this, I'm using thiazole and nicotinic acid as a basic structure, basic nucleus. Of this nucleus, they possess broad spectrum of activities like thiazole is a versatile moiety that exhibits a wide variety of biological activity. Thiazole moiety acts as a hydrogen binding domain and 2 electron donor system, and the nicotinic acid is a inhibition of lipolysis in a adipose tissue. So anti-hyperlipidemic agent used in the treatment of hypertriglyceridemia. From experimental work, I'm done four steps. In that first step, I'm synthesized thiazole, thiazolamine derivative from thiosemi carbazide, and in 4 steps I am finally I am synthesized heterocyclic system containing nitrogen atom from substituted acid derivatives of step 1 product and nicotinyl isothiocyanate. So in the place of R, I used different groups like CH3 phenyl, etc. From different products. So from this formation of product confirmed by TLC and followed by spectral analysis like IR and NMR mass, So the obtained final analogs subjected for anti-inflammatory activity by carrageenan edema method, and obtained results were compared with standard diclofenac sodium. The results of our synthesized compound shows more potent activity compared the standard. So I am.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Next.
Tamanna.
Am I audible?
Yes.
Okay. So good evening, everyone. Today I am going to present a poster on co-cultivation of rice and azolla in oxysols. Oxysols are basically soils having a pH of less than 5.5, and aluminium, this is the most abundant metal in the Earth's crust. Its pH basically, the pH of the soil will basically determine the bioavailability of aluminium. And aluminum can be basically toxic to rice if it is in a higher concentration. So when rice is cultivated in acidic pH soil, the aluminum can be really toxic to the rice. So we suggest that co-cultivation of aluminum, co-cultivation of rice and azolla can basically help in alleviating the toxic level of aluminium, which reduces the rice elongation, which reduces the elongation of roots in rice. Basically, what we did was that since azolla is a hyperaccumulator of aluminium, plus azolla also has this anabini. This is a cyanobacterium, and this basically it fixes nitrogen. So if we co-cultivate azolla and rice, the yield of rice will be very high, and since rice is a very important staple in
Indian Japan conference జరుగుతుంది దాంట్లో
Naveen, can you please
రీసెర్చ్ చేసి ఆ రీసెర్చ్ గురించి వాళ్ళకి చెప్పాలి మనం దానికి సంబంధించిన మొత్తం పంపించాలి ఇంగ్లీష్ ఇంగ్లీష్ చెప్పడం కూడా
Excuse me.
కాలేజీలో కూడా టేస్ట్ ఇంగ్లీష్ చెప్పాలి
The host, please remove Naveen. Excuse me, sorry.
మనం పంపించిన అది మనం చెప్పింది
Naveen, please can you unmute?
You can mute him. You can remove him from this now. Host.
Yes, he's muted, sir.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry, Tamanna. Please go ahead.
So the most toxic form of aluminium is Al3+, and it can basically bind to the rice, the roots, and it will prevent the elongation. So basically, what we did was we took two sets of experiments. We did two sets of experiments. In the first set, we co-cultivated rice and azolla, and here we can see the roots or the shoot length is very high in the first set compared to the second set, where the shoot length has been decreased, and also azolla will turn brown as it will accumulate aluminium in its fronds. Plus the anabini, which is present in the dorsal cavity of azolla, it will also help in the biological nitrogen fixation in the rice plants. So it was seen that the co-cultivation of azolla and rice will basically help in alleviating the toxic level of aluminium in oxysols. Also, this azolla are known to secrete some organic acids like citrate and malate under aluminium stress conditions. And this citrate and malate, these are organic acids which can basically bind to the most toxic form of aluminium, that is Al3+, present in the hydroponic dilutions. And as mentioned earlier, this aluminium is very abundant in the Earth's crust, and it CFO to rice seedlings if rice seedlings are grown in acidic pH. Therefore, the root growth in azolla will be badly affected by aluminium also. But azolla and rice, both of this can provide a better combination. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Shabari Girinath.
Good evening, everyone. My topic is about the development of
Somehow your voice is not clear.
nanoparticles for oral delivery. My topic is about the development of ralaxifene hydrochloride loaded MPG PLA nanoparticles for oral delivery. And my main objective is ralaxifene hydrochloride is a breast cancer drug which suffers from poor oral bioavailability, and it has
There is some problem.
Is it audible?
Yes, yes.
But it's not clear. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so in order to before preparation of nanoparticles, the MPG PLA polymer was synthesized and characterized by using the GPC, NMR, and FTR techniques. The polymer is found to having the number average molecular weight of 37 kilodaltons and molecular weight of 53 kilodaltons. And nanoparticles were prepared by conducting the solubility study first. In the solubility study, ethyl acetate solvent was selected, and then nanoparticles were prepared by emulsion diffusion solvent evaporation technique. The prepared nanoparticles were further optimized by using the different types of organic solvents, in which ethyl acetate and DMSO solvent was selected, and then further optimized for surfactant concentration, in which PVA 1.5% concentration was selected, and then it is further optimized in the drug is found to freeze the drug as the best protected. The lifeless nanoparticles were subjected to XRD, in which the drug was found to be in the amorphous form, and it is subjected to the SEM. The SEM studies proved that the nanoparticles were in spherical and smooth shape. The nanoparticles were subjected to the in vitro release profile, in which the drug is released of about 72% drug in 24 hours, and the cytotoxicity studies were conducted, in which the formulation was proved better than the drug suspension, and the pharmacokinetic studies were conducted in the Sprague Dally rats. The bioavailability was improved to be about 4.87 times compared to the free drug suspension. Stability studies were conducted in the temperature and humidity chambers, and the nanoparticles were found to be stable after 6 months, and stability studies were conducted in the simulated gastric and intestinal fluids, and they are also proved to be stable. And coming to the quick facts, polymer was synthesized. Yeah, thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you. You have taken 30 seconds more. Yeah. Next.
Nasreen.
Nasreen.
Yes, sir. Warm greetings to all. Hope you all are staying safe.
We cannot see you.
Okay, sir. Wait. Here I didn't get the option for switch on camera, sir.
Sir, she joined in another way. She can't join without video window.
Host, can you help?
Yes, sir. She joined in another method, so she can't start video.
But we cannot see her window also.
The window is visible, sir. Okay, slides are visible.
No, here her window is not there. Slide I can see.
That's okay, sir. She can continue.
But without seeing the speaker, how will analyze? Yeah, in this case you can, but I don't know who likes to listen lecture, but the speaker is invisible. Anyway, this is exception. Okay, go ahead. Nasreen, go ahead.
Sorry, sir. Actually, I didn't get that option.
No, it's not your problem. Okay, you go ahead.
Okay, thank you, sir. Warm greetings to all. Hope all you are staying safe. This is Nesrin from CSIR Karaikudi. I'm doing research under Dr. M. Satish. So here I would like to present one of my part of my work. So the current energy demand, all of you know the problem associated with the non-renewable energy resources. So everyone are looking for renewable energy resource. So the storage, so we wanted to store the energy somehow. Those for storing energy. Here, my main interest is on supercapacitor. Why? Because this is power generation is very fast. So if you wanted to charge your phone within seconds, it is possible. And your even your hybrid electric vehicle also you can charge, no need, like unlike like battery, you don't need to wait until here forever. So for here we establish a new material for the supercapacitor. It is 2D Maxine based BCN nanostructure. So two-dimensional material now and now getting more attention in the field of energy storage because of their increase in surface area. And so here I also took a 2D combination. So Maxine is an ever-growing field in this 2010. In 2010 only it is synthesized by Gogotsi and all. So here we synthesized this material and employed C by G specific capacitance with a good energy density of 45 watt/kg. And more interesting thing here, it is while coming into practical application, cycling stability is the very important aspect. So here until 100k or 1 lakh cycle, we get the 100% efficiency, even super capacitor as well as Coulombic efficiency. So this is we can surely say that our material is it is showing its own signature in the field of energy storage, and this work is recently published in Nano Micro Small Wiley. And with this I wanted to conclude. Like I would like to thank my
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Next.
Grishma.
Good evening. My topic is on designing proteosilicose essential oil nanoparticle as wound healing and regeneration interface. So the proteosilicose is a shrub belonging to family Aristolochiaceae. Traditionally, it is a plant of high medicinal value, and its essential oil is least explored for pharmacological properties because of high volatility and low stability of the essential oil. So encapsulation of this essential oil into a suitable nanocarrier system can enhance its stability and bioavailability. In this study, the essential oil was isolated by hydrodistillation and characterized by GCFID and GCMS analysis. The result revealed the presence of about 50 compounds accounting for 99.68% of essential oil, and the major compound was bicyclogermanthrine, which accounted for about 29.33%. The essential oil was encapsulated into thymosin alginate copolymer system using a method of ionic gelation, and the size of nanoparticle estimated by DLS was 186.9 nanometer, and a zeta potential of minus 27.9 millivolt was estimated, which indicated good stability of nanoparticle. Then the keratinocytes and fibroblast cell lines were treated with various doses of oil and nanoparticle to determine cell proliferation by MTT as well as by fluorescent microscopic evaluation. And among the tested doses of nanoparticle, above 5 microgram per ml displayed significant cell proliferation. And this is in correlation with the result that we obtained from ethylene orange ethidium bromide staining, where the live cells appeared in green color. In vitro wound healing was assessed by scratch assay, in which the nanoparticle showed cell migration better than the oil by 72 hours. And in the caudal fin regeneration assay that was carried out in zebrafish, the nanoparticle exhibited significant caudal fin regeneration at 5 microgram per ml concentration than the oil in 21 days treatment. So in light of all these above results, we think nanoparticle is a promising nano interface for wound healing and tissue regeneration activities. Thank you.
Thank you. Well within the time. So may I request Subramaniam sir, Dr. Subramaniam, to take care of this now? Okay. Sir, please.
Yes.
So the next participant is Amalu Nawaz.
Good evening to all. Am I audible?
Yes.
Yes.
Good evening to all. I am here for my presentation entitled Prolonged Exposure of Carbon Black Nanoparticle Can Induce Fibrotic Responses in Alveolar Epithelial Cells. IPA for idiopathic pulmonary fibrosis prevalence is increasing worldwide, and even though the rise in concentration of nanoparticle has been linked to the fibrotic potential, but exact mechanism is unknown. So we have assessed fibrotic potential of carbon black nanoparticle because carbon black nanoparticle is one among the top 50 most produced chemical around the world. So it is a component of ultrafine particulate matter. And we have assessed its fibrotic potential by exposing alveolar epithelial cell A549 type 2, which is a representative of type 2 alveolar epithelial cells, and assessed biochemical, morphological, as well as molecular changes. And for that, we have exposed the A549 monolayers to varying concentrations of nanoparticle, starting from 1 microgram up to 80 microgram per ml, and the exposure was continued up to 5 days. And we have assessed the biochemical change, which showed that there is a dose-dependent increase in cytotoxicity. And we assessed the biochemical changes by MTT assay, lactate dehydrogenase assay, and lysosomal integrity was also assessed by neutral red uptake assay. And when we assessed the morphological changes, we found out that the prolonged exposure of low concentrations of nanoparticle have induced their morphological changes from the characteristic cuboidal epithelial morphology to a spindle-shaped elongated morphology, which is a characteristic of mesenchyme. This is an indication of EMT transition or epithelial to mesenchymal transition. So we have assessed the actin remodeling by rhodamin phalloidin staining, and we found out that the result was agreeing with the Giemsa staining. And then we have assessed the mitochondrial membrane potential by using JC10 dye, and which also showed that there is a membrane depolarization after the exposure of low concentration for a prolonged time. And then we have assessed the molecular level changes by molecular level changes by assessing the genes TGF beta, E-cadherin, and ACTA-A2. These are the EMT markers, and we found out that there is an upregulation of ACTA-A2, that is the gene responsible for alpha smooth muscle actin, which is a characteristic of mesenchymal marker, and downregulation of E-cadherin, that is the epithelial marker, and an upregulation of TGF beta 1, that is a profibrotic cytokine. And this, in conclusion, we have found out that the prolonged exposure of low concentrations of carbon black nanoparticle has induced an EMT in alveolar epithelial cells, and highlighting the importance of our study, it is the first report to indicate the EMT potential of carbon black nanoparticle.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, next.
Next participant, Lakkappa B. Anigol.
I think that I have missed.
Good evening, sir.
Yeah, but your poster is not seen. Yeah.
Okay, so my name is Lakkappa Anigol from Chitra University. My topic is photosynthesis of pH-based silver nanoparticles and their biocompatibility and anti-cancer activities. All of you know the cancer diseases is increases several day by day, and for that, preparing some of the nanoparticles for prevent the cancer cell, different types of cancers. In this, we are preparing some different nanoparticles for different pH. Here, plant extract used for synthesis of nanoparticles. These silver nitrate treated with the plant extract for varying pH, use acidic as well as basic. Finally, we get black nanoparticles, and these synthesized nanoparticles are characterized by UV and XRD. UV shows the 420 nanometer peak absorbance. This indicates there is a formation of silver nanoparticles. This XRD shows the crystalline nature of the nanoparticles, and time image shows the size of the nanoparticles and shape. Shape is spherical and size is 20 nanometer. EDX shows the elemental composition. Silver is presenting this elemental analysis. And we move to the applications part. There is anti-cancer activity. Before going to the testing the anti-cancer activity, we must and should test the biocompatibility studies. Biocompatibility studies containing two tests. One is cytocompatibility, another one blood compatibility. Cytocompatibility nothing but our synthesized silver nanoparticle treated with the normal fibroblast cell line, line 29. The incubation of 24 hours, it shows the result more than 90% of cell availability only for 2 to 7 pH. After the 8 to 11 pH, it only shows the more than 60% cell availability. It indicates more than 90% cell availability. It indicates that there is no harmful. These prepared silver nanoparticle no harmful for the fibroblast cell line. But more than 8 to 11 pH shows the some toxicity because its cell availability is only 60%, but it is negligible. And another one is blood compatibility. It indicates our Silver nanoparticles treated with the blood erythrocytes. It shows the less than 5% of hemolysis assay. It indicates there is a it indicates the non-toxic to the blood erythrocytes, but the pH 11 shows the 6% of hemolysis assay. Yeah, this pH 11 is the a little bit toxic. Finally, we can come to the anti-cancer activity. Anti-cancer.
Thank you. You have to close it because it's already 40 seconds extra.
Okay. Thank you.
Participant Gayatri Sundar.
Good evening to all. I am Gayatri Sundar, Research Scholar, Department of Biochemistry, University of Kerala, under the guidance of Dr. Annie Abraham. The topic, an improved phytonano incorporated collagen wound dressing for skin tissue regeneration. The burn wound management is a major challenge in India. Around 7 million people suffer from burn injuries every year. The skin grafting, skin substitute wound dressings are the current available solution in clinical practice. It may cause infections, pain, and scarring. So, to overcome these problems, we introduce an advanced skin tissue engineered product with phytonano incorporated collagen sponge. The major highlight of this concept is the combination of phytochemical based nanoparticle incorporated fish collagen for the treatment of burns. The methodology to develop a phytonano incorporated collagen wound dressing to nanoparticle synthesis from Phenobellus jalapa tuber extract and silver nitrate solution by bioreduction method. And the collagen is extracted from red snapper marine fish skin. And this might be a promising candidate for the treatment of burns. Here the result, the characterization of collagen by UV visible spectrum and FTIR. The characteristic peaks of ractile collagen and fish collagen are seems similar. It proves the purity of the collagen, and the characterization of Mirabilis silapa silver nanoparticles by UV visible spectrum, DLS, FTIR, and TEM analysis. It confirms the nano size and morphology of the nanoparticles. And finally, the characterization of phytonano incorporated collagen wound dressing by SEM, live dead assay, and API staining. It confirms the morphology of cells and also the cytocompatibility of scaffolds. And finally, we conclude we have successfully synthesized phytonanoparticles. It's proved to be a non-cytotoxic and cytocompatible for skin tissue regeneration. Thank you.
Very good. Well, within 2 minutes. Thank you.
All participants, please join through your web browser. Next participant, Soundar Subaya.
Hello. Good evening. Audible?
Yes.
Good evening, respected judges.
Please.
Good evening, respected judges and co-participants. My presentation topic is evaluation of boron-nitrate polyethylene composite electrode for supercapacitor applications. Here, boron-nitrate is an electrical insulator, and also it has some similarities to the graphite, such as surface area and the isoelectronic properties. Even though it has some even though it has a wide band gap around 5.6, it cannot be used for the electrode material for supercapacitors or any other energy storage devices. Energy storage devices, because on metal interaction intercalation with the boron nitrate, it possesses some insulating nature during the process of decalation mechanism. So here we doped polyethylene for the conducting, for increasing the conductivity and the surface area of the polyethylene boron nitrate polyethylene composite. Here we use chemical activity method with a fixed volume, fixed concentration of polyethylene and the variable concentration of variable weight percentage of boron nitrate. And we have analyzed surface morphology such as FTIR, SEM, and FTIR, SEM, and other. Here we confirm the incorporation of polyethylenes on the surface of the boron nitrate. Then we move to the electrochemical characterization. Electrochemical characterization using three-electrode system in a biologic instrument. We use a cyclic photometry, galvanostatic charge mechanism, and a impedance spectroscopy. Here we from the electrochemical cyclic photometry graph, we have achieved the set of redox peak corresponds to the polyaniline, and a larger current density area corresponds to the boronitrate. And also we have achieved around 67 farad for 0.1 ampere for current density. And next we move on to the thermodynamic charge discharge mechanism. Here we have achieved cyclic similar CD graph from second cycle to the 10th cycle, and without any capacity fade. The capacity fade, which implies is the both Faradic and non-Faradic reactions at the surface of the boronated polyaniline composite. Next, we move to the electrostatic impedance spectroscopy. Here, the angle which is between 45 degree and 90 degree, which corresponds to the partial characteristic of redox and the non-redox behavior.
Okay.
And the cycle. Okay. And this
30 seconds more. Yes. Over. You have taken already 35 seconds more.
35 seconds.
Next.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. Time is over.
Next participant, Pavan Kumar.
So good evening, everyone. So myself, Pavan Kumar, so Department of Chemistry, Karunya University, Coimbatore, under the guidance of Dr. Jeba Singh sir. So we are working on the click chemistry. So click chemistry is not a single specific reaction, but it describes a way of generating the products that follow the examples in nature, which also generates the substances by joining the small modular units. So click reaction is very useful for the modifying the functional biomolecules because of its high chemoselectivity. So we have worked on the synthesis of the copper-2 complexes by using a 3 catalyst: copper-2 cyclene, copper-2 phenolphthalein, copper-2 bipyridine for the nanomaterial applications. So we have taken the reaction between the acetylene and azide. So it forms the triazoles derivatives, coupling with the help of the copper-2 and copper-1. So we have confirmed by the XRD, IR, XPS, carbon-13 NMR results. So we can see the figure D. The SEM images shows that sheet-like structure with the wrinkled surface due to the intercalation of copper complexes, whereas the GO sheets present in the granulate surface texture with the spherical edges. So we can conclude that the non-covalent intercalation of the copper-2 complexes on GO sheets will be conferred by the spectroscopic and microscopic analysis. So these nano composites were used as a efficient green click catalyst for alkyne azide cycloaddition reactions. So our quick facts are efficient material based catalyst organic transformation, copper-2 intercalated GO material for click reaction. So we already done the 12 examples with the enhanced 80 to 90% yield, efficient recyclable catalyst for dry azole formations, copper mediated acetylene azide transformations, reusable catalyst for short-term reactions, easy reaction procedure in room temperature, and atom economic approach. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next participant, Amrita Natarajan.
A very good evening to all. Am I audible?
Yeah.
Okay, the repair of full thickness articular cartilage defects extending deep into the subchondral bone is still an unmet clinical need. So hence osteochondral tissue engineering is a suitable strategy to overcome the limitation of the current treatment methodologies. Here we fabricated a bilayer scaffold via 3D printing where various design iterations are possible. Here development of bilayer scaffold involved printing of the bone layer with a star pattern followed by cartilage layer with a cubical pattern according to the model design using 123 design software. The hierarchical pattern was mimicked by printing layer with different infill density with tapering pore pattern. The same images showed oriented pores and struts with regular array patterns. This was followed by physicochemical and mechanical characterization. Live as a revealed that the material tested were non-cytotoxic and able to support attachment, proliferation, and viability of the cells. It also revealed excellent cell attachment, affable property over all the culture periods, and F-actin revealed a good spreaded morphology with well-organized actin filament. Further, in vitro differentiation study was done and it showed a positive and robust expression of the cartilage and bone markers. This was further confirmed with real-time PCR analysis and also biochemical analysis for SGAG and ALP estimation. The construct was further implanted into the rat osteochondral defect model where it was evaluated for the 3 months and 4 months, 1 month and 4 months studies, and after 12 weeks post-transplantation, It was found that the composite concentration and ECM deposition were enhanced, where the highly articular cartilage with good column alignment of composite was observed. So hence it's similar to the morphology of the native cartilage. Hence, to conclude, we apply the 3D printing technique for fabricating bilayered, customized scaffold that could recapitulate the organization of microarchitecture of osteochondral tissues. And also, this could direct a single stem cell population to differentiate into two different cell lineages simultaneously. Hence, it can be used for a personalized therapy for regenerative medicine for the regeneration of critical size osteochondral defects by 3D printing technology.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next participant, Anjita Ramakrishnan.
Am I audible?
Yes.
Yes.
A very good evening to one and all. So myself, Anjita Ramakrishnan, and my topic for the presentation is marathon-induced cancer-linked gene expression in human lymphocyte. So marathon is one of the most widely used organophosphate pesticide in agriculture. An international agency for research on cancer has classified marathon as probably carcinogenic to humans. However, alteration of gene expression profiling is not been explored so far, even though hematological malignancies are very common in agriculture workers and their children. So we isolated lymphocyte, cultured it, and treated with different concentration of marathon. IC50 value was found out, and sublethal concentration, that is 50, 100, and 150 microgram per ml, was selected for analyzing lymphocyte viability, colony formation, and QRT-PCR. And the low concentration of marathon, that is 50 microgram per ml, were used for microarray analysis. And the data analyzed using David database. And the gene expression validation was done by QRT-PCR. So what we obtained is that marathon caused a concentration-dependent reduction in lymphocyte viability. That is, it is cytotoxic at higher concentration, but at low concentration, it is not cytotoxic, but induces colony formation and differential gene regulation expression. So that is about 659 genes were upregulated and 3,729 genes were downregulated. So about 57 cancer-linked genes were upregulated. That is about induces the signal transduction pathways like MAS and RAS kinase, then B and T cells, then growth and proliferation, then hematopoiesis, etc. were analyzed and induced upon marathon gene expression. So what is that? A low concentration of marathon is sufficient for the initiation, progression, and pathogenesis of cancer. So this study is the first one to prove that marathon is carcinogenic in human lymphocyte. So we need to be addressed and tackled in order to have a safe and better future. Thank you.
Very dynamic flow.
Yes.
Next participant, Saumya Devi Karthikeyan.
Very good evening to everyone. I'm Saumya Devi, a research scholar from University of Madras. The topic of my presentation is preparation and evaluation of fluorescent nano ink from Wilhelm leaf for sensor applications. Carbon quantum dots are a class of fluorescent carbon nanomaterials with a size range of 1 to 10 nanometer. They are zero-dimensional crystalline semiconducting nanomaterials. They have very unique properties which are excellent fluorescence and good photostability. So in this, we aim to synthesize carbon quantum dots from Wilhelm leaves, otherwise known as bale, which are very widely available throughout India. The methodology involves hydrothermal synthesis of carbon quantum dots from Wilhelm leaves, and the results are given here. The UV visible spectrum shows the 261 nanometer, which is sp2 hydrocarbon. This shows the presence of carbon quantum dots, and various analytical techniques characterizations are done for the quantum dots. The DLS and zeta potential of the carbon quantum dot shows the size and the good stability of the carbon quantum dots. The same image shows the uniform small size of the quantum dots, and the elemental mapping studies of the carbon and oxygen shows the presence of carbon and oxygen, and this indicates the presence of carboxylic group, which is prominent for all the carbon quantum dots. The carbon quantum dots were used for sensitivity studies of iron, and it showed a very good quenching as given in the fluorescence spectroscopy. Hence, the highly fluorescent carbon quantum dots were synthesized from Wilhelm Lees by green synthesis method. This method involves zero chemicals, and the Wilhelm extraction was also done using water extract. And the synthesized carbon quantum dots have high quantum yield, which is approximately 17.0%. And the XRD pattern shows the face-centered cubic crystal structure. This proves the crystallinity of the carbon quantum dot. And this synthesized carbon quantum dots can be used as a fluorescent nano ink for sensing and antimicrobial applications. Thank you.
Good.
Next participant, Sharmila Selvaraj.
Good evening, and all present here. I'm doing research at the guidance of Dr. D. Lecturer, University of Madras. My research topic is bioscience-based nanoplasmonic strips for sensor application. We all know that milk is major consumed beverage in the world, right? Even the milk is since among the variant melamine is added to increasing upfront protein of your milk. So I have to point here and melamine in milk. So
Video.
have developed a gold particle by using a citric acid as hydroxyapatite as a reading capping. When this gold particle used for sensing of melamine in milk, this could be sensor applications has been confirmed by analytical techniques. This provides a highly selective analysis of melamine in this sensor system carried out in the paper as well as ink format. And that
I think your voice is not coming good, Sharmila. At least to me, your voice is coming broken.
Some connection problems there is.
Broken only, sir. It is broken to us also.
Oh, so it's not at all clear. Sharmila, would you please check once more your connection and then get back to us? Maybe we can go to this next one. We couldn't listen you at all.
Next participant, Thambiraj.
This is. Thambiraj?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Please go ahead.
Yes,
yes.
Yes, I am Thambiraj Selvaratnam from University of Madras under the guidance of Dr. D. Ravishankar.
Thambiraj, it's echoing. It is echoing. Probably you are using two connections in the same room. Your voice is echoing severely.
No, sir, I am using one.
Now it is better. Okay, you go ahead.
Now it's audible. Hello.
Yeah, go ahead.
Hello.
Yes.
Hello.
Go ahead. Thambiraj, go ahead.
Yes, sir. Sir, I am Thambiraj Selvaratnam from University of Madras under the guidance of Dr. D. Ravishankaran. This topic is developed from gold and carbon quantum dots nano hybrids for sensor and bioimaging applications. Sir, it's
At least to me, your voice is not at all clear, Thambiraj.
Sir?
So for us also.
So maybe you should use some other connection and we can go ahead with the next one and you will come back later.
Yes, sir, sure.
Yeah. Next.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, you're audible.
So, good evening, everyone. I'm Harsh Yadav, and today I'm going to talk about the study we conducted on domestic herbivores for endozoonose seed dispersal. in agroecosystems. So seed dispersal and germination have been the two crucial life events for plants to maintain species abundance and distribution. And therefore, vertebrates in wild as well as domestic habitats are the drivers for seeds for long distance dispersal in terrestrial plant communities. So they can disperse through endozoocorous seed dispersal via ingestion, and then seed can be transported through their dung and through epizoocorous dispersal by attaching to the bodies. But since India is known for its large population of free roaming domestic animals and huge livestock, but there is still no evidence for the potential they carry as a seed disperser. So this study was to test that how many viable seeds can be dispersed by cattle and buffalo. So we took the random dung samples from cattle and buffalo, and then we took the fresh weight of at the site. Then we concentrated the dung by filtering through the sieves, and then we transplanted the dung samples in the trays, and then through the greenhouse conditions we provided, we then transplanted the emerging seedlings for the identification purpose. So we found that 68 plant species emerged through the dung samples of the cattle and buffalo, and total 59 seedlings were germinated. So we found that the cattle and buffalo both have the potential to disperse the seeds, viable seeds, to their dung in the agroecosystems. And though cattle has the low body weight, but it dominates the seed dispersal capacity in terms of the domestic herbivores. So we found that that the most effective domestic herbivore, as I mentioned, is the cattle, and the domestic herbivores can be used as the sowing machines in the ecosystem for the ecosystem restoration, and the endozoocorous in the Indian domestic herbivores should be explored more to develop it as an essential tool for conservation and management. Thank you.
Very good. Next. Yeah, next. Padma.
Good evening to all. I'm Batna Sandhya, Department of Chemistry from Mananam Sundara University, doing research under the guidance of Dr. S. Nagarajan, Mananam Sundara University. Today I'm here to present the topic related to the fabrication of lengthened titanium nanotubes by single-step anodization. Fabrication of titanium nanotube is a well-known topic. They fabricated tube also used for the various applications like drug release, photocatalyst, and energy storage applications. From the previous report, we can also find out the nanotube length was 3 micrometer only from the single-step anodization. If we go to the more size, then we move to the double-step or triple-step anodization. But in this report, we can find out the single-step anodization process leads to the 4 micrometer tube length dia. The reaction will be carried out at the room temperature. 45 volt potential will be applied for towards anodization process, and the pH will be maintained between 3 to 5 anodic region. From the result from the figure 1 indicates the 4 stages of anodization process. In the first stage, the oxide the current will be decreases due to the barrier oxide layers. In the second stage, the current will be slightly increased due to the crack occur on the metal surface. In the third stage, the current will be stable due to the dissolution rate of the oxide layer for fluorions. From the last stage, there will be highly ordered titanium nanotube will be occurred. From the image 2 and image 3, we can see the highly ordered nanotube arise with the 250 nanometer dia and 4 micrometer core diameter. So we conclude that the greater than 4 micrometer nanotube length were attained via single-step anodization by only varying the water content and electrolyte EG concentration, which means ethylene glycol concentration. So at last, I acknowledge D.B. Ramalinga Swami Fellowship, who sponsored the whole fellowship for my research work. Thanking you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Well within the time. So we have got two people we have to get back, Sharmila and Thambiraj. Let us try with these two again. Give them an opportunity to present.
Good evening to
Thambiraj.
Sharmila.
Who is going to present first? Thambiraj? Thambiraj, are you there? I think let Sharmila get the chance. Sharmila?
Sir, Thambiraj. Yes.
Okay, Thambiraj. Yeah, please, right.
Sir, I am Thambiraj Selvaratnam from University of Madras under the guidance of Dr. D. Ravi Shankaran. My research topic is development of multifunctional ink from gold nanoparticle and carbon quantum dots nanohybrids for sensor and bioimaging application. I have synthesized carbon quantum dots from sugarcane juice by a hydrothermal method. The synthesized nano carbon quantum dots were used for an synthesis of gold nanoformulations. Gold nanoparticles were synthesized by reduction method using carbon quantum dots as an reducing agent. Then the gold nanoparticle were functionalized with PEG thiolaminated tray via self-assembled method. Then PEG functionalized gold nanoparticle were conjugated with folic acid via coupling and EDC-NHS coupling method and covalent method. Finally, the cellulose substrate was used for the preparation of nanohybrid ink. So, resultant decision: the UV visible spectrum of gold carbon quantum dots were observed at 265 nanometer. This corresponds to the 5pi star transition of carboxyl group are present in the sample. And gold nanoparticle were observed the SPR band at 530 nanometer. This corresponds to the spherical shape of carbon nanohybrid. Then PEG functionalized gold nanoformulation was observed at 532 nanometer, which indicates the thiol and aminated groups are strongly attached over the surface of gold nanoparticles. Then these are the FTR spectrum of gold nanohybrid. Then Raman spectrum of gold nanohybrid, which indicates the synthesized particles are highly pure. The crystalline nature of carbon quantum dots are based on a nanohybrid, which indicates the particles are face-centered cubic crystalline structures. These are the fluorescence spectrum of carbon quantum dots based on nanohybrids, which indicates the carbon quantum dots was observed at two states at in center is a core and surface. Both defects are present in the carbon quantum dots. The similar kind of absorption were observed in the gold-based nanoformation. That is indicates the carbon quantum dots were involved in the formation of gold nanoformation. The morphological analysis of nanohybrid, which indicates the gold particles are strongly attached over the surface of gold nanoparticle. Then these are the corresponding mapping images for the gold nanohybrid ink. These are the
okay, Thambiraj.
Yes, sir.
Please close it because you got 40 seconds more.
Yeah.
Conclude it.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. So next presentation is by Sharmila.
Sharmila, are you there?
Yes, ma'am. Good
Please
evening
try
to one
once
and all
more.
present here. I am Sharmila Selvaraj. I am doing research under the guidance of Dr. D. Ravi Shankaran, University of Madras. We all know that milk is major consumed beverage in the worldwide. Even though also milk is adulterated due to the various reasons. Among the various adulterants, melamine is added to milk for increasing apparent protein content of your milk. So sensing of your melamine is urgently needed. So I have chosen a gold-based nanoplasmonic strips for sensing of melamine in milk. So I have did a various analysis for sensing of melamine in milk. In this case, I have chosen a gold nanoparticle was synthesis by using hydroxyapatite as a bioceramic nanomaterial. This could be highly effective and selective sensing of a melamine in milk. From this UV visible absorption spectroscopy, we can clearly seen that this will be used for highly selective and sensing of melamine in milk. This sensor system provides a highly and selective sensing of milk in real sample of milk analysis also. This would be carried out in the various phases such as solution phase as well as a strip phase. In the strip phase, I have fabricated a cellulose strip as cellulose and hydroxyapatite based sensor strip. In this case, I have immobilized gold nanoparticle in the strip. This strip could be evaluated for sensing of melamine in milk. From this, I have concluded that this sensor system provides a cost-effective and point-of-care sensing of melamine in milk. Thank you, sir.
Very good. Well within the time. So I think nobody is pending. Host.
No, that was the last presentation, sir.
Yeah. So in this case, is Dr. My co-host is there to say some few words. No. So on the behalf of this session chair, let me thank all the presenters. So always remember that whenever you're presenting, if the audience is not able to see you, it is not of that much fun. So we always expect that whenever you are presenting, you should switch on the video. And since the slide is there already in front of your eyes, so it should not be necessary to read another page kept beside you. So this is my two suggestions for all of you. So with this, I would like to thank this chairman who is already here, maybe to close the session. He has dinner time now. So thank you for giving me the opportunity. And I'm really enjoying the sessions. Thank you.
We thank Dr. Satyan Saha and Dr. B. Subramaniam for chairing the students' presentation session. We'll resume the Science and Technology seminar series tomorrow. Kindly log in by 9:30 a.m. IST to ensure proper connectivity. Please note there is no change in login details. Please log in with the same link provided for tomorrow's sessions also. Thank you, everyone.
It was a good session.
Yeah, thank you. No message from chairman.
Yeah. You have already
For the
made.
students. Yes, for the students, you should give a message because they are our future generation.
Yeah,
So
actually, I was here, so I have